Alrighty. Hello, Callum.
Hello.
There you go. I thought you wouldn't find me there. Hello, everybody. Welcome to week 2, the qualifiers, of course, still for Company of Heroes 2, the Warpaint Championship Series. Interesting week. Last week we had Paula claim his dominance in week 1 for the qualifiers, so he's pretty much guaranteed himself a spot in the top 16 now, going up against the invited 16 for the finals of this event. And very shortly we're going to go through some of the people that are playing today. How did you find last week, Callum?
We had a great time. There were some really fantastic matchups, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them. I think Brosras was the highlight for me. He had a great game versus Theodosis. That one, I have the system, right? When I post a video on my YouTube channel, if it's a really, really good game, I put the prefix epic game, and that was the only game of last week that deserved the honorary title of Epic COH2 game. It's a rare title that I present to those games, but it was a fantastic match, and I'm really hoping to see some more Brits this week.
Yeah, well, we have a little bit. We've been checking out some of the 1v1 games that some of the players have been playing, whilst they're practicing for this event today. And we have seen some players playing Brits. So again, we hope to see some Brits included in the game this week. We didn't see them at all last week. Plenty of Soviets, a couple of USF, but mainly Soviets, Austere, OKW as the three main factions. So yeah, hopefully we've got a lot to look forward to today. Another thing I just want to say, if you guys don't already have the commander selection available in this game, we are going to be giving away a brand new commander in a commander code after every single round. So after round 1, we're going to be doing giveaways, and then round 2, and so on. And then obviously as we get later on, we'll probably give away a couple more, because we only gave away 2 last week, and we have so many to give away. So if you guys want, we'll be using Moobot for that later on. Just want to have a look at the participants who's currently checked in and who was sorry, I didn't mean new commander, I meant like the newer commanders. So Pershing, Calliope, Mobile Assault, emplacements, that kind of thing. We've got loads of those codes to give away. But let's have a quick look at who is going to be
There's no Paula
today.
because he's already qualified. Right.
Yeah, I believe that is the reason why. I'm just going to crop this because I've changed web browsers.
There's actually a few players that didn't seem to sign up from last week. We got Theodosis in. He played very well last week. Von Aston, pretty sure, would also already qualify. So he's not signed up as far as I can tell. I'm just looking over the participants. And I can't remember who was the other quarterfinalist. It was Brosras, who's again not also signed up. And who was the other player in the quarters?
We had Von Aston, Paula, Brosras, and no, it wasn't Quentin in that bracket, was it? I can't actually
we didn't
remember.
cast it,
I
so
can actually
that's why,
go
yeah.
back and find out if you want.
I think it has a link for it. He doesn't. Yeah, bracket week 1 qualifier, round 1 bracket. So
it's
not updated. Okay, that's strange.
It actually looks like maybe they're mixed or something. Got DevM in the round 1 brackets. I think that's actually mixed up. Looks like the Warpaint qualifier round 1 bracket is showing DevM. So this may be today's seeding.
Does it have Paul? Let's see. Because if there's no Paul, then it's obviously this week.
It doesn't have Paul. No.
Yeah, then it must be this week. That's strange.
It is strange, and it also means that Moobot has the wrong brackets. So guys, if you are checking out the brackets, then it's Warpaint qualifier round 1. Clearly someone on the Battlefly moderation has messed up. So anyway, no worries. This will be what we're doing today. So we've got some interesting games there. Let's have a look. Cruzy is in again. Of course, Cruzy gets a second pass into round 2. Didn't really make the most of it last week, though. Got knocked out quite early, which was unfortunate. Zarok's in again. Smears is in again. Didn't see much of Smears last week. Nice to see Siberian has checked in, because I think we were excited to see Siberian play last week, but he never actually checked in. So he's in today. We're definitely going to cast one of his games. I think that would be more than appropriate.
I'm also pretty keen to see DevM. He was a player that did exceptionally well in. He did well in both OCF and ESL, and it's interesting because DevM isn't someone who actually plays Company of Heroes 2 consistently. He only really gets into full gear when a big tournament occurs, and then he practices a lot. And we saw him in ESL. He brought this very off-meta playstyle, which is now pretty popular. He really popularized the M10s.
Yeah.
We also have players like I think Captain Price, who was M10 spanned, but at least in a competitive 1v1 setting, he made the M10s look very strong, and that was at a time when I can't remember if it was tactical support or Pershing or both, but it was when the Pershing first came out, and basically all you would see was the Pershing, and I think Calliope as well. It was those two commanders were all you would really see. And then he was bringing out the Armor Company, and it was, what? Armor Company? And now Armor Company is generally regarded as one of the top 3 commanders for US, alongside the Pershing and the Calliope, the heavy cavalry and the tactical support.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a couple of instances of that. We see German mechanized, that's something Loveness coined. Price has done loads of those, though. Price has exploited weaknesses in, of course, USF, Armor Company. He's been doing it with the Brits, with the Royal Engineer Regiment, the AVRE and just the mass of engineers.
Blobbed engineers, right? Yeah.
Blobbed engineers, because I think, as someone was saying, I think it is 3 veterancy, they become 16 manpower to reinforce.
It's insane, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like, wow, and he spotted that, and he completely manipulated it, and he works it really well. So there are commanders in this game that people don't use regularly, but it does take those players to kind of just step out of the mold a little bit, and some of them are really quite strong when you get the right player using them. So
they're the players you need when it comes to trying to balance your game. You need to find the players that will abuse and exploit everything they can, because that's how you really expose all of these balance issues and bring them to the forefront, and then you're able to improve the game and balance out those things. And that's just in case of any game. Any competitive multiplayer game, you will always see players find what's the strongest, make a meta out of it, and then things get tweaked, and thus the meta evolves. So let's have a look at the bracket, and let's see if we have any series that look like they're going to stand out as being the best place to start off.
We will have a quick look at that. Tell me if you spot anything. I'm just going to have a look at what games are running at the moment. And of course this time we're only 8 minutes in, so a lot of people will be waiting to see the brackets. They'll probably just be setting up the game, doing like a coin toss or something like that.
The vetoes as well.
Yeah, veto system, of course. If you guys want to check out what maps there are available for the players to veto, you can go and check out the Battlefly site. Moobot's got the link. If you type !brackets, Moobot will post that in chat. Sochador, the coin toss webpage, I think is listed actually on the Battlefly page as well. I don't remember what it is offhand. It's something quite simple, like coin-toss.com. Something really, really basic, but it does work very well. Brackets have changed again, Fahu says. Thank you for letting me know. I get the feeling that something had gone wrong there. I wonder if they've changed it to the right week now. Yes, brackets for 2 have changed, which is awesome. So I guess we can have a little look to see if there are any major changes. Hello, Helping Hands. How many rounds get played next week in week 3? I don't know offhand at the moment, but we do know it will be a shorter stream so far. Thank you, Carl, for letting me know about the brackets. Okay.
Yeah, nothing really stands out to me as being a particularly amazing looking series, because all of the top players, they're seeded through as buys. So your Easy, Zarok, Fahu, those players have buys.
I can see this bracket has changed here. Don't Know's now playing Hazuki Watora, and I think he was actually the bottom of the last bracket. So this was the bracket that I think... Yeah, there's been a lot of changes actually in this one. So where is... I was looking for Easy now. Easy again. Last week, you remember Easy a little bit hungover. Now he's gone out again last night for a second week of trying to qualify. And I think he's hungover again this morning. But at least it looks like he has a little bit of an easier bracket at the moment. He may come up. Arnalaz got quite far last week Walter's a very good player. So this bracket here, I think, is going to be very interesting with Easy as Walter. Not 100% sure on the other guys in there at the moment. There's Rush, Zarok in this bracket. Cruzy in as well. That's another interesting bracket there. I'd love to see a Zarok Cruzy game, or even a Rush Cruzy game. But I think Zarok probably will top that side of the bracket. We'll see, though. We'll see. And of course, Theodosis lost, I think, to Paul, didn't he? Last week we saw that epic game.
Didn't he lose to?
He lost 2 grands. Was it Brosras?
Yeah, it was Brosras.
Okay, so Brosras, and of course losing those 2 grenadiers at the start of that game, absolutely brutal when that came about.
I think at this stage we should just do whatever comes up first. I don't think it's worth us fretting too much over which
early stages are quite casual. You know. Tank, you're not stuck. You know exactly which stream to watch. The one that gives you regular content and cares.
And DLC commanders, right? We will buy your affection and attention.
And DLC commanders. Yeah, very well put. We'll buy you out, you know? Okay, no game started just yet, so still gonna wait. So of course you were telling me earlier your favourite of last week was the Brosras game. Now Brosras, I'd never cast a game of his before. He was an interesting player. He wasn't flawless though. That was the one thing I knew about him.
No one is.
He wasn't flawless. He was interesting. The sniper start was really cool. In fact, someone pointed out, I think in one of your uploaded videos on YouTube, that we didn't even notice. There was a sniper that got up to about 82 kills in that game on Faymanville. And
yeah, what happened is we couldn't check the kill cat at the end of the game because it was retreating, and when it's retreating you can't click on it, so we didn't know what the kills were exactly, but apparently it was 80, which is, for a Soviet sniper, that's a lot of manpower bleed. That's insane. That's, I believe a Volk is 26 manpower, so 26 on average times 80. It's a high number.
Yeah, it is a lot, and of course the sniper work, it would have been nice to have actually seen a little more detail on that if we'd have spotted it earlier, because sniper play in this game, for those that can do it right, deal horrendous manpower damage to their opponents. And of course we saw the amount of prevention he put on in that game, which was absolutely beautiful. Nice, by the way, with Helping Hands in here. Helping Hands probably tell us if he's looking forward to playing in the finals of this. He's one of the invitational players. And of course, a lot of the really well-known, like the top ESL players in this community, you may have noticed they're not playing in the qualifiers, and that's because, of course, they have all been invited as the top 16. They get a free pass into the finals, better chance of winning the cash prize. I've updated the tournament prizes. Last week you were seeing the prizes that players get during each round of the each round of the tournament. So of course qualifiers, we were giving away supply coin, so there was 20,000, 15,000, and I believe 10,000. I'm not 100% sure on that. But of course the tournament prizes, now that we've hit milestone 4, which is awesome, skin sales of course bringing us up to milestone 4 level, all of the grand prizes for the tournament have been locked in now at their maximum. So first place $2,000, second place $1,000, and third place $750. So there is a lot to fight for. Even today there's a lot to fight for, but more when we get into these finals, they're going to be really, really intense. And I think actually that tops the amount of money that was in the ESL finals for winning per player. Am I right?
Oh, I can't remember.
1,300. It was like 1,300 for first place. So now this is a bigger prize, and we're going to be expecting to see bigger and more intense plays as we go through because of that, for sure.
The other day I was watching Hans's stream. He was having a scrim versus Talisman. It looks like a pretty interesting game, I got to say. I'm keen to see how these invited players compete at the highest of high tiers. I think we're in for a great tournament once we finally get there and get into the fun stuff.
Why are they taking so long to start games? This is unheard of. Do you know what? I'll contact one of the moderators and just see if there's anybody at the moment who has started.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it.
Okay, I'm also being told by Kira he's telling me people who are qualified at the moment. So we've got currently qualified Von Aston, Knock Knock, Quentin, Overlord, Thanatos, Brosras, Paula, and Woof were the people who qualified last week. So we will be seeing Quentin actually back in the competitive scene for the final. So I guess last week we got the first 8, and this week is going to be deciding second 8. I think maybe that's why Siberian and maybe Siberian and DevM didn't play last week. They think maybe they can like dominate this week.
Right.
So of course the top 8 who were qualified have been taken out. They can't qualify again, and now we're going to get the remaining 8 from the rest of the players. So let me see.
Right. So it's the top 8 players from each week. Is that correct?
That looks like it's correct. Yeah, we have 8 confirmed players from one of the moderators. Cool. So yeah.
So this is a really good chance then for other people to qualify that maybe they thought they weren't going to, compared to some of the other top players that we have qualifying, attempting to qualify last week.
Yeah, it's a nice system for that because, of course, any of the big players that played and qualified last week are now removed. Of course, there are some new ones. DevM's back in the scene. Siberian, Zarok's still there. Theodosis is still there. So it's not going to be easy by any means. But perhaps if they were fearing those players that really excelled last week, they're all gone, and people are going to have maybe a little more of an easy time today if they are looking to try and qualify. But that's not going to be any kind of benefit because, of course, when they qualify, they're just going to go straight back into that pool of elite, and they really do need to make sure that they can compete against those players already if they're aiming to qualify for the bigger end of the tournament. So hopefully it's no one's strategy.
how they get seeded, if I'm not mistaken, generally you'll have the top seeded players playing versus the lowest seed players. So if you only barely manage to scrape through and you're a last seed, you're probably going to be versing someone like Love Nest or Jove in round 1. So good luck with that if you're not too confident.
Still doesn't look like any games started at the moment.
They'll all start at once though.
They'll probably all start.
Just you wait. There'll be 5 games, and then we have to choose between which one of them to go for.
Kira, he's telling me that there's no games started yet, so it's okay. I'm constantly checking, thinking, like nice to keep things moving. Maybe we should just say a quick hello to everybody in chat. I can see Sherlock's there. Hello, and thanks everybody for joining so early. We're already on 214, which is brilliant. If you enjoyed last week, by the way, please do give Relic's channel a follow, because of course we're not doing it on our channels anymore, and you're probably not following. Well, I can't say that. You're probably not following this channel already. You should be following this channel already, and of course,
give them the benefit of the doubt.
Give them the benefit of the doubt. They've been kind enough to let us use their channel for streaming the event, so we should probably be nice to them, shouldn't we?
It's the prestige, isn't it? You know what I found really cool? I was watching the Dawn of War 3 gameplay reveal that they did during E3. I didn't watch it live, obviously, but I watched the VOD of it on Twitch. And I went onto the Relic channel, and I opened up the past broadcasts. And next to this Dawn of War 3 exclusive media press gameplay reveal, there was our stream, and so that really hit me. That's like, wow, like that's legit. Where our content is alongside this Dawn of War 3 press reveal at E3. So wow. One of those moments where you feel like I've made it, right, as a shoutcaster, as a esports broadcaster.
That's it.
So I have a question for you, since we're just waiting around for the games to start.
Sure.
Last week we saw Brosras go for an M3 scout car, and we pretty much never see that. What's your thoughts on the M3?
Yeah, I like the M3 actually. I like the M3 more when my opponent plays it, because I know he's a little bit behind on fuel, but that's not quite the reason. You're probably asking why it's good. I think it's really nice if you bring it out as maybe like your second unit. You can get it out there with, the 15 fuel, and just really abuse maybe against OKW the fact that they don't have Fausts until like a little bit later on. You do need to kind of get that early game, and even if you don't load it in with the Flamer, I still think it's really good. The issue I have with I'm still not one of those people that is comfortable with tier 1 in general. I feel much more secure knowing that there's a couple of maxims around just in case, you know, you get blobbers and things like that. You know, it's a nice little anti-blob mechanism. So I'm all in favor of the M3 truck, but I think it has to be very early on, otherwise I don't see any kind of scaling use to it, and that's what I hate about it.
Yeah, it's a very hit and miss unit. It's like the Panzer II in the sense that it's 15 fuel, which is a pretty big deal, and as a Soviet player, you always want to be rushing out your light vehicle as fast as you can. Whether it's the quad half-track or the T-70, getting either of those vehicles out makes such an impact on the match. You can force away squads, get some wipes if you're lucky enough, and the M3 will obviously delay that. So you have to have a pretty big impact with it to justify the fuel cost. But the fact that it can die so easily to not just getting Fausted, but also cloaked Raketen, it can be hard to know when and how much to use the M3 aggressively, because you never know if there might be a cloaked Raketen or a pack somewhere. So I think you're right. If you're going to use the M3, you should use it as fast as you can, because then you can kite around because your opponent's not going to build a Raketen as the second unit. They're going to build a few squads of Volks first. So you have a few minutes where you can really go around with the Flamer. You can force off squads. It also works really well at flushing out MGs in houses. There's a few maps. Kolodny is one of those. We have the church in the middle. You have a few of those key houses. I think one of the most prominent ones, though, is Faymanville Approach, because you have that middle house that overlooks the VP. If you put an MG42 in that house in the middle, it can be really hard to clear out. So having that M3 car, you can do that quite efficiently. So it's a unit that I like seeing players use it in a shoutcast, because it's kind of exciting to watch. But as a player, I feel like it's too much of an investment that may not pay off. It's very risky, and I think most players go by that same mentality that they'd rather just not take the chance.
Yeah, you know, you are right, and you know what you were saying about the cloaked Raketen is that with the scout car, in a later game, you can kind of maybe put a squad of engineers in with some minesweepers and drive around and try and use it for fast minesweeping. But they're kind of like
right.
the stealth of the Raketen is so dangerous, and also, you know, you can detect mines obviously whilst you've got that engineer squad in the open back unit,
and then shoot it with the M3.
Yeah, I don't know how it is. I don't know. I've never tried doing it personally. I've seen it done. Minesweepers in, you use them as like a quick mine. Or just keep them even with an army in the background, just to kind of, you know, with some other units to stop vehicles from driving over mines. It's a really nice way of doing it, but the issue I have with it is like the acceleration. I feel like if you get caught by a Raketen, you can't reverse or drive forward quick enough if you're static, or do you know what I mean? It's very difficult at that point. You are trapped.
One thing that I love is when you see players put guards in it to hunt down a 222 or to hunt down a flak half track for OKW. You can kind of surprise your opponent like that if they're caught off guard.
Guards in trucks. What will it be next?
Oh, we have a game here. So it's... Oh man, this name. But it's Hazuki Watora versus Don't Know.
Okay.
It's a game. We could do it. I'm not fast.
Yeah, I can't see that. Wait.
This is under sort by viewers.
Oh, I've got it. Don't worry. Okay, we'll load into that one then first, yeah?
Yep. I think the Soviet meta that we'll see, which we already have seen, is heavy penals, and going tier 1, it's you can kind of fall apart because you don't have access to anti-tank, but then we see players supplement that with either the Tank Hunter Partisans or Guards, or even in some cases the PTRS conscripts. So I think that's more the meta that we'll see for the most part, where ESL it was very maxim heavy for Soviets.
Well, Guards is a really... in fact, all those doctrines with Guards just seem to really fit the tier 1 design quite well. They just come out at the right time. You know, there isn't that many light vehicles that can really push off the Guards in effect, so it is a really, really nice style. But equally, you know, you're still seeing Guards going with tier 2 plays, because Guards are just so good at the moment in general. But it would be
This
nice,
is really interesting,
like,
though.
you know, tier 1, you could even use the doctrines that have, like, the 180 gun. Is that the light one? Sorry, the
M45.
The M45, sorry.
It's so bad, though.
It's so bad, but you know, one of those for the scout cars can just put enough pressure on that you don't have to worry until you get your tier 3 up. And of course, you always have that little bit extra there to get tier 3 up quickly, and just abuse with what comes with tier 3, the epic infantry killing machine in the T70, and of course the SU-76, which is two very, very powerful units for a tier 3, I have to say.
As I said that about the commander choices, we actually don't have any of those here for Hazuki. It's a bit of cast of curse, of course, but as a result, I expect him to not go tier 1. We'll probably see him go conscripts and maxims, perhaps. Doesn't really have any AT supplement in his commander choices. Unless you would argue that Dushka in a house with the AP ammo could do the job. This is a good map for that, so that's a possibility, but yeah, either way. As for the OKW player, don't know. It's going to be Scavenge, Luftwaffe, and Fortifications. So we've seen Scavenge a lot. The call-in Flak Panzer Ostwind, it's a really good recovery tool. If you get pushed off the map, don't have access to your fuel to get the tier 4 up and running, you can just call in the Ostwind instead.
Yeah, I mean, Scavenge has been a good one. In fact, Scavenge has always been a good one on this map, really. I think a lot of people use it over time, and it was actually Jove. I don't know if you remember Jove's strategy on Kolodny that he was using during ESL, which actually is something that fits OKW really, really well at the moment, which is very, very strong tier 1 into actually double Ostwinds with a bunch of Raketans, and he really didn't need much else than that, to be honest, to be able to out, you know, those big units like either Katusha or Calliope. It could be very, very hard to dislodge an OKW player in that position.
And I'm assuming the go-to after that would eventually be the King Tiger.
I think it would. I don't actually remember seeing it in there off the top of my head, to be honest. I don't think that's something he went up to because of the pop cap. Because when I say he plays a strong tier 1, I really do mean that. I mean, like, you know, 2 to 3 Raketans, 4 or 5 infantry. You know,
Wow.
there is a lot there, but the thing is with OKW is that, you know, that really all they need in some sense. You know, you can do strong tier 1 players with OKW and not suffer too much unless it's indirect fire, you know, but otherwise you've got your anti-tank, you've got strong anti-infantry, you know, tech up to battlecruiser, you've got healing and indirect fire then, so it's not bad, you know, to go with that kind of thing at the moment, but we'll see what happens.
Especially if you go Scavenge, you have the Jaegers, so it's not like you need the Obers from the Panzer headquarters. There's so many great call-in elite infantry that Obers aren't used that often when you have things like Fallschirms and Jaegers in particular. So we have a Kubel already out for Don't Know. Very aggressive play here with his Volks, putting the sandbags on the cutoff of Hazuki. Stim Pioneers are there as well. So I like the strategy how he has his 2 squads aggressively decapping and fighting, while the Kubel is capping up those safe points.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a distraction actually. A very, very nice push there means that all of the units from Hazuki that were actually going north to try and take this dominant cut-off area here, he's had to pull them all the way back down now, and of course that's going to allow OKW to get a really good foothold on the top right-hand side of the map. So I think Hazuki probably could have just left this area at the moment and just continued to go north. It would have split the map up in a way that's probably more beneficial for him. But of course, now with the green sandbags there as well, Don't Know in a pretty strong and reliable position here. Kubel and the infantry squad in the north should be able to deal with the conscripts. I would say this is a great start for Don't Know.
It is. There's a munitions point here for Hazuki, but not a big deal. Soviets can't really make use of the munitions early on. They really want to get that fuel. Whereas for OKW, having a lot of the STGs, having a lot of the mines, the munitions early does make a big difference. The Kubel almost died there, though. That was a close one.
Yeah, that was a tough one in the north. Didn't look like he reacted quite in time to that as well. Now he's dangerously close to losing Volksgrenadiers in the south. Going to be a difficult retreat. The health bar is dangerously low. Just manages to get to a safe spot there, as well as the Stern Pioneers, who aren't retreating back to base. They're actually walking around still. And it looks like the Kubel might come for some soft repairs there, but it's not going to be very, very quick with a one-man squad.
Oh yeah, it'll take a long time. Don't repair a vehicle with one model. It's not pleasant. But we have a second Kubel, so that's interesting. So there's going to be a lot of capping pressure, I guess, is what his plan is, to have a lot of that. And another squad of Volks. So I feel like a Jushka could go really well against this. Again, in a house with the AP ammo, even just normally, you'll have pretty good damage against those Kubels, which are quite squishy overall. We have no tech building yet either for Hazuki, so he's got 4 conscripts. I wonder how he plays around this.
I think this is going to be an interesting one, because 4 conscript builds, you probably want to get that extra squad of Volks Grenadiers out, or at least tech up and go for the heavy machine gun. But with 2 Kubels, I mean, you actually saw how well they performed against that conscript squad in green cover in the middle. I wouldn't say with the 2 Kubels, you probably need that HMG straight away. Might be better for him to tech up. I'm going to say that a tier 2 would be a better tech up for OKW right now. Maybe pop some earlier SGs, expecting that his opponent may go for that early machine gun, whether it's Maxim or Dushka.
Putting signal flares, wow. Haven't seen signal flares in a while since they removed the chance to kill models. All they are now is entirely vision, but it's still worth popping if you know you've got spare time, you've got munitions floated up, and you don't have any other opportunities to spend that. His engineer has the flame upgrade already. It'll help him clear out the garrisons, and just building some mines and demos would be the best thing to do. Apart from that, we've seen how powerful demos are. Paul has reminded us every time we see him play.
Yeah, I mean, that really is one of the demos, you know, same with Goliaths, really. You get caught off by one of those, it is going to be pretty much a guaranteed squad wipe every time, and they can be very, very brutal in games and can definitely change things very, very quickly.
I hope we see Goliaths.
Yeah, Goliaths would be lovely to see. I actually played a game against Cryptic earlier in which he used Goliaths, and it was very, very effective, actually, very, very good. I was running around with the rear echelon minesweepers with, with all my stuff. But still, you know, still getting some good wipes with those. So it'd be lovely to see Goliath. But the benefit of the demos is that they're non-doctrinal, and of course they're just always a possibility. So hopefully we get to see minesweepers popped on the Pioneer. Yeah, we do have minesweepers on the Stern Pioneers rather than that push-up for Stroke.
Empires could go down. He gets away here. I think he actually merged the engineers as well. Nice play there by Hazuki, but he retreats them either way. Did you see that weird loop the truck did? No. He went for he spawned at the bottom, and it must have been a rally point. It went down to near the south VP, and then went all the way up north to where it is now, finally setting up battle group. So that was a little bit interesting. I've done that plenty of times myself. Is you put the rally point for a squad of Volks, and then your truck gets sent out, and then you wonder why your truck's there. And the Kubel actually trading against the conscripts at max range, not paying attention here. He can still back this one away.
Oh, that was the signal flare. The signal flare got it. Look, you can see it raining down at the moment. So actually he just drove over the signal flare.
I think what they did is they gave signal flares damage, but then they reduced the kill chance. So yes, it does 20 damage or something tiny.
Yeah, because it's basically designed to guarantee a kill on models, but not on squads. So that would have tipped it over the Kubel. I mean, he nearly got away with that. I don't think that Hazuki planned that by any means. It's not as impressive as like, oh my god! But, you know, very, very unfortunate. A really delayed response from Don't Know, though. I have to say, I'm really not expecting that kind of thing from him. At all. I know him as being a very good player, and people tell me this is the alias of Marlboro Man, which actually can't be true. Let me think about this.
It's a strange thing about going double Kubels is it is very micro intensive, so you have to make sure you're not making those sort of mistakes, and you have to be confident as well in your micro that you can manage all those squads simultaneously. But I love how we have the Dushki here from Hazuki, having that Lend-Lease commander, building his tier 2 now as well. So we can see a very strong opener here from Hazuki. Once again, the Stern Pioneers, though, getting burnt by the Flamer. Could be okay, though, but there's all these infiltration grenades being used, but a nice dodge, sort of. It was a half dodge.
I'm not 100% sure. Like normally, I would say with a 4 conscript build, aside from the fact you can rush into tier 3 quite well. I mean, normally I would say it doesn't scale particularly well. Doesn't kind of allow you much manpower to go through the game with later on. But because he's got those kind of the wipe on the Kubel and you know a lot of that health damage as well. Like I kind of get the feeling that he'll roll this really well, and he should get a good sizable tech advantage, regardless of how manpower's going to go later on into the game. Now that we have these Jaeger infantry on the field, obviously, you know, that's going to be a bit of a pullback mechanism now for Don't Know, and he should be able to start dealing with conscripts really efficiently. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another squad of those come up, but I'm a little bit worried that he doesn't have a Raketin coming up 9 minutes into the game. That kind of worries me, because the tier 3 that we've got just about to be finished building in base right now, and there really is no defense for it. I've seen no mines go down either, and this 70, which I'm expecting might come, very, very damaging. I don't know if you saw as well, Hazuki has just put a demo charge on that building by the munitions on the right hand side, so any squad that gets inside of there, including maybe if Don't Know pops the second squad of Jaeger light infantry in there, that's going to die near enough instantly. So
it's a nice counter. If your opponent's going those infiltration spawns, having demos and wire can definitely make it harder to do that. I love the timing on the tier 3. It finished at 68 fuel. Exactly how you should be doing it. You don't want to finish your tier 3 when you have 80, 90 fuel, because it's just means your tier 70 is later than what it should be. And at the same time, you don't want to do it too early, because then it's manpower that could have been used on building another squad. Tier 70 is on its way now, and as you say, there's no Raketin at all for Don't Know. He does have... No, he goes Jaegers! Oh, and the demo gets it! And now he has 0 anti-tank and is a squad down. Oh, this is disastrous for Don't Know.
That really is unfortunate. It's exactly what we were expecting to happen as well. Hazuki really thought that one out well, and gets the payoff straight away. Now the T-70s on the field. We still don't have any AT yet. Stern Pioneers get pushed off, so no chance of mines either. And this is very dangerous. He can't even tech up to the Panzerschrecks because of his decision. He has to go Minesweepers. So a very strong position now for Hazuki.
Gonna lose his Volk squad as well. That squad took a lot of damage from the incendiary grenade, which he threw himself. And there it goes. Don't Know, running out of squads. This game, I think, is looking pretty over.
Already as well. Such a powerful push there. The game's been really good so far. Dushka, good micro there. Manages to avoid pretty good infiltration made there.
He's building a Raketin now, but there isn't much map control at all for Don't Know. He's got a munitions point and AVP, the fuel of course being cut off. He will have access to the call into Ostwind, so the game isn't over by any means. Ostwind's able to counter the T-70 as well as all of the infantry squads. Probably see Hazuki pull out an SU-76 and some AT grenades, which is then, it's a fair bit of tools at his disposal. And going in, maybe for the Kubel with the T-70? No. Okay, he's a little bit scared of the Panzerfaust on those bolts.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, I'm not really sure what the Kubel was doing there. Raketin's got a little bit of time now before it gets up to the T-70 to take those first shots, but this is a situation right now. This is the problem Don't Know has created for himself. Double Kubel and then such a heavy infantry build left himself no time at all for the Raketin, and you should always have a Raketin out in the first 10 minutes at least, because you know that this kind of thing is bound to happen. Vehicles are to be expected. Raketin looks like it's going to get one shot off, and then Hazuki is going to realize first shot connects. Hazuki hasn't responded straight away. The Raketin may get the second shot here. He does! Blows up the T-70. Very important kill there for Don't Know.
There wasn't enough munitions there for Hazuki to use the crew repair. If he had that, it would have survived the second shot. We have a demo being planted though. Wait, so he could have cancelled the demo and then used the crew repair to save that T-70. He doesn't. Still, killing the battle group is going to be a very big detriment to Don't Know. Also, the only reason why the Raketin had range was because the T-70 was firing the battle group. So you got to be careful when your vehicles are in combat that they will be revealing themselves to the anti-tank, which normally isn't able to fire the full range of their enemy.
Interesting one here, of course, is with that demo charge, it's actually preventing any of those units from going near the battle grouper, and even if they attack ground it, you know, it's going to blow up the battle grouper anyway, so it's making sense for Hazuki to leave it there. It's very, very difficult for OKW to get rid of without stabbing themselves in the foot anyway, so it's another mechanism that's really putting the pressure on Don't Know at this point. I don't know many ways that he's going to be able to get out at this stage, but we are on Austrian territory now, and I have a feeling one's going to be coming up very, very shortly.
I don't think it matters at this health level, but I'm pretty sure the reason why Hazuki didn't detonate the demo, well, maybe he's looking for some squad wipes, but I think it was also because if demo charges are detonated by something other than themselves like that, the mortar hit it, the demo actually does more damage. It's a weird kind of multiplier, but the demo, it does more damage when detonated by another explosive, which is why stacking a mine on a demo, you'll do a crazy amount of damage to destroy a vehicle. Needs to destroy the wreck as well, so it can't be salvaged. 12 fuel for the truck.
Sad to watch.
Yeah. You got the T-70 at least. That's given him some hope. The Austrian has arrived.
See how it does. Oh, it's actually gone quite far north, coming around on some kind of flank there.
For a wipe.
Do we have 18 aids teched from Hazuki? It would be quite a nice one here to actually have some, just to stop the Austrian from having dominance.
He also hasn't gone for a 76, but it's because he has the 10 command points now for his Sherman. So Hazuki's going to have a perfect unit against this. The Sherman, it's very fast, he can chase it down very reliably with that turret. So he's in a great spot to finish this game off.
Look at that, another demo charge as well has gone down just behind that building in the center. And constantly putting these demo charges down. The minesweepers, the Sternpiners haven't actually been running around with minesweepers, which is a very, very dangerous thing to do. Incendiary grenade in the south will punish Hazuki if he's not watching, but we see that he is. And now we have the M4C Sherman engaging the Austrians. This has got to be very, very disheartening for Don't Know right now.
He's going to lose that one for sure. This gun was there as well for support. Wasn't necessary, but gets that one. No problems at all, and that's the GG. Don't Know throws in the towel, and a very quick game one. Don't Know, he was going okay. He was doing fine up until he built the second Jaegers. If that second Jaegers was a Raket, he would have been okay. He was still in a rough spot. He was still behind. He lost the Kubel. I didn't have as much territory, but he still could have recovered from that.
Very good. Alright, back in we go.
Hopefully we'll have one of the round 2 games already underway, but probably not. That was a rather quick game.
Well, I mean, what we could do if we want to stay ahead, unless there's anything you particularly want to see, we'll obviously check the brackets, but that player who just won that game, Hazuki, is going to be moving on to his second game now. And if we just check out who that is, there might be a good game there. I mean, Don't Know is not a bad player. He's been a good player in other tournaments as well. So I think he's going to be really, really disappointed with that first game. That was quite a difficult game to watch, and it was his own fault. Really, it was really just came down to attacking situation. Relic Entertainment is saying Theodosis versus Zimmers is going on, or Simmers, sorry. Jump into that one quickly.
Hazuki is also the same clan as Paul. I've never seen someone else in that.
Yeah,
the HOI clan.
Vipux used to be in it, Zark Cloud is in it, Hazuki's in it, Paul's in it. There are a couple of others actually, and a lot of them are very, very good players, if I'm honest. I think like a kind of general requirement. I think Vipux mentioned that he actually got into that clan by trolling Paula during a game.
What?
Yeah, like trolling Paula and beating him, and Paula was just like, join my clan. It may have been Zark Cloud, it may not have been Paula actually, it may have been Zark Cloud. But those guys form a really formidable 2v2 team. So yeah, I mean, like that seems to be like the kind of the selection process.
That's true. Clans in 1v1s, they don't really have much of an involvement, but you definitely see in team games you have some some pre-arranged teams. You'll have 3v3 teams, 4v4s. Like the SOE clan, I think are the best, if I'm not mistaken, 4v4 team. We casted them a few times.
They are definitely up there. Yeah.
Simmers versus Theodosis. Have you casted Simmers before?
I haven't, no. I'm actually not familiar with the player name, if I'm honest. Not come up against him online either, so I don't know that much about him, but of course Theodosis, well-known community player, so playing as the austere against Soviets, so classic matchup.
Yeah, he got armor, he has the elephant.
Yeah, I'm just looking at commanders and thinking there's some weird choices there.
I want to see Regal Minds.
What I'm going to do though, for just 1 second, we will go into the game, but I'm just going to have to pop away for just 1 moment. I'll be back in about 25 seconds. Alright?
That's very precise.
Count it.
I love Simmers already because he has anti-infantry tactics, conscript support tactics, and the tank hunter tactics. So a very tactical guy by the sounds of things, but 3 very unusual commander choices. And we've actually seen conscript support tactics be very effective. Mass PPSH con spam can work absolute wonders. I think against OKW in particular, because they're a bit more reliant on STG Volks, which don't actually trade that well against PPSH conscripts. The Volks STGs aren't much of a close range unit. They're not like STG Pgrens or Sturmpine. If you get up close, they're really not a close combat squad. So Uraring conscript the PPSHs can work wonders. We saw it was Pudding Bag take out Jezelin in a tournament. It was a while ago, but that was very impressive to see a player like Jezelin lose to that. So it may be your first instinct to go, man, what a bunch of troll commanders, right? But don't be fooled. These commanders, they can definitely catch you off guard, with the PPSHs in particular, which you can have the 3 command point pop, where all of a sudden, bam, 5 squads now have PPSHs, and then you just lose every engagement, and then you have no territory anymore.
Fresh conscripts have arrived.
I am confirmed back now, by the way, Callum, and sorry about that, just had something that I needed to throw in the kitchen. We're doing washing routines, you know how it goes. So, yeah, Theodosis Simmers, I noticed you're talking about some of the commanders there and the PPSHs, so I'm guessing conscript support tactics, lovely one to see. Anti-infantry tactics as well, haven't seen that used in 1v1 a great deal, but it's such a good commander, it really, really is. Complements a non-doctrinal build very, very well, and of course, fear propaganda is a great way of keeping your opponents off of really important parts of the map. If you do manage to push some strategic cutoffs, maybe like the one when we see the MG capping at the moment, you know, fear propaganda to prevent them from recapping that denies a hell of a lot of territory and resources. So
it'll work really well on MGs. If you have this big engagement and there's an MG in the back that's going to suppress your entire blob, you can just fear prop it and it has to retreat.
The one thing, of course, it's one of the only abilities in the game, the only way I think actually, of making AT guns retreat. Really, really useful one. You can actually force an AT gun of your opponents to retreat back to base. It's great if you are planning vehicle rushes at any point. I actually had an interesting one. I used it the other day on a Pack 43. You know, the big Axis AT guns, and it actually has the retreat symbol above the Pack 43. It doesn't go anywhere, obviously, but it's just quite amusing.
Did it still fire?
No.
So it disabled the Pack 43.
Well, it's very brief. You maybe have the retreat symbol for a couple of seconds whilst it realises it can't retreat, and then it goes off again. So, but during that time, yeah, it's unable to fire.
Super quick Molotovs here for Simmers. Catching Theodosis off guard, he has to retreat, well, he has to evacuate that building already on 2/3 health, so that's pretty interesting. I guess when you have the house in the middle, that's so powerful, having the garrison clearance tools, it is very strong, but at the same time, you can just go for the quick Flamer Engineer without having to spend that extra manpower.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, losing the fuel as well on that, but the decision to actually close in after throwing the Molotov really confused me there, because the Grenadiers had no worries getting back into the house at that point. 2 squads of them as well. He could have ran for the green cover on the hay bales, and just tried to pick off a couple of units there. So I think that was a bit of a mistake. We're seeing him do it again, and he's going to lose this engagement due to Theodosius bringing another squad of grenadiers in from the north. So interesting early game. The tech up to Molotovs with 4 cons, whilst making sense. We need to see him utilise it a lot more effectively than this.
I also like how Theodosius is just leaving that MG behind the heavy cover, because it'll eventually flush out the MG, the conscript in the house with that MG having that long range damage. Conscripts have to back away as well after throwing another Molotov, so this build, it hasn't really worked so far, being a bit too aggressive, hasn't really had an impact, and he's just bled a fair bit of manpower as well, of course, the resources to unlock the Molotovs, so yeah, I'm not a fan, to be honest. I think he would have been much better off going for a quick flamer instead, and then having the more manpower to go for another squad of conscripts, or go for a quick mortar or something like that.
I think support's definitely the key. This map is far too open, I think, for conscripts to be pushing and closing the distance on enemy spots. Because one of the things is, of course, you know, long distance engagements really do benefit Axis, especially when you get green cover long engagements as well. You know, it's going to be very, very easy for them to get you in the arc of the MGs, you know, to long rifle shots on as well. And I think one of the things we're probably going to see here is Axis vetting up quite quickly and outperforming the conscripts very, very soon. So unless he can find something to do to hold some of the territory he took in the early game, maybe get some more. I think we might be looking at another fairly quick game due to a technical problem.
The problem with being this aggressive is it meant that Simmers doesn't have any sandbags now. We see that there's a squad of conscripts here at the field point at the south, and if there was a sandbag there, he would have been able to hold that position, and Theodosius can't engage that up close. He has to sit there trading at max range, which will eventually work in the favour of the Grenadiers, but it takes a lot of time, in which case Simmers can just reinforce that. So I think that there's a certain level that, as allies, Soviets and US, you generally want to be playing pretty aggressively, but only up to a certain limit until you want to start, okay, I have a fuel, I have the VPs, I want to just get sandbags, hold my position. Where Brits is a little bit more defensive. It's more like playing Axis.
Yeah, the Brits are quite rounded at all stages of the game as well, which is I think something that a lot of people like, is the fact that it does have something at all stages of the game. But they are a fragile faction still, you know, definitely invincible at the moment. It's part of why we haven't seen that many people using them, I think, at the moment. I think they've gone from being such a strong faction to now having, you know, a couple of weaknesses. People aren't feeling they're as reliant as they used to be, which is good in a sense, but we do still want to see some Brits, I think. Right
now, Simmers should be building a sandbag on this field point. I don't know why he's not. Because he can't hold it without sandbags there. And Theodosius is building a 2-2-2, which against this many conscript squads, it's very effective at forcing away squads. Obviously, you have the access for AT grenades, but the map is so open that I don't really see these nades actually connecting unless there's a nice flank. But if he's gone the Molotovs too, then it's a lot of fuel. It's 50 fuel in total, which then will delay your T70. And we have the tier 1 for Simmers. This is really strange.
Wow, that is such a late tier 1. 5 cons and a tier 1. He's left himself no anti-tank whatsoever at this point, which means the scout car is going to perform really well. Do we have the AT grenades? We don't have AT grenades teched. He may decide to tech it now, I don't know, but of course after building tier 1, it kind of stands that he's going to build something up. I would say these guys aren't, you know, ranked evenly.
I think he went tier 1 because it's 10 fuel cheaper than tier 2. So because he's invested in the Molotovs and made you going for the AT grenades now as well, by going tier 1 instead of tier 2, it means that he will have 10 more fuel. But doesn't have access to a Zis, doesn't have access to a mortar, which I think he really needs right now against this. If the MG gets some good positions, that'll really help. So
he is actually going for the AT grenades after building tier 1.
Conscripts can now attack tanks with AT grenades.
I also like how there's wire on the tractor here near the MG, so it's going to be a bit harder to trade against that. Nice flank with the conscripts though, using the URA to surpass the arc of the MG will force that one away. But it's just a matter of time until the scout car rotates over, and unless the scout car is too aggressive, he can kite the AT grenades very easily.
Theodosius here may have realised the conscripts pushing in there that 80 grenades may be on the cards, otherwise why would they be so aggressive at this point? On the south side we see Simmers still trying to get grenadiers off of his side of the map. A nice rifle grenade there, hits the conscripts, just such good manpower damage at the moment being dealt from Theodosius. It's looking quite confident. Tank hunter tactics was the choice there, so maybe we're going to see all these conscripts come up with PTRS soon, and maybe the game will start to get going then. But it does leave Theodosius able to pick some pretty good counters commanders there. I have a feeling it's going to be Lightning War.
Lightning War would work well. Scout Car is going to be chasing after the squad of conscripts here. He may wipe it. The 2-2 isn't amazing on retreat, but still when the squad is that low, can certainly get a few more of those models down. And Simmers building a sniper. Bro, he already has the Scout Car. Not sure if that's the best choice in this situation.
The enemy is attacking our HQ.
Again, I think these are some very, very bad teching choices. They shouldn't really be done at this point.
I guess his reason behind it is that it's fine. I have conscripts, I have PTRS, I can use the PTRS conscripts to screen for my sniper, so I can have then the sniper picking away, bleeding the grenadiers, and then the conscripts can have that long range damage with the PTRS. And the PTRS, they're not that much of a downgrade in terms of the anti-infantry damage. So it's not like they completely gimp your ability to deal with infantry. It's just a little bit harder to do so.
I'm just a little bit worried. I mean, at the moment he's just going to be about to afford 4 of the PTRS, 50 munitions for that upgrade, and I actually think that upgrades an entire squad, doesn't it, with 2 for 50 munitions.
2, yeah.
So he will actually have some pretty good capability for this. My worry at the moment is that a lot of his infantry is just static in the base right now. I really don't feel like his preservation's been that great. He's about to get caught off quite severely with the sniper here. Even a retreat is going to force him down a very, very unfavourable retreat path at this point. There we go, Scout Car pushes them away. Grenadiers getting some shots on. Will the Flamer be able to stop the bleed? No, it won't. Both snipers go down. Huge amount of manpower wasted instantly.
So the idea to soft retreat to the right was okay until the Scout Car showed up. He didn't know the Scout Car was there. If he did, he would have... Oh, he's going to actually collapse upon the Scout Car, getting caught from 2 sides. He will lose this one, but killing that sniper and the PTRS pop as well. So that Scout Car is going down. Theodosius is now building an Ostwind. It's a great counter to this many conscripts. Even with the PTRS, I think it's still going to be doing a fair bit of manpower bleed.
Let's have a look how these perform, because I mean, we've seen a couple of people using the Tank Hunter's Doctrine before, and
cons go down. The Flamer.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's just bad micromanagement here, to be honest. We haven't seen that good squad control throughout this game at the moment. Ostwind is about to hit the field from Theodosius, so that's really going to close the gap now. And here we have it.
One thing to bear in mind with the Ostwind is it has less armor than a P4. So the infantry-based AT, the bazookas and the PTRS, which normally have a hard time penetrating the Krupp steel of those Axis tanks, the Ostwind not so much. So it is a bit more vulnerable than most of the other tanks, but at the same time it has the damage output to make those squads think twice about trading against the Ostwind unless they're behind cover. And squad of Peagrens are being built, and I think it's pretty clever. Conscripts with the PTRS, not very effective against infantry.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice opportunity there. Oh, another squad of cons goes down. This is going downhill so fast. Yeah, Panzer Grenadiers, as you say, you know, with that kind of armor and the lack of DPS that the conscripts would be giving, they could probably seriously close the gap very, very quickly. So, very, very good decision there. I wonder what his next tech's going to be, though. Would he go for a Panzer IV? He hasn't picked a commander yet, so we don't get an idea if he's going to be saving up for a Tiger or not at the moment. But another medium vehicle could really close this game.
He already has. The Ostwind is enough. Building a T7, you know, he cancels it, goes for an SU-76. So that's a better choice than the T-70, but the T-70 isn't going to really get much done. With this little map control, the T-70 can't push out The Austin's able to keep him at bay. He may even go for Shreks when he sees the T70 on the P-Grands. There's no pack though. That's the one great thing about the build here from Theodosis for the perspective of Simmers, is that there's no pack. But I don't think it's going to matter at all.
Well done. We have forced the enemy down to 200 points.
At the moment, and I mean, this is the only game that Simmers is going to get to play today. Just on the fact, you know, that's probably why he's fighting so hard. He's going to give it a go. He knows this is his only chance to get past Theodosis and still have a chance of qualifying for the tournament. So, credit where credit's due. He's not giving up easily whatsoever. This looks like a pretty mad rush from the T70, though. Not sure how I feel about that. Faust goes off. Austin's going to be in a great position to get the finishing kill now. Conscripts go in. Is he going to try and use the the RPGs? I'd be very, very amused if that was the case. T70 is pretty much definitely going to go down here. Austin ripping through the frontal armor. It's going to take one more shot, I think.
Yeah, that didn't go too well. The suppression came through, so the conscripts couldn't use their AT grenades. It was a very doomed effort from the start. And a Panzer IV is on its way here for Theodosis, so it's going to be even more armor. There's literally no points for Simmers. He has zero points. Oh, it doesn't get any VPs off Theodosis either, so a pretty crushing defeat here, unfortunately, for our man Simmers. I liked the commander loadout, and I think his strategy was fine. It was just his choice of engagements. He was too aggressive when he didn't need to be. He kept trying to engage where there was the MG nearby, trying to engage Grenadiers that were already behind heavy cover. I think if he just locked down what he had, if he locked down the fuel point on the right side with the sandbag, the conscript squad, if he got a mortar out pretty quickly, the mortar would have forced away the MG that was trying to flush out the conscript squad in the house, and then he would be able to keep control of the middle and the right side, and then he would have had a nice conscript mix go for a T70 and such. But yeah, it all went wrong.
I think as well, like, you know, we saw him go tier 1 quite late really into the game, and you make a good point, obviously, you know, maybe trying to save like a little bit of fuel to try and get to a tier 3 quicker, but really for 10 fuel, you know, knowing that you can at least save up for some AT and maybe get some, like a machine gun to help suppress some of the infantry, you know, it would be better, in my opinion, to just go tier 2 there, because if you are going to go cons heavy, like you do need an AT gun. You can't survive on PTRS alone, and if you're not going to then maybe the SU-76 from the tier 3 rather than the T7. All about timing there. Great map denial from Theodosis.
He played that one well.
Relic is telling us that DevM versus Unknown Legend is going out at the moment, so maybe we should that one.
Sounds good to me.
Won't it?
Oh, apparently there's also Cruise versus Apathy Prime. Because who's he versing again? Sorry, Unknown Legend.
Unknown Legend, yeah.
You know what his rank is?
Can see.
Cruise, because I think Cruise versus Apathy Prime. It may be a more similar game. I'll just look up Apathy Prime's player card.
Well, I've got the DevM game here. I couldn't find Cruises. I don't have Steam, so I did check the custom games viewers, but it didn't look like
Apathy Prime is top 100 all factions.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be a much better matchup.
Okay. So let's scroll through the list. Prime. There we go. Found it. Are you ready to jump into this one?
Yep, I'm ready.
Excellent. Let me know that you're loading in.
Yes, here we go. And
Bucko
we didn't
Burns,
actually get to...
There is no other stream. There's just this stream. No other stream exists.
We didn't get to cast Cruzy last week, so I'm glad that we get our chance now to redeem ourselves for the sin of not doing a game of Cruise last week.
Well,
He's a very great player to watch.
we had an unfortunate one there because I think we all thought that Cruzy was gonna make it into the later stages of the tournament. I think everybody expected that. He was an ESL finalist like a number of times. Can't remember off the top of my head who put him out last week, but I don't think he is happy with that. Maybe we don't know how it happened. Maybe he picked something that he wasn't, usually playing, just thinking, early stages of the tournament. But this is going to be his chance to show everybody that he's more than just a round 2 player.
And we can see that Apathy Prime has the more meta loadout of commanders: guard, motor, armored assault, and shock rifle frontline. So, unfortunately, as much as I would love to see the conscript support tactics and the PTRS and such, I think Apathy Prime is taking this a little bit more seriously. He wants to go in for the win. Going already for the tier 2, the Maxim Barracks, as I like to call it. And there isn't really any reason to go for the tier 2 that early unless you want to have a couple of Maxims. But it has a conscript squad at least, so he's not going for the pure support weapon playstyle.
I actually think this is a nice... I really do like having the Maxim as the 3rd unit on the field. You get some nice early capping power. Cons can also rush a good point to capture on the map so that the Maxim comes in. Kind of gives you a lot of time just to get a good army together and push out. But one of the nice things really is that once that Maxim's on the field, there's a lot of sticking power to the Austere that they will really struggle to get out of the suppression that the Maxim will just quickly put down, and then it's so maneuverable as well, being able to just pack up and run anywhere so quick. So,
There was actually 2 cons.
it was
not
actually
the
2
Maxim
cons,
now.
yeah, but of course, whilst having the engineer capping on the field, you're still going to want to have tier 2 built first so that you can, rather than having to run back. So, at least by building the tier first, his engineer squad is kind of flexible and doing stuff without the constant having to build.
I think Apathy Prime wants to get the Maxim in the church, so he's getting the conscript squads here to hold that one, wanting to deny that to his opponent. If he gets the Maxim in that house, that allows him to go for the middle VP much easier. I do like how Cruz already has the wire on the Panzer IV wreck there, preventing Apathy Prime from using that against him. He may steal this house though with the conscripts. The Pioneers will see this coming, and the Grens may get there in time.
Going to be a close one.
The conscripts? Oh no, Grens get it. Yeah, that could have swung either way. It was a very close one. So having to force the retreat, and that also means that Apathy may lose the church. No, Cruz goes for the cutoff instead. So
this is an interesting one. We saw this go very, very wrong last week when too much overextension was placed. Will it force Apathy Prime to do what happened in the last game we saw on Klodny, pulling all of the infantry back to deal with this, when really they could have been up and pushing some other areas of the map? We do see territory cutoff has come on. Maxim looks like it's headed... going. Is it going to go for the church? Is it going to go and suppress the Pioneers? I really think it should be trying to drive those Pioneers off of this central area. Cruzy's actually been there long enough to nearly cap the strategic point. Looking very, very good for Cruzy in the early game. He's done a lot of pushing to these conscripts.
yeah, he used his MG to cap up the north, which was a little bit interesting. I like how he has the MG setting up for the cutoff now. Very clever. Anticipating his opponent may go for the cutoff, but instead he's going to be packing it up now. Probably leaving it in the munitions house, wanting to protect that one. But overall, yeah, a great opener for Cruz. Apathy Prime, that cutoff has definitely delayed his income a little bit. The conscript squads, they had to retreat. So not great momentum so far for Apathy Prime, but nothing to write home about. If he got the conscript squad inside of that house, it would have been nice. It wouldn't have been the end of the world though, just because Cruz would have rotated the MG42 over towards it, set it up to the north next to the lorry, and then just eventually flush out the conscript squad. So it wouldn't have really mattered that much, not like against OKW where you just don't have any garrison clearing tools until you get the tier 1 or tier 2 and then get the grenades unlocked.
Engagement in the south there, conscripts manage to push off grenadiers. Prime's going to try and take perhaps another VP, and now we see Cruzy switching his position actually into the building, covering the munitions point. I think that's a sensible idea, as he already had wired off this slope that leads down into the munitions point, so there wasn't really any chance of units coming from that position yet. We don't see minesweepers on the engineers either. So chances of that pretty low, and he's got himself into a better position now. Really nice as well, closing down with the Grenadiers whilst conscripts are suppressed, trying to get as much damage off as possible so that he could possibly win this engagement in close range. First model is down. Then we see counter suppression from a Maximus come out of the church. He's now suppressing the Grenadiers. This could be a nice retreat there. And this is good. I think Apathy Prime is playing responsible at the moment. I think he realizes he had a bit of a weak start to the game. But I think he's taking his time. He's probably going to get some units on the field that will be able to... Mortar is going to be the first one of those. Good choice of dealing with the MG.
At the south, there was a great play by the conscript squad from Apathy. He URA'd to get behind the tractor there for the heavy cover. Still probably loses one because it's 2 squads against 1. Pioneer's closing up close, so we'll force that one away. But overall, I think Cruz, he has the VP lead. He's had a bit better MG placement. He's been able to get some work done here. Is it a Flamer Engineer? We should be able to flush out the Grenadiers, prevent that house from being used defensively. Was going to have to reposition as well. The MG gets upgraded, but not really in time to turn this fight.
I'm not 100% sure on the Flamer Engineers, if I'm honest. I think Minesweepers would have been a lot better. Tech Tellers, which Cruzy, high rank player. Also, you know, just to try and give himself more battlefield options, he could have used it to get rid of the barbed wire there that's preventing him from going and attacking the MG point. But you know, the main reason for me is that he has the mortar, so the mortar really is already a building clear. Why? Engineers, when you do kind of...
As you say that, Cruz built a patch of S-mines in the South VP, so
yeah.
Apathy may regret his Flamer choice.
Yeah, it's exactly the thing. I mean, now to kind of deal with this effectively, he's going to have to get another squad of engineers at some point. So this is a great opportunity for Cruz to start getting into a kind of mine game, using mines, making it really difficult for his opponent to traverse the battlefield. And that'll buy him a lot of time to tech up to a strong axis.
Alternatively, you can just crush the S-mines with a T-70, but then you can get baited, or sometimes you see players put a telemine nearby the S-mine patch. Riflenade in the south, though, gets 3 models down in the con squad. And that's the fuel point denied, so Apathy Prime's going to have his T-70 delayed by quite a fair bit. Alternatively, he could go for his quad half-track, but even then, he's lacking in the munitions department. Might have the 120 in time, though.
Great long shots from the MG there, trying to defend north. Now we have Apathy Prime's mortar flinging shots at the MG42 in this house. Cruzy hasn't quite decided to get it out of the building just yet, though.
Our opponents are seizing a sector.
Feeling pretty confident that he's able to push that away.
Apathy Prime locked in the guard motor coordination tactics, having the guards now, and he's going to be upgrading the DPs, which... Oh, what? He cancelled his tier 3? Okay, so... he must be going for double guards or something crazy like that. Not sure what his plan is here.
Let everybody in the stream know, the problem with the microphone is the threshold. I changed some of my microphone settings for GG, so I'll reduce the threshold after this game, and try and talk a little bit louder for now.
Are you too quiet?
No, it's the threshold, so it'll click when I don't talk loud enough.
Right. Okay.
So I'll try and talk louder like this for the rest of the game.
Alright! What we want, Storms. So the thing is with Apathy Prime is he has guard motor. He has access to the T-3485s. So he's gonna have to tech up eventually. It's not like he has any call-in vehicles that he can use to avoid teching. So I'm really curious to see how he... No, he's rebuilding it now. So maybe it might have been a misclick. It's actually pretty easy to do that, because the thing is if you're playing on grid hotkeys, which you should unless you're a casual, is to build a T70, it's the same key as cancel, W. So I've done it more than once. I hit W to build a T70 and I cancel my tier 3. It's like, oh no, that's going to cost me about 30 seconds or however long it is to build a tier 3.
I just want to say I use classic hotkeys, and I resent that comment as a casual.
I say that, and yet you beat me twice lately, so I need to be more careful.
Yeah, definitely got to make sure you're in the right position to say that. So things looking pretty good for Cruzy right now. Apathy Prime, of course, already locked in the Doctrine, leaving Cruzy to still select his. I think at this point, 9 minutes into the game, with the kind of territory that Cruzy has, we probably won't be seeing him lean into mobile defense. I have a feeling we may see elite troops. Lovely to see a couple of G43s thrown into the mix here. I did actually see, by the way, the other day, some Panzer Grenadiers brandishing the G43 weapons, and didn't really consider actually how good they are with the armor that the Panzer Grenadiers have. Really does turn into a very good mid-range unit. So I wonder if Cruzy's aim similar to that today. Always find some of these top players again coming up with some quirky little units upgrades that you don't normally see, and Panzer Grenadiers with G43s was definitely one of them, but surprised at the effect that it did have.
We have Wire being built. Oh no, Wire, of course, it's S-Mines, so that's really frustrating for Apathy Prime. Just to clarify though, Panzer Grens don't have armor. Nothing has armor apart from shocks. It's received accuracy.
Sorry.
They have a low received accuracy. Armor's different. What armor on shocks does, it means that certain things, such as have armor penetration, which then can ignore the armor, where received accuracy, you cannot ignore received accuracy apart from AoE and scatter. So we have the Ostwind being built as well. So, yeah, Ostwind rather than a Panzer IV, and Cruz has plenty of fuel as well, so... No, he cancels it. Okay, must be going for a Panzer IV instead then.
Feeling that Prime doesn't really know what to do in this situation just yet. I think he's testing with the T-70, but he's already seen a couple of S-mine fields down. He's got to be worried that there's a Teller hanging around somewhere, and I think that's possibly why the T-70 may pick a slightly longer route round if it's going to try and engage the MG there. A late sniper for Cruzy coming in, which is going to be an interesting addition to the mix here. And what really can the sniper do at this point? It's going to be dealing a little bit of damage, but I think its best chance at it dealing manpower damage has probably already been and gone. Don't know how you feel about that. A lot to micro at this stage of the game, and you've already got a lot of units on the field.
Especially against 3 squads of conscripts on a map where you can get ambushed so easily. Having Ura, and now that the snipers have that received accuracy, which it's a lot lower than what it used to be, so you can get caught out of position with a squad Uraing out, if it's Vet 2 especially, which you shouldn't be too far off for one of these squads at least. You can lose that sniper very easily, so it's definitely harder to make use of the sniper in the mid-game, which is when you maybe would see a double mortar instead. It has potential though, again against the guards. It's a bit more manpower bleed, but yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. T-70 on the field as well, can kill that pretty quickly. At the south, the engineers could go down, but so could the pioneers. Grenadiers trying to finish that squad off. He gets it. That was a Vet 2 squad as well.
Absolutely beautiful. When Flamer kind of just blows up like that. It's like to behold. Sniper a little bit out in the open here, takes a shot from the T-70. Only a little bit of health damage. Cruzy is now going to be coming up against an Su-76 in the build from Prime. And this time Panzer IV rolling in. Cruzy clearly not worried at all that his opponent may have built mines there. He's going to go straight in for that one. Maxim jumps into the building, defending the mortar there. Of course, Panzer IV taking a lot of shots at the building, may end up taking the building down if he stays. He does get out, and look at this, single unit push, pushing all of Prime's forces back to his base. Very, very good push there.
Notice how the P4 avoids the road. He's a little bit worried about mines, and there's always mines on that road. So it's best to avoid that if possible, which Cruz obviously did. So nice play there by him. He could have actually chased after the T-70, but he was a little bit worried about a Ziskan being there, or Su-76, which just now has popped up. Of course, Cruz not having the intelligence to really know whether or not he can go in for that dive. Playing it safe is definitely the best thing to do in a best-of-1 situation.
That couldn't have been more badly worded to say he doesn't have the intelligence. But I know how you meant it. I know you meant the intel. But
okay.
You know, just sounds like it's
I'm
Cruz.
sure
He doesn't have the intelligence to deal with this situation.
Intel. I'm sorry. I've offended everyone. First, I offended everyone that uses classic hotkeys, and now I've offended Cruzy, so it's fine. I'll get the rest of you. You'll all be very offended by the end of the stream by the sounds of it. We have AT grenades as well here for conscripts. The Panzer has to be a little bit careful getting too close to them.
We have an isolated sector.
70 looks like it's pushing ground a little bit. I'm not sure what it expects to do with the Panzer IV lurking, and look at this map capping from Cruzy right now, making the best of the situation. He's capping with multiple squads in the north whilst basically holding off everything with the Panzer IV in the center, or what was in the center at least. 250 VPs for the allies are about to come around, and this is a very, very good point for Cruzy. A nice rifle grenade there. Has he noticed it? Just gets out of the way in time. I wouldn't say Apathy has bad micro, you know, at all. It just seems to be, again, some of the technique we've seen today a little weird.
Yeah, he's only lost the combat engineers, which it wasn't, I don't think, a miss micro, it was more of a miscalculated, because he almost wiped the pioneers. Especially with flamers, the damage is a little bit unpredictable, so it can be hard to gauge whether or not it's worth sticking into the fight or worth retreating. And at the time, of course, it wasn't the right decision to make. And the Panzer IV has to be careful of the guards as well, because they also have buttons. So there's a fair bit of... Well, never mind. 3 of them get destroyed and have to retreat. There's a lot of supporting infantry, the AT grenades, the guards, and also it's important that when you're playing this commander guard motor, it's one of the few commanders for Soviets that are actually very munitions heavy, because you have the DPs on the guards that burn, I think it's 75 munitions, you have the marked target, you then have the button, you then also have all your conscripts for AT grenades, and then mines. And a lot of times what happens is you see players not have the munitions for the combo of their marked target button. Panzer IV tries to shove his head around the Su-76 and may get caught here by a button.
I think that was very risky going around the other side of the church like that, because that is another classic spot for mines. We have actually seen Prime has been putting mines down now in the left corridor leading to the munitions point. So any kind of flank there from Cruzy will get negated by that mine at this point. T-70 gets a great shot on the mortar. Mortar is now down at the moment. Guards trying to deal some damage to the Panzer IV will push it off slightly, and Prime still isn't out of this game yet, I have to say. Kind of wondering if we're going to see Tier 4. We should really, with the T-3485s there, and a Katusha would be very, very good at this point.
Yeah, exactly. What would have been great there is if the guards were in the house to button, because you can button from a house, but the church was so low, it would have been destroyed by a single shot from the Panzer IV. So that would have ended badly, and I'm glad he didn't do that. And the pack's in a great position as well, because the packet prevents these vehicles from moving up. Again, with the guards nearby, the Panzer IV was very vulnerable to getting hit by a button combo, but with the pack they're screening away, the tanks that couldn't really move in from Apathy Prime.
The defense is quite good here, I would say. Very difficult for both players. I think one of them just has to get a unit that's going to tip them. Cruzy still hasn't selected commander yet. I think, you know, maybe one of the things he could go for is mechanized assault and perhaps use the light artillery to maybe just kind of disperse the AT gun and then drive in with the Panzer IV. He's got his own AT as well, so T-70 Su-76 would go down pretty quickly. There's a lot to be orchestrated here, but Apathy Prime doing the right thing at the moment. He's going to cap up the north. He's trying to drag parts of Cruzy's army away from the center. Perhaps he's going to go for a bit of a push there.
The sniper works really well with the pack because the sniper has a lot of sight range. So the pack's able to fire a little bit longer than what it would otherwise do on its own. Also able to survive a mortar shot. We almost got killed by the barrage from the 76 as a follow-up.
That would have been very, very cool to have seen that. Nearly happened though, and very, very lucky for that sniper, that mortar shot really. Here we go, I think I'm sensing a bit of a push is coming here at the moment. Now Prime is going to try and cap the left side. Here comes the Panzer IV. Will it trip out that mine that we saw earlier? It looks like Cruzy's going to drive right over it. Yes, it does. And do we have anything to finish it off? Cruzy tearing through the right side of the church. They're trying to constantly push back some of the support weapons. But I think he's thought better, and he's going to get his army back and healed before he decides to go ahead with that one.
The mortar hasn't been captured yet. It's still there for Cruz next to that hedge. And the Faust comes through on the T70. The Panzer IV, it may dive along the hedge in the middle once it's repaired. There is a squad of conscripts there, though, to zone him away. So the T70 should be able to survive this one. I just love how aggressive Cruz is being because he has such a great use of combined arms right now. The MG, the Pack Sniper, P4. Looks like he has to retreat now, though. He lost a bit of momentum there with his Grenadiers, but he has been holding onto the VPs exceptionally well. 222 is the amount of VPs left here for Apathy Prime, so he needs to do something, but he probably would play a pretty passive game up until he gets the T-34-85. Then maybe we'll see him be a little bit more aggressive, trying to hunt down the Panzer IV. Cruz, however, having locked in the Mechanized, is on his way to getting a Tiger, just needs 5 more command points. And
Really
also,
like by
Cruz
the-
is actually... He's losing a bit of territory.
Did you see the Telemines?
Oh, where are they?
Left
I see
side,
one
pretty
of
much
them.
where the mines went off, actually. He's built Telemine there. It actually just reminds me of something that I can't remember who did this. It may have been Paula, or it may have been Cruzy before during ESL. I've seen him a couple of times actually detect Soviet mines. No, it's the wrong way around, actually. It's the Soviet player. If he can detect the telemines and then build his own mine on top of that, and then what happens is, of course, is that you get double the effect without the minesweeping. It's a really, really cool little thing to try if you're playing as Soviets, is detect those telemines, build your own on top of one, double the power. Would love to see Apathy Prime detect that and do that here, because it would cause a bit of a problem for Cruzy.
There's also a thing that you can do to see if a mine is built. If you build a mine on a very common mine spot and it doesn't actually go through, it just stops, then there's actually a mine there. So in those very narrow headways, you can actually check if there's a mine pretty easily, and then you can build a mine on the spot. If you want to get really fancy, you can do that, as then you can turn things around unexpectedly for your opponent. And Cruz is going for another Panzer IV. So he recognizes that he has a lot of resources and not quite the command points he needs to go for a target straight away. So I like that. It's going to allow him to hold 2 VPs pretty easily, leave a P4 on each side of the map, and then just leave his support weapons in the middle. So it should give him pretty good map control.
We're going to see another assault through the center here in a second. Nice use of the minesweepers. They're checking for mines as he pushes forward with some of the infantry. T-70 coming down from the north to try and help with the assault. The Su-76 has to get back, and so it's in a position to deal with the Panzer IV as it comes in, but it doesn't look like Cruzy is quite prepared to deal with all of the guards here at the moment. Panzer IV's coming in, and they're going to get into an engagement with the guards at the moment. No button goes off at present. There is a bit of a flank down the south with the Grenadiers. Cruzy's going to have to be careful he doesn't lose those whilst trying to micro this center engagement. But I don't
Just
think
finished a demo
Oh, was that? Oh,
on the VP at the south. Don't know if it was scouted by the Grenadiers. I don't think it was. They were a bit far away at the time. So he may actually retreat through that. That could be quite deadly, but there won't be the vision there. That being said, though, it's in the center of the VP, so he probably sees the demo enough to get a nice detonation off. 2 squads of guards, so it's a very strong front line here for Apathy Prime. Good at forcing away repairing pioneers at long range. He buttons it, but where's the follow-up? This thing is to use double guards on it. It actually might do a bit of damage too, though.
Su-76 is coming up, but I think the Panzer IV is going to break free by the time it gets there, and it looks like it has. Well, I have to say, there we go, by the way. Squad of Grenadiers in the south get blown up by the demo charge, and they drop the MG42 there. So that's probably going to get recruited by the conscripts. Now, that's a really, really good thing to pick up with conscripts, because on Vet 2, they get, correct me GG if I'm wrong here, 40% accuracy increase is what I want to say that they get there. So those weapons that they pick up are very, very strong once you get them on Vet 2 conscripts. It's going to be a very big loss for Cruzy there.
Yeah, any weapon really works well on conscripts. They're cheap to reinforce. They're 6-man squads, so you don't have to worry about them getting wiped pretty easily. And the thing is with guards is they actually can't pick up weapons until they drop something, if they drop something, because they have 4 weapons already. So whilst it can be nice to have a Shrek on a squad that can also button, you're rarely going to see that unless you drop one of those weapons. But we actually have a Panzerwerfer here for Cruz. So he cancelled that second Panzer IV that we saw him building earlier, and then decides to go for the Panzerwerfer, which... I'm not sure how I feel about it. Oh, it loses the T-70 to the pack and the Panzer IV. It's a nice idea, I think, but the Panzerwerfers, they're not very strong at the moment. I think a Brumbar may have been the better choice here.
He almost drove it into the Su-76 as well there. Thank God that sniper spotted the Su-76 before that drove too far. May have been a waypoint issue there. But here it comes, the first shot from the Panzerwerfer, right on top of the AT gun, wipes it instantly. Beautiful play there, but look at that T-3485 just hiding around the corner. Is he going to try and go in with it?
Where's the pack? It's right where it needs to be. We'll have the target weak point as well. This could be very deadly for this T-34. He's backing away the T-34, so it should be okay. No target weak point either. I like how Cruz went in to mid-range with the Panzerwerfer. You definitely want to use it at mid, because at long range, it'll generally scatter too much for it to actually wipe anything. At close range is obviously better if you can do it, but then you do pose quite a risk of getting one shot by... I don't think a Su-76 will one-shot it, but I know a Zis gun will. I can't remember how much health it has exactly. Cruz almost at his Tiger. He doesn't have the pop cap for it, though. That's the one downside of going for that second vehicle. He has two MGs as well, but both in the middle, mind you.
I get the feeling it's a weird tech up there, because of course Cruzy's only on plus 26 fuel at the moment. Maybe he gave up on the idea of going for the Tiger there. He was close to it, and of course now he's actually got the CP for it, but he's going to be quite far off it for a while. I think the T-3485 has a good advantage here. I think perhaps Prime, just a little bit afraid of mobilizing everything, but I think he does have a good advantage. His micro's been pretty good as well at the moment, but this Panzerwerfer is going to keep whittling things down slowly, making it really, really difficult for Prime to get into a point where he is confident to push against Cruzy. Are we going to see a rifle nade here? It does get fired. No animation, which was strange. Does get fired. Engineers see it, and
especially since Apathy Prime has more pop cap for a second T-34. So we could have two T-3485s with marked target, with button support, against only a single Panzer IV and a single pack. So Cruz is a little bit vulnerable here to getting massed by all these vehicles. Though he will lose the Su-76 here. This gun was in position, but it wasn't set up, and even then, the Panzer IV had full health. Sniper was there to decrew the Zis, so the Panzer IV was very safe, especially with that Blitzkrieg. 85 going in for it now. The pack's moving in, maybe a little bit too deep here. Has to retreat the pack, and the T-34 can trade pretty well up close. Mark target's thrown down, and the pack may get wiped here. Panzer IV's running for his dear life, and he will barely get out of this one.
Yeah, this is a really strong push from the T-3485 at the moment. No telemines that we can see so far. The 85 driving straight through, trying to get the sniper. It will catch the Panzerwerfer, but will he decide to target it? No! He's still going for the sniper. This is the perfect opportunity. He could get absolutely everything at this point. Will he get one shot on the Panzer IV? No, he's going to go for that Panzerwerfer first. Out of control instantly. No Faust at the moment from the Grenadiers. Could be another shot on the Panzer IV. This is disastrous for Cruzy at this point. T-3485 not able to get the line of sight as Cruzy desperately microing. Here comes the shot, another miss. Very unfortunate for the T-34 here, and Cruzy should be able to get that Panzer IV out of there. Let's quickly check out what else is happening. Yes, Sniper has gone down. Cruzy about to lose Grenadiers in the south there. Will he be able to get this 85 out of the base though? That's going to be the really big thing here, is if he can get that out, he stands a good chance of reclaiming a lot of the map at this point.
Just focus the med bunker. That's really the best target here. Med bunker, then back away. He may lose that either way, but that was a fantastic push. Already building a second T-3485, and it happened exactly as I thought it might do. Is only one Panzer IV in a pack, and the T-3485, especially with marked target, it has a clear advantage over that Panzer IV, even at the veterancy 2. The real mistake there, though, it was just the fact the pack was out of position. If the pack was set up defensively, rather than walking alongside the Panzer IV, he would have been okay. But Yeah, that's a lot of losses there, but it does free up the pop cap for Cruz. He's now able to go for the Tiger.
Is doing some serious work. Cruzy loses the MG there. Look how things have turned. Cruzy was looking in such a good position previously. Rifle nade just misses in the center. T-3485 again putting heavy hits on these grenadiers.
Another advantage of going for Brumbar over the Panzerwerfer is that the Brumbar, it actually has decent damage against the allied tanks. The medium tanks at least that don't have a lot of armor. Panzer IV, it's going back in against the T-34. He may kill it here because the Mark Tiger's not available. The Zis gun is setting up, but it's very weak, so it could go down to the Pintle if nothing else. Two Pioneers are there for the repair as well, but the other 85 is going to be flanking. But they both
Tiger's coming up the back though. That T-3485 is not going to last long. Both have engine damage. Tiger, of course, can drive through the hedges, so should be able to clear a lot of these shots pretty easily. Here we see the Panzer IV in the background also clearly winning in its engagement. Could be a very, very devastating point. T-3485 drives over the Telemine, killing some of the conscripts as well. Now we have the Panzer IV chasing the T-3485. There doesn't seem to be much in the way of AT support at this moment. In fact, it's decrewed. Guards coming down trying to get some kind of salvage on this, but they've completely boxed in the T-3485 at this point. Great place from Cruzy, who may just rescue a dire situation here.
Even the pack was recrewed, and there goes the T-3485. Despite that marked target being blown, the Zis is recaptured here. Focusing down the pack would be the best move for these guards, but Cruz isn't done just yet. P4's going in after the Zis guard, and the guards have to retreat. Still one squad of guards there at the front, but that Tiger should be able to force them off here, especially with the Panzer IV in the back. A lot of manpower bleed for Apathy Prime, as well as losing both of those tanks.
It's Cruzy now driving straight into displaced mortar. Tiger trying to destroy the enemy AT guns to prevent any kind of recruits. Doesn't look like he's hitting all the shots though at this point. It looks like, is he destroying his own?
Well, he has plenty of AT. He has a Tiger and a P4, so why does he need to have that?
I'm just thinking, you know, he's not pop-capped, he could still use it, but I guess with the amount of vehicles he's cleared, he probably estimates his opponent can't build much in the way that is going to be beating him at the moment, so clearing all the AT guns, I guess, isn't so much of a bad idea.
This game is looking pretty good now for Cruz. The advantage here for Apathy Prime is he does have a lot of vetted infantry. He has 2 guards, he has 3 cons, all of which are vetted. Where for Cruz, he only has 2 vetted grenadiers. So maybe we'll see Apathy Prime turn this around if he can get some nice engagement with his infantry. But even then, good luck trying to take out a Tiger with a PTRS. He's going to need something else. He doesn't have his... Oh, you know, he has Tier 4, of course, so he could actually go for an SU-85. So SU-85 might be the better choice in this situation. I think it would be, because the Panzer IV is Vet 3 now, so the 85 it probably can't solo that Panzer IV, let alone the Tiger, and we see Maxim got wiped? Yeah, the Panzer IV took a Maxim down to the south.
May lose his double vet mortar here. Again, conscripts with that LMG is so powerful. I wonder if he's going to go for the recap there. Trying to push the right side VP as well. May run through this minefield. Has to be so careful at this point until he can get one of those 85s back up again.
There was a mortar at the field point, which Apathy Prime deciding not to steal. He could wipe his Grenadier squad and retreat though. It's only the Vet 0 squad, but it's still the manpower bleed, which is never good in that late game situation. There is 2 Pioneers here for Cruz, so he will have plenty of repairs. So he has that core of these tanks and these 2 Pios, which he has to really rely on, being so far behind in infantry. And Apathy Prime, he is going for the SU-85, which especially synergizes well with guards, because to kill an SU-85, you really want to dive after it. And when you have the guards, which the button works very well defensively, not so much offensively, excuse me. So we could see the Panzer IV or the Tiger trying to overcommit to the SU-85 and getting caught by a button, getting caught by an AT grenade. But what Apathy Prime really wants to have right now is more munitions, so he can really rely on all of these supporting abilities.
The territory is out of contact.
Or just ramming the Tiger in the back a couple of times.
New Grenadier squad is ready.
Been an interesting game so far, I definitely have to say. Like, the amount of turnarounds we've seen. SU-85 has just hit the field. By the way, whilst we get a little couple of seconds, check out the skin here, the Valkyria skin. It is a nice looking skin, I have to give it that.
I don't want to burst your bubble, Stormless, but I do have unhistorical
I've seen in your replays that you have all of the skins turned off, so I kind of wondered why you didn't get what I was talking about last week with the Street Sharks reference.
Right.
And then I kind of watched it back and I was like, why didn't you get that? And then I'm like, oh, just standard skins. Really? In the Warpaint Championship? You know, I've got to keep going on about that.
Okay, 85 has arrived. It's going to be firing at the target, looking in for a T-Grenade with the conscript here. It's going to get within range. Should be able to get this one off, and gets the damage engine to the Panzer IV going in with the Blitzkrieg. Guards get wiped. Are there any supporting squads here? Out of position. So this 85 is going down. The Vet 3 Panzer IV is so good at hunting down that slow 85, who actually popped the focus sight, so even slower, circling that with ease, and it will go down here. Big mistake for Apathy Prime. He just didn't have the squad supporting his Su-85.
That really is unfortunate. I didn't really feel he microed the Su-85 to its best at all there. He could have been reversing to get the turret to turn a little more direct facing. He did kind of allow the Panzer IV to drive around at an angle where he couldn't really retaliate. Now we have the T-3485 is coming out as the next one, so it looks like he was just short of getting a really good combination of tanks on the field that probably would have offset the game against Cruzy, and he does have more on the field really than Cruzy at the moment. So still looking to be a good game at this point, but VP's going to count for everything here.
It's actually a 76. I think he wants to finish off the Tiger. It's very low, and there's a guard squad flanking it. Rear armor should be pretty effective here with the button 2. During that engagement, we did see a Pioneer squad go down, almost a Gren squad 2, but Apathy Prime definitely losing more in that engagement. So the T-34 should be able to finish this one off. Even just a ram would probably seal the deal. And only a Panzer IV he can fend off with guards, and maybe it's just going to be rebuilds it. The Tiger's a different story, so killing that Tiger is really important.
Not sure how I feel about him reversing into that engagement. Conscripts roaring in, nearly got an AT grenade. That would have made this T-3476 very, very efficient coming into the rear armor there. Still has a good chance here, I think. T-3476 should be able to get around the back of the Tiger as well. All about how this Panzer IV deals with the situation at this point.
Look at the map though, there's double fuel here for Apathy Prime. He can almost afford another T-3476. Wouldn't be worth it though, better off going for one of the better tanks, but it looks like the Tiger has been able to back away for now. There was the MG in position, so the conscripts would have got suppressed if they tried to go in after the Tiger or the Panzer IV. So good support by Cruz. T-34 doesn't decide to go aggressively. I thought he was going to use that very suicidally and just try and get that wipe. But he lets the target get repaired now, so I feel like this T-3476 is now going to be a bit of a dead weight. It won't penetrate consistently. It's good against infantry though. That's one thing to bear in mind, is the machine guns on the T-34, they are very powerful. That if you're looking for VP deniers for to wipe squads, then the 76 is a very cost-efficient way of doing that, which is then quite durable, at least for its cost, compared to a T-70, for example.
I think the T-76 is an okay doing, and at the moment as well, with such a little amount of VPs left, I think he could probably do with another T-34 really. The benefit as well, having marked target, if he can get himself in the right position, which we've seen him do a couple of times, he should be able to you know, get the Panzer IV down at least. Tiger looks like it's getting fully repaired again, so it's going to be a little more difficult now.
The thing is with marked targets, damage and not penetration. So if you have a tank that can't penetrate, then what's the point?
Well, that's what I mean about the position. He does have to get round the back of the tanks, really. Now, he's got AT grenades. I think he can do it. He's been good with his mines as well, so I'm not 100% doubtful. There we go. There's the AT nade. Rear armor's facing as well, so the T-3476 could get some good shots off here. Misses the first shot, though.
So he's going to be circling this one, I think. There's no support for now. And even the Panzer IV bounces a shot. There's actually a Soviet mine nearby, but it is revealed by the minesweeper. The Tiger's rotating up. Conscripts are nearby, looking for a nade. It's actually buttoned by the guards. And as Panzer IV could go down here, the main gun is destroyed. The 76, it may get the killing blow here. A very impressive feat for that weak Soviet tank. And the Tiger has a damaged engine now.
T-34-76 desperately trying to get a penetrating shot there on the Panzer IV so they can try push up the Tiger. This is a dangerous situation. If he goes too far with it, he could end up losing the 76 to a shot by the Tiger. I think he's making a good decision to push out there. He's got the 3 VPs he needs at the moment, so I don't think he needs to play too tough right now.
And the Panzer IV survives. Couldn't get the bounce, the penetration there. At max range, of course, the penetration won't be very good. And he had a damage engine from the Faust, so he couldn't go in for the kill. Panzer IV now going to be chasing down this T-34. There will be cons here for an AT grenade. Almost at Vet 2 is the T-34. Could turn this one around depending on the RNG. So the T-34 is behind the cliff, so he's going to be safe. Once the cooldown wears off on the conscripts, he'll be able to finish his Panzer IV off. And the Pyros may go down here to this Vet 3 squad. Prioritized vehicle is preventing this Panzer IV from firing. He can nade this one again.
Yeah, he does.
There we go. What a heroic T-34-76.
This really has been such a switching game. I mean, this is incredible, the amount of comebacks we've seen from both players so far, and now it's looking like Prime is in a better position than Cruzy. We've got damage tanks here, 3 engineers Cruzy has. That's 3 squads of engineers to try and get these tanks available on the field as much as possible, but of course those engineers are not going to be great in engagements right now, and that is the advantage I think that Prime has. He's got a lot of really good units to use in engagements. Just needs to be so careful of these VPs, and actually so does Cruzy, because how many times do you see players desperately rush the VPs when there's only a couple left for the opponent, and the opponent always finds that way around the situation. So Cruzy has time on his hands. He's got the VPs in his control at the moment. He needs to not lose squads like that, but an MG goes down and loses the unit. I don't know how I feel.
The T-34 MGs, that's so strong. Yeah, this is looking pretty rough here, because whilst the armor advantage is obviously here for Cruz, when you don't have many infantry squads, it's really hard to take and hold the VPs, especially since OPOP, the Soviet vehicles, they have capture pointed Vet 1. So that can catch you off guard. It can take the VPs away from you when you don't expect it. And Apathy Prime, he has another 85 now, so he has 2 T-34s. The T-34-76, it's Vet 2, so it has extra armor, better rate of fire. It's still going to have a hard time penetrating, though, but we may see a nice flank right now, in fact. Gets a shot off on the Tiger. And there's no pack for support.
Well, he destroyed all his own packs earlier, so it's kind of shot himself in the foot now, you know?
I guess getting a little bit overconfident here, but he's going to be building a pack, is Cruz, so he will have that for support. And you know what, Stormless? I think I'm going to have to name this one with the prefix of Epic Game, because this is looking pretty damn fantastic.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what the 1v1 play at the moment is all about, you know. They've both got the support builds, they've both been taking each other down slowly, but there's just been great plays all over, which has been the really interesting thing. And it kind of just goes to show how you can overcome even some of the best of players with the right plays, even at a disadvantage, I would say, on sometimes that's happened. So it's really, really good, and I'm really, really impressed with Apathy Prime as well, for a player that I don't really know at this point.
Yeah, I think Cruz is going to regret going for that Panzerwerfer. It was a risky move. Maybe he just didn't factor in the pop cap. And that happens very easily to do, is you build this unit, and, oh yeah, I need this unit, and then you build it, and then you realize, oh, whoops, now I can't afford my call-in. And then he got caught off guard, he lost too much, and it's looking pretty rough here, because how does Cruz get these VPs? How does he hold the VPs? He's got, against this many squads of infantry, the T-34s are so good against infantry with their MGs. And he marked targeted the Tiger. I think he's looking to pull the trigger here.
Yeah, I've been waiting to see Mark Target really all game. I haven't used it, seen it used once constructively yet. He doesn't want to dive in too deep on this Tiger though, of course. Losing a T-34-76 it could result in an amazing counter rush from Cruzy, which would just be a really, really devastating thing. The T-34-85 is about to go down. Somehow that shot from the Panzer IV missed. I don't even know how that missed. It looks like it exploded underneath. We have a static squad from Cruzy on the south here that could be capping the VP. And you can just tell that Cruzy is really feeling the pressure at this point.
He may get the VPs now, though. The south is being captured by Grenz, the middle by a squad of Pioneers. And the Tigers, they're in position, parking in the middle of the road, just now getting Vet 2. Still with 3 squads of conscripts. That's too much to force away a Tiger. It was only one model of a Pioneer squad. I think the mortar took out the rest, so the Pioneer couldn't stick around against that many conscripts. And now the convoy of conscripts is rotating down south, the Congo line, I suppose we could call it, and only one's got a Guernsey. It doesn't have the munitions for a rifle grenade either, so he can't win this fight. So it's going to have a third T-34 now, a T-34-85, so a lot of all-in potential. The Vet 2 definitely helps out the Tiger, though. It has the extra range, so it can more safely kite away and poke at the T-34s. It also has less scatter, so it's very powerful at getting some models off those infantry squads. This pack has been an absolute benefit to this Tiger mix, though.
Yeah, Pack's doing a really good job. I think that the mortar from Prime really needs to focus on that. Conscripts nearly came in for the 18-8. They're not sure what he's doing, going back in with the T-34-85 there. Could be a very, very risky choice. And Prime just managing to get control of the South VP as well, pushing off a squad of Grenadiers.
Apathy Prime can also use the crew repair, but he's out of munitions. So he has to be a little bit conservative here, but he has double muni points. This is crazy. Cruz has no territory. He has 2 strat points, or 3 strat points, and AVP. So if this game drags out, Apathy Prime will probably have this game, just because he can keep replenishing these T-34s, where if Cruz loses anything, he's going to really suffer for it. He can almost afford another tank, though. Maybe he'll want to go for a Stug here.
An interesting one. I mean, I wouldn't mind a Panzerwerfer in this situation. He probably could have done that the first time, just get it a little bit later than he did. But, I mean, it might be nice for clearing out some of the things that are threatening him. The mortar could do a lot of damage to the AT gun, and that would really create problems if the T-34s decided to rush in. So we would love to see some kind of counter to that mortar, which Vet 3 now is hittable.
I love how there's 3 Pyos, because these tanks are getting constantly harassed, but with 3 Pyos, it's basically a USF crit repair at this stage. It's getting back up to full HP, no problems at all. And it is going to be a Stug, so that's going to be fantastic at having that long range, the high rate of fire, able to force away those T-34s, and then have that support that if the Tiger does get surrounded, which it may happen right now, then he should have a pretty high DPS to take them out. So the Panzer from the Tiger's pushing up, and I want to see a flank. I hope Apathy Prime puts one of these T-34s, probably the 76 because it needs to get up close to Pen, put it on the side and go for a big flank, get something off guard, maybe decrew the pack with those MGs. It can't sit in this massive blob of T-34s because they'll get caught puffing on each other. The Stug and the pack will take them down very quickly, especially if he goes for a double flank at the north and the south combined. That could be really effective.
Yeah, he could actually split up in all directions to kind of cover the VPs. I just think the worry is one of these players will end up in an engagement that has more tanks than the other. And at the moment, I think maybe both players are also scared at the kind of the prospect of maybe there's mines hanging around. I think that's one thing that does prevent flanking. We've seen a lot of tanks go down already to telemines and kind of standard mines. So I can see reasons why they wouldn't be using the whole map right now, why they're a lot more comfortable in the mid. They've constantly got recon on the mid, so they know exactly what's there. Really may need an AT gun in here now from Prime. Beautiful
People
plays
goes
there.
down. Mark Tiger on the Tiger as well. None of these T-34s have fallen so far. Apathy Prime, he should be able to afford an Su-85, and the Stu's going forward, so Cruz looking to make something happen. He gets one of the 85s.
It's a really good decision by Cruz to go for the Stug. It's actually dealing a lot of damage long distance to the T-34s, making them retreat right back into the base. And the real issue now is, can Cruzy quickly close in on the VPs whilst he has this advantage? Whilst Prime is repairing everything, it could be the perfect moment for him to close the game here.
Only 175 VPs left for Cruz, and the munitions point was captured though. Apathy Prime, if you can hold that munitions point, that would really help him out. At the south though, probably going to be the conscripts pulling ahead here. They dodged the rifle grenade at least partly, and there's engineers moving in. So I like how Cruz is looking for the engagements, though, just because he has the range advantage. Not only does his Tiger have the Vet for the extra range, he had the Stug, and at that max range engagement, the armor is just so strong on those tanks. So I think it was smart for him to look for the fight, rather than waiting for Apathy Prime to all in and swarm and get the rear armor on his tanks.
What do we have here? This time we have the SU-85s. Now we have the appropriate counter from Prime. A really good decision to grab that there. Tiger's going to force Prime off of the southern VP. Now we have a nice little flank. Now we're seeing some guards and things come in from the north side. It's the flank that we wanted to see earlier. Cruzy perhaps looking to go for an MG bunker in the center, which isn't going to fare well against that 85 or the mortar at this stage.
It's a nice try, though, because the Tiger, if it rotates south, then the middle's up for taking. Because the only reason why all these infantry squads don't have the middle VP is because of that Tiger. And once the Tiger moves out, then that middle VP is up for taking. And we have the T-34 going in aggressively, I think. He's just looking for a shot. Has supported the 85s now, both T-34 and the SU-85s. And the pack, though, is just in such a fantastic spot. Has the marked target. And the south's going to be captured here by Cruz, but the middle should be captured back by Apathy Prime. So only going to be 2 VPs bled by Cruz. He actually smokes off the bunker, allowing his conscripts to capture that one. And the 85, I think, attack grounding to try and destroy that bunker. Pack not doing the same. Oh, it is now.
Yeah, good use there of the 85 to fire through the smoke. Really, really nice idea. Again, I want to see this mortar a little bit closer in the engagement. It's quite far back and it could be constantly trying to harass the AT gun. I think that's a real issue here, especially as they're trying to deal with the Stug as well. You know, Panzer IV's down now, so they've got excellent chances of actually flanking the Stug and then having the Su-85 deal with the Tiger from the front. Again, dangerous engagements there, huge hits coming in. Nice that the guards are ready to try and dissuade that push from Cruzy. Down 23 VPs at the moment. This cap here from Cruzy in the center is absolutely essential.
Look at the S-mines to the south. There's an entire circle of S-mines. Hard to say who'll win this one, but going in the south without the sweep is going to be hard for Apathy Prime. The middle VP will be captured back here by Cruz, and there goes the T-34-85. Apathy Prime running out of vehicles here. He does have the Su-85, has a fair bit of fuel banked up as well for another vehicle, but I think he's losing his momentum. Cruz has rebuilt, he's got a couple of squads now. I mean, he got 2 Grants, 3 Pyos, or 3 Grants, 3 Pyos, so he has a bit more of an infantry capping force.
I don't know what.
And the Tiger's pretty low.
Engineer squad in the south is just one-man minesweeper trying to clear mines. Fortunately, no that's coming from those pioneers.
Maybe send the T-34 and then use the capture point on it. Probably his best bet.
Well, it looks at this stage that Cruzy has a very good chance of winning this. Coming up to 10 VPs left. We only have a couple of seconds, maybe a minute left of this game at the moment. And Cruzy, wow, absolutely coming back from the brink of despair a number of times. Same goes for Prime. Some amazing comebacks in this game.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I think Apathy Prime, he needed to go for an all-in, but it's always so hard to gauge. Again, you're going to be worried about telemines, you're going to be worried about getting Fausted or something, but trying to stay max range, poking away against Tigers and people with the Stugs, they have better armor, they have more range. It just didn't work for him. He lost too many of those vehicles, and yeah, he didn't really have an opportunity to go in for that, and I think that's what would have maybe been a good chance at least clearing out these vehicles, and then Cruz would have struggled to actually replace them. But I think Cruz played it very smart. He played it very conservatively, but he also knew when to push out and get a little bit of damage off. That being said, the middle was stalled out. He's not over just yet.
No, I mean, he actually missed a perfect opportunity to run some Pioneers into the cap zone to prevent this cap that we've seen currently. I'm really surprised actually Cruzy missed that. I think he's probably had a really rough game because, of course, last week we do know that Cruzy got knocked out quite early, and we really were expecting to see him, you know, later on in the tournament. So he had a lot to prove in this game, and this has not been an easy game by any means in the first round that he's played, which is round 2. So good game, Cruzy, but he's going to have a little bit of a recovery, I think, before his next matchup.
Yeah. Those conscripts were so close to getting in that capping circle for the neutralize, and then the Pyros would have got focused down and wiped. The Tiger was still low, so that still could have been close if that middle VP was stalled out for much longer. But that was epic. A 53-minute game in, I think that was round 2, unless that was round 3.
That was round 2, I believe.
Round 2, yeah. So off to a great start already for the qualifiers, and yeah, I think Apathy played that one very well. But Cruz ultimately, I think I mentioned it during the cast though, is that one T34 push was a misplay from Cruz in that his pack was out of position, but at the same time, it was only possible because he neglected his AT. He went for such an anti-infantry presence with only a Panzer IV in a pack for support.
I just don't understand why he destroyed his own AT gun.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I kind of said at the time, like, I understand why he might have destroyed his AT gun, but then I'm thinking, you have to be really cocky to think, you know, oh, I've won this, so I may as well destroy all my AT guns. There's no way he can get tanks out again. But of course, we all saw what happened. Pretty soon, we had back up to formation 76, 85, and an SU 85 on the field. So, you know, I just think he could have recruited one of those pack guns and maybe enjoyed victory a little bit earlier. But hey, we can't argue with that. He's still won. Very, very good game. Very good game at that point. Let's have a look what else is on. By the way, there's a couple of things we haven't done. So today we are giving away a commander code, so you can get one of the more recent commanders, USF, UKF, OKW. You can have one of the more recent commanders. We're going to be doing a raffle after every single round. We missed the first round, but we're on the second round now, so we're going to do 2 giveaways. And if you guys want to give me 1 second, I'm just going to restart my game as well.
Next game we're going to have Zarok versus Cruz. That should be a pretty good match.
I think that will be a good matchup, yeah.
That's still best of 1. It's either that or it's DevM versus Pappy O'Daniel. I'm just going to check Pappy O'Daniel's player card. I'm pretty sure Zarok versus Cruz should be the better match, though.
Okay.
Because also, the thing is with DevM, I know he has a lot of... Wow, Pappy O'Daniel is actually really highly ranked. Wow, he's ranked 7 US. Okay, he's
Maybe
better
we
than
should do that one,
what he
then.
was.
Maybe
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do the next game is DevM and Pappy O'Daniel. Guys who are raffling, by the way, your raffles haven't counted yet. I'm opening the raffle now. So if you have raffled before you've heard me say that, raffle again, because you haven't been included. So we're going to do this just for a minute, and then obviously we'll draw a winner from Moobot. Then straight after that, well actually no, I'll draw 2 winners from the same raffle. So get all your raffles in now, and whilst we're just quickly loading. That's what I wanted to do. I needed to change the gating settings, didn't I? So this should be a bit better now. I shouldn't cut off for you guys on stream. Do let me know if there's any problems with sound and stuff again. Apologise if the threshold was too high on the last game.
We did spend about half an hour testing, for the record. Trying to get it right.
The side, most of the side's okay. It's like didn't anticipate the actual stream output one though. Shameful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always hard to do an accurate test. Something that we've all experienced is you can prepare as much as you'd like, but when it comes down to it, it doesn't always go to plan, does it?
When I get the second computer up and running, I'm going to be buying some audio outboard equipment that will compress all the sound in. So it won't matter, we won't even have to do a sound check, it'll all just be a good volume anyway. So that'll be good. Alright guys, the raffle is going to be closed now, so raffle is now closed. I'm going to draw some winners. Do I show everybody? Yeah, let's show everybody just so they know that we're doing it properly. So first winner is going to be Pompey Magnus. Is winner number 1, and write him a quick message on Twitch. And then the second one we're going to have today at the moment is Althurias. He's not a follower of Relic Entertainment. Don't know if we should give it to him, GG. No, we won't be cruel. We won't be cruel.
You know what, Storm, look, right now I'm going to go into my option settings and I'm going to allow non-historical skins.
Thank
Just
you.
just to make you happy.
Thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that you would actually put
Admittedly,
skins
I
on a
actually
skins
forgot entirely
tournament.
about it. Yeah, it wasn't intentional. I just left it on.
Okay.
Because I remember everyone used to always use the skin from the Make Love Not War, the one where there's the roadkill on the tanks.
Yeah. Oh, the Latin one, the Roman. They call it the
Yeah,
Roman
one from Total War.
Yeah, I just call it zombie skin. I hate it. Horrible skin. Let's have a quick look what's happening in the brackets at the moment. So DevM and Papio Daniel. This will be the one that we're going to be casting now. We see Tomokaze and Findeed have gone through. Findeed, I think, is the Finnish player, isn't he? Am I saying that right?
Dan's Finnish.
Well, obviously. Trying to think if he's... Not sure about him. Trying to think if he's related with like Talisman and Asbag and stuff, but not sure about that one. Stefan BK, he's been doing a lot of practicing for today. We see that Siberian got knocked out in his first game against GN21, so that's really sad to see. He was actually really wanting to cast the game of Siberians today, but confirmed that Siberian has been knocked out. He's not going to have a place in the tournament finals now at all, as he didn't check in last week for the tournament. Sochador and Nepito, in fact Sochador was someone we saw climb to a bit of success last week. So good to see he's doing well. Easy also winning in his brackets. He's waiting to see whether he's going to be playing Walter or Woodstock. Still stuck in round 2 at the moment. Zarok and Cruzy will be playing Fahu and Smears. Fahu, of course, losing to Quentin this week. Will he be able to deal with Smears? And Theodosis versus Frost. Frost took us by surprise last week as well, actually, didn't he?
Yeah, he played pretty well.
Played a number of games that were pretty good.
Through. So we have DevM games actually started already.
Fantastic.
So if we're going to do that one, we should do that now.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind doing Zarok versus whoever else it was, but it's up to you.
Well, I think given that Papio Daniel is so high ranked, and we do want to make sure that we do cast a DevM game, being the one time
Yeah, that's
he has
true. That's
turned
true.
up. We could see DevM get wiped out here. It's not the first time that's happened. So, let's give it a whirl.
Yep, sure. So invite me in. I just think that last time, I feel really good because it was because I convinced you that we did that game, and that game ended up being fantastic. So it worked out well, didn't it?
I think I'm going to go turn
Same with
some
last
lights
week,
on,
when
by
I
the
was-
way. 1 second.
Okay. You haven't invited me. Oh well. Yeah, I'm actually surprised how highly ranked DevM is. I looked at his play card. I thought he was going to be one of those players that hasn't really been practicing that much, but he's actually ranked 2 US and ranked 3 Wehrmacht. That is insanely highly ranked. I haven't quite been following the scoreboard, the player card, the top 10. So, yeah, DevM, he's going to provide us, I think, with some very great games here. It's interesting because he only plays Wehrmacht in US because he's in this such co-1 mentality. Look at the Brits. He has 1 win as Brits, 2 losses as Brits. So he has a total of 3 games for Brits compared to the 200 for US. What?
Yeah, I think
450 Wehrmacht and 7 OKW games. It's crazy.
Do you want to accept the invite quickly so we can jump in?
Sure. Sorry. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, there we go. Alright, we're going to start the DevM game, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break while this is loading. Feel free to talk over the commanders, and I'll do the overlay when I get in game.
Alright, the commanders. I expect to see Armor Company, and Pershing and Calliope. It's not that interesting, but that's really it's how it is. When was the last time you saw US? Well, actually, I suppose we've seen a bit of mechanized lately. Against OKW mainly. I think those are the only 4 that you really see. But what do we have? Oh, okay. So he's got. Oh no, that's the core 3: the Calliope, the Armor Company, and the Heavy Cavalry for the Pershing. So, well, that's Papio Daniel, wrong player. But real DevM. DevM's got the mechanized, mobile, and lightning war. So yeah, meta all round. I hope you like your meta, folks. Because this is lots of meta going on right now. Also, the sniper bulletin, 4% increased armor. That's strange. I wonder if that's actually armor or if it's received accuracy. Because it'd be kind of weird if it had 1.04 armor on the sniper. It's probably received accuracy. They probably, when they reworked all the armor, they just didn't update the tooltips of that. He hasn't actually paused the game, so that's fine. I'll go ahead and start casting this one. We're going to have Papio Daniel at the south of Angoville and Real Devam at the north. Going to be building up his infantry company and not going for a MG42. They're going to be delaying that one, going for a few squads of Grens beforehand, unless he wants to go for a really quick sniper. Sniper's, very strong as we all know, but no, Grenadier. Okay, definitely not as strong as it used to be during ESL before there was the received accuracy nerf. You can't actually see the camera, of course. I just realized that, but it's fine. You can look at someone's base and.
Don't worry, they can. I've been here the whole time, don't worry.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So don't worry, the camera was good from the get-go, so don't worry about that. I thought I'd just let you roll on for a little while, though. You sounded like you were really getting to the swing of things there.
I was. Well, normally I can hear you when you sit down. There's always kind of a noise when you sit on your chair, but then it was seamless.
Microphone muted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a quick sniper here from Devam. So this is interesting. This is already breaking the general trend that we see from Vermac players that normally open up MG as well as the Gren squad.
Yeah, I find the weird one. Devam has always been slightly predictable because when he came onto the scene, he was one of those. He was so aggressive. You would see. In fact, what Papio Daniel is doing right now is what we normally see of Devam. We normally see that crazy rush for a building where an MG can be, snuck into. Now we're seeing the sniper come out first, and he's gonna go left. And there is an argument to this because a lot of people are like, there's 2 VPs on the right plus the same amount of resources. Really, why would you go left? And I think one of the best reasonings for that is again this kind of tradition of Axis being better at long range. It's going to be good for the sniper. It's going to be good just to deal with any pushes from the rifleman, really, to be honest. So I kind of think that's a good idea. He's going to sneak some grenadiers into this building there. Whoops. So unfortunate. It looks like he was waiting for some kind of bait there, but lost the sight from the other rifleman squad.
Yeah, maybe he was hoping for the sniper to get more down south for some reason and then ambush it, but that's actually a massive blow now. Already losing 2 rifles. He can't hold this point either. And with how aggressive these riflemen have been playing, they haven't really been capping much territory. So Papio Daniel not going to have a lot of income for now, at least. The thing is with going right side as the north, I think it's also just because it's really easy to lose the cutoff on the left side if you're playing as north. So you have to make sure you don't lose that. You don't want to overcommit to the left and all of a sudden your cutoff is gone. The same can be said for the right side, but you have the church there at least, or the big house to cover that, which can work for you or against you depending. So I think Angoville is an interesting map in the sense that there's actually a lot of strategy in terms of cutoffs, capping orders, unit allocation, and that creates interesting games.
I really like what Devam's done here as well. The sniper is just bouncing left and right at the back, and it's going to cause havoc for any units that are going for that decap on the left-hand side, because they're going to take a couple of models wiped by the sniper. So it's just a really a good way of like baiting models in, so he can get that kind of manpower attrition up for the kind of later stages of the game. Really love that, and at the same time just taking advantage of Papio Daniel's reasoning to do that by taking his own cutoff on the opposite side. So really nice play from Devam there. Papio Daniel left with no territory at all after that cutoff.
I feel like the low fuel income games will punish the US player more. The US player really wants to rush out a vehicle as soon as they can, whether it's a Stuart M20 or you name it. Having that light vehicle makes a big difference, where for Vermax, it doesn't really matter. Sure, the 222 is nice, but it's not going to have the same level of impact that the US light vehicle does. So both of our players not having a lot of income, definitely more for Devam, but Papio Daniel will be delayed, and that should give Devam a bit more freedom to play this how he wants to, without having to worry about that light vehicle coming out as soon as it does. Papio Daniel, he already has a mortar here as well. And how does he go from here? He's waiting for the fuel, I think, to take up to either the LT or the captain.
Oh, wait, there goes the magic mortar. That was weird. Sorry, just watching the mortar squad, I was thinking, oh, what squad is this? There's no mortar, just 3 guys with some binoculars. But magically the mortar just appears out in the middle. Beautiful. One thing to remember, by the way, this is a rank, so you say level 7 on the leaderboards, you say, Papio Daniel for USF.
I think it was 7. It was very highly ranked.
7. So, I mean, for Devem to be doing this is pretty incredible. Devem, of course, not the most active player in this game by any means. So he's just walking really back into the scene, probably had a little bit of practice, and his natural gameplay style is so good. That he's able to compete on such a high level right from the get-go. Nearly wipes the Grenadier squad there. Devem got very, very lucky. And I think actually from recollection, this is somewhere where Devem really does slip up. It's definitely how Hans exploited Devem previously. Is Devem does lose a lot of squads, and you can nearly always guarantee Devem will rebuild the same thing until he has the army that he wants. So, you know, Sniper goes down, you'll probably see that Sniper rebuilt in fairly short succession. So going for those wipes is really essential.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough for Papio Daniel. I think it was entirely because of that garrison steal. But losing that garrison, getting forced off, is completely shut down his aggressive capping order, which he was relying on so much. Doesn't have the fuel point connected now. 2-2 has already arrived, and Papio Daniel going for a second mortar. Yeah, the mortar's really strong for US, but with a 2-2 on the field, he's not going to really have anything aggressive to cap the points. There's only 3 riflemen, they're already quite low, doesn't have an ambo. And I was talking about Devem's player card, I think, while you had your break. Devem's actually very highly ranked for US and Wehrmacht, so he has been practicing, which surprises me because I haven't seen him around in replays and such. But his Wehrmacht, I think, is rank 5, and his US is rank 2, so he's actually been very active lately.
I can't stop laughing at this mortar animation. It's so funny. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, one of the good things about Devem being so strong with the US is that he knows the weaknesses inside out, and he's gonna be playing this play style, you know, constantly. And Papio Daniel hasn't really played much different to how Devem normally would, I would say, you know, with that crazy kind of first push. Has been a particularly careful style of gameplay, so Devem's gonna know how to counter that just because he knows what is really difficult for himself to deal with, and I think he's exploiting that quite well right now. We could see 80 nade. Yes, will he get the anti-tank nade off? No, he doesn't have the munitions for it. Missed an opportunity there that the captain could have gone in with the bazookas. Devem once again getting lucky on that front after keeping the scout car at quite a close range.
Sniper's already on 11 kills. That's a lot of manpower bleed. That's enough for one rifle squad. The Sniper has essentially denied one rifle squad worth of manpower, which you normally don't see this early on. It's also just because of how aggressive Papio Daniel's been. It's meant that it's allowed for the Sniper to pick off more targets. Going to be building the ambo now.
Yeah, ambulance is definitely a very, very necessary idea, I think, especially before teching at this point. Oh no, has he teched already? Is he going for something? Yeah, yeah, sorry, the captain, my bad. Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very essential thing for him right now because the infantry have been losing a lot of models just due to not having the health to survive engagements. Still,
look at this captain. He's about, what, 5% health? That's ridiculous. It was a flame,
with a full squad as well. I mean, they may even go down like 1 per shot, which is absolutely devastating. So, ambulance a very, very good choice to get before tech. At least he's going to have some infantry to use. He's going for the cutoff here on the top left, but of course, with the amount of territory Devem has, he's still connected through this part of the map down here. So the extension is actually doing nothing more than just losing him models and manpower. So bad decision there. Has to retreat through another squad of Grens as well.
The cut-off in inverted commas.
Yes. Well, you know, it's only a cut-off if you own your own territory. So, you know, really not that many times where you're pushed back to your base and trying to go for that cut-off. So, nothing wrong with that, I'd say.
More manpower bleed. Surprisingly, the pop cap is even for both of our players.
Well, the funny thing is, you know, 2 mortars on the field right now, and they haven't really done that much. 0 kills and 0 kills at the moment. So Devem's done incredibly well to avoid everything that these 2 mortars have brought out. A lot of people would consider that very, very overpowered, having those 2 mortars there.
Part of it is because there's no MG. There's no MG at all, so there's no static targets. The sniper's mobile, the Grens are mobile, they're not staying around in an engagement. They don't even have LMGs either, so DevM's, he's indirectly countered the mortars pretty effectively just by being so mobile. And we see a nice rifle grenade over the hedge, gets 2 models down, should allow this cutoff to be taken, and this cutoff will actually work as intended because there isn't the entire map here for Pappy. It doesn't even have the fuel point anyway, so DevM should be able to rush out a Osvin very quickly. Putting another squad of Panzer Grenadiers though, I don't think that's the best choice though, given how much fuel he has.
Speaking of choices as well, Papio Daniel reaches for the Tactical Support Company, of course the feature of this, the Calliope. I don't know if I agree with that. He doesn't really have the fuel to get any vehicles out before that Calliope, and I think he's probably going to need to rush something. Maybe the Stuart's going to be like the best idea, even though it's a bit late. I think he needs something really to start pushing back territory other than just infantry.
He just wants the LMGs. Oh, well, no, never mind. I think the sniper, I thought it went down, but it just went inside the house. Took a fair bit of damage though, does retreat. He just wants the LMGs without having to spend the fuel. I think that's why he went this commander. Because of how desperate he is for starving, he doesn't really have the 15 fuel and the manpower as well to spend on that, the weapon rack.
He also doesn't have the munitions for the upgrade. So,
yeah, it doesn't have a lot.
So maybe he can get one LMG out in a second, but I don't know how really that's going to help with everything else at the moment.
1 LMG, which is less than what DevM has. Well, he has 1 now, probably another one being unlocked very soon. So a little bit outnumbered and outmatched in every regard, apart from the mortar department, which they have 3 kills collectively between them. Not a lot. And the Panzergrens up close are going to be wrecking these riflemen. Without any upgrades, the riflemen don't trade well against the P-Grens.
Look at this aggression from DevM. I don't really think I've ever seen Oster use so aggressively. Double Panzer Grenadiers are absolutely beautiful in this situation as well. Good positioning with the scout card. Look at that, picking lines of fire through the gaps. Papio Daniel tried to use an attack round, I think, there through the hedge, but of course the shot didn't travel. And I just get the feeling he's forced all over the place. Trying to soft cap the left with the rear echelons. And just look at this scout card being so good, moving units around the map. Lovely play.
Battle phase 2 here for DevM. At this rate, he could well pull out a Brumbar and close the game. Doesn't need to go for the tier 3 tech. Brumbar would shut this down even harder because Papio Daniel's going to have to rely on an AT gun. I like his strategy here. He's going to go double AT guns, mass LMGs eventually, hopefully, and then into a Calliope. That's his plan. But a Brumbar will shut that down incredibly effectively. The Brumbars are able to kill the AT guns. They have a lot of armor, so the AT guns don't work that well, even if they pop the AP ammo some of the times, which is another munition sink. And especially against a blob of LMG rifles, the Brumbar is exactly what you want. We teched Battle Phase 3 and he cancelled it, so I don't know what DevM's going for yet.
You know, I think he maybe just saw the LMGs and the Rifleman squad down. I wonder if that affected the decision a little bit. That's really the first engagement that they've been visible. Nearly wipes a squad of Grenadiers. They just managed to get away. That may be the same squad of Grenadiers that's already escaped on low health. Devon's been very, very lucky with that, to be honest.
See, I don't like this at all, because there's going to be an AT guns which can take out the Stug E's pretty effectively, and I mean, he'll have the Tiger eventually.
You know, I'm not too worried. We just saw the scout car pop Vet 2, so the sight range is absolutely immense in this right now. That scout car is going to be providing excellent vision, and I think the sniper is going to be able to do a lot of work against any ATs there. It's not like the ATs have great opportunities as well to get line of sights, you know, through the position where DevM's stuff is. Well, they do now, because the Stug just drove through the wall, so maybe giving it a little bit of an advantage there that you probably didn't want to give. But had he have not done that, you know, he would have been in a great position against the AT, I think.
Either way, this game is looking pretty over. It's going to be a little bit harder to secure the triple cap though because of Ango, but I think it will happen now with the 2 Stug E's. There's only one M1, and as you say, it's a hard map to get those line of AT shots. A lot of shot blockers here, especially on the right side. There's double Shreks though, which Devem perhaps overestimating the amount of fuel that Pappy actually has. But I suppose he could have pulled out a Stuart, and only having the Shrek, there's no packs at all. Still, E's aren't very good against vehicles either, so he's keeping his options open by having the Quadra Shreks.
You know, I really do think that it's just something that fits his playstyle so well. I think that's the benefit that he's getting
lost
here.
the green squad.
Oh, with the capture.
Drops the LMG as well. It's still, I mean, denying the AT gun is another spanner in the. It throws a spanner in Pappy's composition here, having no AT now at all. But losing that grand squad's unfortunate. Losing the model during the capture animation it's always frustrating when that happens to you. Captain could actually wipe the Sugi, and the LMG can get recaptured by the rifleman now.
Yeah, I think it definitely could at this point. I think Panzer Grenadiers go up to try and deal with the VP situation. Again, he doesn't seem to be pushing that at all. He could have got an 18-8 off from the rifleman instead. Oh no, he does push with the captain. That does finally go down. If we see a bazooka shot from the captain again, we could see anti-tank nade from the rifleman. Of course, that doesn't happen.
I'm not sure if you actually need a bazooka shot to get the Stuggy down.
Yeah, I don't know if
the Stuggy has less
sure.
Health. I'm not sure either.
Maybe we could monitor that if it happens, but it strikes me as one of the units that would require a shot first before you can.
You want more Stuggies to take their place? I guess the Stuggies is a more aggressive way of closing out the game.
Yeah, he's trying to put a lot of pressure on at the moment. I think he still knows that with the Stuggies he's bringing out, he's still so far ahead in fuel at the moment. There really is no chance of attacking him. He's just bringing things out onto the field that are going to really aid his situation. Light artillery barrage coming in the base. How cheeky is this at the moment? Gets a shot on the mortar, finishes it off with the Stug-E. Really dangerous territory right now. And now Devem feeling confident enough to go in with the Stug-Es. Daniel still somehow thinks he's got a chance of staying in this game though. 270 VPs remaining. This really has been a stomp so far by Devem though.
Going for the Ambo is the best target here, but it is behind the bunker and the hedge. Now the Stuggy's going to be able to get a shot off on it. Looking for the wipes instead, I think. Going to have a hard time firing through the base. I think that's going to make the AoE not quite work as well. Heavy cover too it provides. Yeah, this was a fantastic game by Devem. Do you want to jump out and do the other game?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to be honest. I don't see Fabio Daniel coming back from this at all, but we get a little bit of an idea about how strong Devem is today, and he's probably going to end up with a qualifying position in the tournament if he keeps playing like this. Let's skip out of this one though for sure.
Yeah. I love the aggressive Vermac playstyle, but I kind of feel sorry for Papio Daniel because if he didn't have that, it was his mistake. Obviously, he didn't get in the house when he had the chance. But if that didn't happen to him, then he probably would have had a fighting chance here. And the reason why that was such a big blow is again because of how aggressive his cap order was. He wasn't capping up with anything other than his echelon. That when his aggressive plays backfired, he had nothing else to rely on.
Sorry, I'm just reading something in chat. It's someone says Papio Daniel wins this. Why did you exit? That's clearly not a serious comment. Relic Entertainment says with this win for Devem he qualifies. So yeah, that puts Devem as actually one of the 16 that goes through. Of course, he's going to be in the quarterfinals now, probably the first quarterfinalist with that game. To be honest, you just get a little bit of an idea about how that game was going from the match stats. So, you know, 108 kills for 41 losses. It did not go well from Fabio Daniel at all. I mean, just have a look at some of the build orders as well. Pretty standard for the USF. 3 riflemen into mortar. Just didn't get a chance to go for captain until 6.5 minutes. And the build from Devem sniper, that early sniper really did so much work, especially if you have the kind of micro prowess that Devem has. It really is such an effective way of preventing USF from getting those light vehicles up. I keep seeing Blake, by the way, behind you, just kind of leaning around like, what's GG doing?
Yeah, he's subtly mentioning things. He's like communicating with me, trying to tell me things.
Is he watching as well? Is he, you know?
He's watching. He's moderating. He's being a very helpful moderator. He's doing his thing. You know, he's contributing. He's part of the team. He has his hoodie as well, so you know, he may even cast a game depending on how he's feeling.
Oh,
yeah, because I'm keen for a break down the line eventually. He had his wisdom teeth removed, so he's not necessarily up for doing a lot.
Right. Okay.
I think the way he described it is having his jaw literally slashed open.
Oof.
Isn't the best for casting, but yeah. Can we jump into this game?
We could do the Zarok game against
let's do
Cruzy.
it.
Yeah, okay, I'm just sending you an invite right now. And then we can go straight into that.
I also think that the sniper from DevM, as opposed to the quick MG, which you normally see from Vermark players, was also a pretty good counter to that build. Because the sniper was able to keep picking away at the rifle squads that were trying to be aggressive, where normally if there was an MG, then the riflesman would probably force off the MG by flanking it and catching it off guard, and then the MG would have to retreat, and then the rifleman would already have those key garrisons locked down. So I think that sniper is actually a really great move if you think your opponent's going to go for a very aggressive playstyle and capping order.
Have you accepted the invite? Yeah, you have.
I have now.
Okay. What we're going to do, I can just see Anaketos says Theo versus Fahu going on now, please cast. At the moment, what we're going to do, we're going to jump into this game with Cruzy and Zarok because we didn't get much of the chance to cast Cruzy last week. After this, when we get to the quarterfinals, we're going to open up voting. So you guys are going to have the opportunity to vote for which game you want us to cast, and we'll just take it from there through all the rounds that we can. But during the best of ones, I think we'll make the decisions based on who we know is kind of close in skill, and then when we get up to the quarterfinals, where that all kind of evens out anyway, then you guys can have your kind of selection on what content you see.
Democratic. The people have the power.
The people do have the power, and of course there is a round over, so after this we will do a commander giveaway as well.
If it was Stormless' stream though, he probably wouldn't have any power.
No.
He would exercise all of his tyrannical powers there.
Moobot does that for me.
Yeah. Zarok insta-locking the partisans, going for the Maxim barracks for the patented Zarok Maxim spam. He has the 3 bulletins here. He's infamous for his Maxim spamming. So that's going to be predictable. He has 2 engineers as well for maximum demos, I think is mainly what he's planning for here. Having the Flamer and the Minesweeper obviously helps as well.
The machine and gewehr team is awaiting orders.
So we see Cruz going for the MG. This is the more standard meta MG Grand Opener.
Relic Entertainment says Theo versus Fahu is a quarterfinals match.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to start the best of 3s, or
Yeah,
if you,
I think so.
would you rather do that? Okay.
I'd rather do that, yeah.
Okay, jump into that one.
I mean, it's a shame because this game would probably be quite interesting. Maxim spam. Yeah. Thanks, Blake.
Maxim spam, yeah. Well, yeah, you know,
so Blake's, I think, fast-forwarded the game to tell us if it's Maxim spam or not. But,
well, how about Blake? Blake does a kind of intermediary. Blake, get on the Relic Twitch chat and just give some updates in game, and then of course
you
we'll
can
do
shoutcast via your keyboard, right? that sounds fun. But look, we knew it was gonna be Maxim spam, but I don't mind Maxim spam as much now because it is much easier to deal with. Because the Maxims are more expensive. They have more pack up time. There's a few nerfs to them that they're not quite as prominent as they were. I think actually penal spam is stronger than Maxim spam now. We've seen that.
It depends.
very
Yeah, Maxims are still very, very good. In fact, we were discussing this previously about the Soviets, and I think we were saying, like the way that Soviets are built at the moment, it's so nice that you do have you can viably go tier 1, you can viably go tier 2, but it is that mid game teching that really does make Soviets strong. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of the light vehicle rush that's so strong against infantry, especially when you've got 4-man squads.
I would argue that you can't go tier 1 unless you supplement it with commander call-ins.
Yeah, you'd need a guards commander, I think, really. Otherwise, you're looking at tier 1, tier 2, which isn't...
Nope.
No, do you know what I mean? So, yeah, but it really is one of those things, and as you said before, you know, tier 1 kind of almost allows you to get something like AT grenades out with the extra fuel that you're saving, and then still get to tier 3 in the same time. So it can be a nice combination.
Well, here we are now in our grand finals. Oh, whoa.
No.
Too keen. Quarterfinals.
What are you casting?
Grand finals. Here we are in our quarterfinals. It's okay. I'll calm myself.
Please.
Theodosius will be our British at the right side of Kolodny Firma, and one of our favourite Germans will be Fahu at the left side as the OKW.
I like it when Fahu plays as the Germans, because I feel like he fights harder.
Actually, a big shout out as well to Rita Rush, who recently did a painting of you, myself, Fahu, and Dusty as RAF pilots, I believe it was.
Yeah. It was like I was a little upset with that, actually, because it just looks like I'm handing rope to Fahu, and Fahu, the German spies, we're about to rope everybody up. So.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Kind of looks like I'm aiding the enemy in that picture.
You're analysing this way more than I did.
Oh really? You just took it at face value. For me, I'm always questioning Rita. I'm like, why did she draw me in that pose? You know, like why am I handing this strip of rope to Fahu? What's the meaning of this? I'm sure Rita.
My first impression was, wait, is this supposed to be Brits? Because the uniforms are really dark, and I thought the uniforms were bright like the American ones, which are that tan brown color. But no, the RAF uniforms, they were actually quite navy blue. I didn't know that.
GG, now that you've turned off your historical skins, you may be able to see the universal carrier there.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
So there you
very
go.
bright and red.
Add a little bit of fantasy to the game.
Also made by Rita Rush, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe this is one of the Valkyrie skins.
Well, there you go. So this quarterfinals now is basically a tribute to Rita Rush by the sounds of it.
But let's have a little talk about this. This is the first time we've seen Brits so far this tournament on stream, and Theodosius, haven't seen him play in this faction much before, so be interested to see what he does. I love that the the Universal Carrier has come out as one of the starting units as well. So let's see how he does with this. He's gone for quite a conservative start, of course Brits being fairly defensive.
One thing I love about casting Brits is I feel like Brits doesn't have the established meta that other factions do. Whenever I cast Brits, I have no idea what to expect. Here we have triple Tommies and an infantry and a universal carrier. So this is really bizarre. Where normally I think what we see for the most part is two Tommies, a Vickers into a quick sniper. But in this case, no, it's more infantry presence, and I think this works really well in terms of late game scaling, because the 3 Tommies, if you get them at Vet with the Brens, with the squad size upgrade, they trade incredibly effectively against really any Axis infantry. But you can struggle a little bit in the mid game, especially against light vehicles. However, Fahu has gone for his battle grouper, so not going to be any threat of light vehicles unless he pulls out a flak half track, which is unlikely.
Well, saying that, I mean, the flak half track has worked fairly well in some of the games we've seen recently for OKW. Not sure how it will fare up against the Brits though. That's going to be the one downside of that. But it's a very early battle grouper, and whilst it's going to give him good healing, because of course he is going to need full health squads to really stand toe to toe with the Brits in a lot of engagements. I think one of the real big benefits here is going to be the ISG. It's very, very good against infantry that are taking holding green cover. It's also going to be good in case Theodosius does decide to go for any emplacements, such as the mortar pit or the Bofors. So I think, you know, the early battle grouper is very good, and we see one of the reasons he's gone for it now. It's actually the MG. Perhaps that's his game. He wants to get that out on the field as quick as possible to help him hold some territory.
We actually don't have the Royal Engineer. Oh, the Faust is going to connect on the Universal Carrier. Should be okay. It's in a fairly defensible... Well, no, the Tommies have to retreat. So actually, he may lose this Universal Carrier. It hasn't had any impact. It's killed one model of a Volt, but that's about it. Panzerfaust is recharging, so it should be able to finish this one off. Engineers are moving in to try and save their poor, dear, unfortunate friend, but alas, the Faust will connect, and there goes the Universal Carrier.
Yeah, that's a really nice play from Fahu there. The battle grouper actually really helped him in dealing with that Bren. Now we see Theodosius, who's trying to take this house in the center, but the MG just gets in there ahead of him and does force that Tommy away. So I would actually say Theodosius not having one of the best of starts here. And Fahu's about to bring out another squad of Stern Pioneers, and this is a strategy I actually saw Vindicare playing when I played against him recently. Very strong on this map, the double Stern Pioneers. Really good for OKW.
Theodosius now going for the AEC, so that's still going to give him a little bit more aggressive map control as the Brits. You can drive around forcing away squads. I think Stern Pioneers work better off against Brits than what they do other allied factions, just because the Tommy squads are pretty weak up close. So if you can get up close, those Stern Pioneers are going to be very effective against them, where against US, for example, the riflemen are really good at medium and decent at close range. So it's harder to have those nice engagements, especially as the riflemen do vet up.
Be some interesting engagements in this game, partly because there's a lot of cover positions being built by both sides, and these green cover engagements are obviously lasting a little bit longer as well, so there's a lot more time for indirect options to rain down, a lot more focus on perhaps positioning and health loss in all of this. AC rips in through the center. Oh, there we go, we just see Stern Pioneers tripping a mine in the south, probably going to prompt the support, the combat package, sorry, with the Minesweeper upgrade.
I never understood support package. Yeah, the combat package is the Shreks. So Theodosius, he has a better manpower here. What's his game plan? I think he has two options: sniper or a mortar pit. Infiltration. Oh no, the flame nade going to be forcing away the Tommies there. I think a mortar pit would be nice, but he's going to need to get a Vickers to actually hold it. I think that's one of the weaknesses here of Theodosius, is without that Vickers, he's losing his cutoff, which he otherwise would normally have had the Vickers in either the church or that the house next to the strap point on the right side, which then can also flush out. If there's an MG in the church, the Vickers will trade that out very effectively, especially against the MG34. It will be the sniper, so that'll allow him to walk around looking for some manpower bleed. Has to be careful about getting flanked, especially by those Stern Pioneers.
We're losing a capture point.
I think Sniper's a pretty good one. We don't have the Jaeger infantry as a select option, so Sniper could be fairly safe. Otherwise, Fahu's going to have to go maybe Luftwaffe to try and just pop out and get a kill on it. But Luftwaffe is a weird one because, of course, you don't get that much of a late game with it. This flank from the Stern Pioneers on the munitions, probably going to walk. Oh, it's actually his mine, sorry. They're
trying to take it.
That's the one he laid earlier. So that was actually an okay flank.
The map controller is starting to crumble a little bit here for Theodosius. He's a long way off getting his Cromwell out, which is the dream for any Brit player, is get a Cromwell. And don't just stop there. Dream big. Be ambitious. Get 2 Cromwells. Get 3 Cromwells even. That seems to be the go-to. The Cromwells are so effective against infantry. They wipe squads very easily. They can crush them. They're pretty good against Panzer IVs, despite how cheap they are. So they're pretty much the go-to unit for every Brit player. But getting to that Cromwell is where it's a little bit hard. Especially since Theodosius has the AEC, which will delay his Cromwell, but it will give him more map control to try and hold more field points to get the Cromwell out. And having a look at Fahu, he's actually got a fair bit of fuel here. Gonna need a lot more to get a Panzer IV out, but it shouldn't take him too long. He's had the fuel advantage for pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, he's got a good advantage at the moment, which I really hope he doesn't let go. My surprise at the moment is that neither player has gone for any kind of indirect fire yet. It is kind of surprising not to see a mortar from the Brits, given they are very strong on a map like this. That position behind the house can cover 2 VPs very, very easily, and those kind of model wipes are just so important, especially with the sniper. He'd be really, really effective at maybe just picking some squads off. Nothing at all though, not even the ISG, which I think would be very, very good against the Brits, especially all these little sandbag locations hanging around.
There isn't the Vickers, so there's less reason to go for the ISG, but yeah, I think it'd be a good investment. It's always worth having an ISG. It's just free manpower bleed. You sit around behind the house. It's pretty good, pretty safe. And Brits are very static squads. They don't want to be moving around. They want to be sticking behind heavy cover. So if you can destroy the cover, you can do some damage. It makes it a little bit harder for them to engage. But a pretty good infantry mix. There's 3 Volks, 2 Sterns. So Fahu has a very infantry-heavy build.
Quite interesting as well. You see Theodosius here trying to destroy this house on his back lines with the AT gun. So I think maybe he's preparing, because he has the sniper, maybe preparing for the possibility of Fallschirmjäger to jump out from behind the lines. And I really like his forward planning there. That is someone who's really thinking about the later stages of the game. You know, trying to protect himself from the possibility of a counter, which I really, really like.
So I think it's showing that Theodosius has no plan to go for a mortar pit. If he was going to go for a mortar pit, he probably would have left the Vickers in that house and then built the mortar pit behind it. I mean, you can, of course, go mortar pit without the Vickers, but it's very easy to then get forced off, and then all of a sudden, there's a bunch of Volks throwing incendiary grenades, there's an ISG raining barrage, and you can lose that mortar pit quite quickly. So having the defensive safety net of the Vickers, I think, is generally required if you're going to go mortar pit.
Oh, could be a really nice play here. Oh, sorry, it looks like Theodosius just managed to get out of that. I'm sorry to cut you short there. Could have been a Faust and a Raketten on the AEC, and Theodosius was so quick on the smoke. Really, really good micro there.
Derms on the fuel got finished off by the Tommies. So, cut off there, as the casters go, but 2 Rakettens here for Fahu. He's going to need that against the Cromwell, so I love how he has the foresight to get that AT prepared, and that's what we've seen some players lose to. A lot of players lose to it really, is not having the AT required. Theodosius is still a fair bit off though. He only has 36 fuel. At least he does have the company command post unlocked, but it's going to take him a bit to get that. Fahu having now the special operations locked in, will have the infiltration grenades, having access to the command Panther, but he already has his Panzer headquarters, so he must have a plan for this. Maybe he wants to go SCDOs.
Could be an option here. I mean, again, they're quite good against units that are in cover positions. The STGs negating a little bit of cover benefits. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, the Special Operations Commander, the sight that it gives, usually works well with something like a Stuka. Also, of course, you know, if you're not planning on using Tier 4, then you do get the benefit of the Command Panther as a call-in. But of course, his Tier 4 is built quite back, so I'm not 100% sure on the command choice given over what he had. Maybe it was the better one.
The Theodosius is going for this mortar pit, so surprising me a little bit there, but I think it's going to be hard for him. Oh, I see what his plan is. Okay, maybe he's going to go for the air supply operation. We actually get a Vickers and a 6-pounder, and then he can support his mortar pit with that. Putting a mine down as well, so Theodosius is preparing the defense for this mortar pit.
That's quite a nice idea, actually, because you know, a lot of the times with the mortar pits that do go up early, you give your opponent a chance. There's a good window of time there that mortar pit can be pushed quite hard. Of course, you get a good retreat off the Brits. Incendiaries go down with the infiltration nades. Can be very, very good. So this, yeah, this late mortar pit, you make a very good point there. Really is going to do well now, thanks to the protection it has from all these other units. So this is a good play from Theodosius. He's really thinking about his composition and what he needs to make sure that everything works and functions correctly to its maximum potential. Fahu here getting pushed off with his MG. The AC comes in as well to try and take down the MG. Is he going to push it though? Theodosius doesn't actually go in for the kill there. Maybe he's worried about some mines from Fahu.
The Raketten was stealthed in position, so that was a good idea by Theodosius not to be too aggressive. And Fahu, he's almost able to afford the Panzer IV. He could even go for a Panther. I think he's in a spot where he has 2 Rickettons. He has a few mines down. He has a fair bit of options at his disposal here. He lost one of his Stern Pioneer squads though, so he can't go for a Shrek now that he already has a Minesweeper. So maybe he was planning on eventually having that second Stern Pioneer as a Shrek carrying squad.
Interested to see this sniper here. It doesn't look like it's on hold fire. Takes a shot to reveal himself. Very, very close as well to walking over that mine. I hope that mine does go off at some point during this game to give some kind of good benefit. This mortar ready on 1 kill.
It's forcing Fahu to move around a lot. Flush the MG out of that house in the middle. You have to play very differently about it. Infiltration nades over the hedge. Won't be dodged. Oh, it actually gets it in time. I think only 1 grenade detonated there, so not too bad. But it means that Church will go down to a second volley. Infiltration grenades, they're very good at denying houses. The north, though, is going to be Stern Pioneers and Obers chasing after a squad of the Tommies. So I like how he has gone for the STG Obers. Even 2 squads of them could work pretty effectively. It's just the problem with Obers is they can die to the Cromwell so quickly.
My biggest surprise right now is the lack of Minesweeper. Oh no, they've just popped, I think, actually. Unless he just wasn't walking around with them. I've seen a couple of times Fahu hasn't been walking around with the Minesweepers, and a couple of models we've already seen go down in that way. Double Rickettons, not too bad at dealing with this. I mean, I always say at the moment, the strong tier 1 for OKWs is very, very good. Theodosis, though, has just had such good game mechanics and game knowledge here. He's utilising everything really, really well. And, of course, tactical support regiment for Theodosis. We may even get to see that classic artillery cover used later on in the game to completely immobilize Fahu's forces. Another Universal Carrier is coming on the field, so I'm guessing this is going to be used for the designated command vehicle. And of course that's going to make a real improvement to some of the units that Theodosis has on the field at the moment.
Works well with a mortar pit for the free recon. Able to spot those targets for your mortar pit to then barrage and force them out of position. So we see Fahu's being a little bit aggressive here, looking to cloak up his Riquette. So that's the one great thing as well about the cloaked Riquettes is you can use them to cloak up to a mortar pit and then unleash that barrage, the volleys of the cloaked Riquettes. So we have the Cromwells on the field now, but there's 2 Riquettes stealthing up to it. It could be a Faust as well here from the Vox. This is going to be a very short-lived Cromwell.
Does actually manage to get out in time though with some great responses there from Theodosis. Very, very unfortunate engagements going all over the map at the moment for Fahu. He may lose Volks Grenadiers on the north side. The AEC is deciding to try and push up to turn the Rickettons a little bit. Sniper as well. Possibility for him to actually use the coordinated fire artillery, which would be a really, really nice one to use on that midpoint to give him a little bit of time to go up and push. And just loving some of the little things that Theodosis has managed to be doing whilst all these engagements are going on. We're seeing trenches go up on the fuel on the northern side, which is really going to help keep off OKW for a little bit longer. But Fahu, of course, has spotted that and double Obersoldaten rolling in. I wonder if we're going to see double STGs here.
Yeah, yep, unlocking it already. And that's going to be a bit of a problem here for Theodosis, because there's no Brens, so the Obers are going to have complete dominance over the infantry sections, and even if Theodosis goes for the Brens, it's still hard to get good engagements with them on this map. Probably the best situations is actually if they're on a VP behind sandbags, but moving around the map is when they can get ambushed.
I'm just a bit worried about, against the sniper, the kind of manpower damage we're going to be seeing here. Oh gosh, retreating through his own infiltration nades wipes a lot of the health of the squad, and Theodosis doesn't target, which means he misses the opportunity to perhaps wipe his squad there. Very, very unfortunate play from Fahu. But yeah, well, what's the reinforcement counter for Obersoldaten? How much are they? About 60 something?
40.
40. Okay, so it's not as bad really, but it's still a lot really playing against the sniper. I think we've discussed before how effective they can be if they do catch the sniper off guard, but just look at the play from Theodosis. With the recon now that's coming from the Universal Carrier, you know, he's going to be getting a lot of a lot of targets there.
So another Cromwell on the field.
Trying to take one of our
Theodosius
points.
dreaming big, as I knew he would. And especially with this commander, because then you have such good supporting abilities. You're gonna have the arty cover, which you arty cover combined with a Cromwell dive. You suppress the infantry targets. You suppress, or you pin even. So you pin Rickettans. So the Rickettans won't have much of a contribution in a tank engagement.
Cromwell
And
gun tank ready for action.
it doesn't get the crits anymore, I don't think, on the vehicles, but it still does damage. Vehicles will be hit with disabling howitzer fire. Because I know it used to do stuns and engine crits, and they nerfed that because it was really overpowered. I think it still does some vehicle damage. I can't remember what it does exactly, though, but it's more anti-infantry, its effect, for the most part, with the pins.
Yeah, I mean, they removed a lot of the engine damage that came out of it, so you still kind of get the loss of vision in some places, and things like that, but
Emplacement
they did
under
remove
attack.
a lot of those anti-vehicle capabilities. It's still an absolutely devastating strike, though, there's absolutely no doubt about that. Fahu making a strong push through the middle. Looks like he was going for the mortar pit, but I don't think he made the best play of that, if I'm honest. Two Cromwells doing a very, very good job at defending there. Plus one takes the left-hand side, does get engine damage, but it's not a problem for Theodosius at this point.
Bahu going for his King Tiger. Not too far off it as well, just needs to have 60 more fuel after having the mech truck. I think this is actually pretty smart here, because he wouldn't have had much of an impact with a Panzer IV or a Cromwell, I don't think. With the two, well Panzer IV or a Panther, rather. The two Cromwells, especially with the AEC, it's a fair bit of mobile AT.
Our capture point.
And
They're trying to take it.
I think Panthers and P4s are vulnerable to being dived, because they'll dive pretty quickly if you get rear armor wear, because it's how strong that King Tiger is. It has so much health, 1280, and it has so much armor that even if the King Tiger's caught out of position, it gets flanked, chances are, if there's Rickettans nearby, it's probably going to survive. And it can wipe squads very effectively with its strong AoE and its high damage. It's just the best tank in the game. You know, simple as that. And it's hard to get, but if you had the fuel advantage for this long, then you have the option. We do see Fahu has lost a lot of his map control because he didn't go for a vehicle. So it's a long-term reward versus a short-term investment. But more importantly, he's held the fuel point. Most importantly, he's held the fuel point. So he hasn't lost all of his fuel income, and he will quite shortly, about one minute.
Causing trouble, trying to take one of our points.
Recon plane getting dealt with quite easily by the tier 4 there.
Our supply line's broken.
Yeah, it's nice actually that the Recon isn't getting the kind of benefits we used to see when people use Recon. It has gone down fairly quickly every time it's been used, so I'm not going to say that it's too overpowering at the moment. It's something Fahu can definitely deal with. What I'm most looking forward to with the King Tiger is actually that it's going to be supported by two Rickettans, which means that it's going to have very, very low chances of being flanked by the Cromwells and the AEC. So I think Fahu does have a good loadout at this point that he can use quite well. The question is, of course, is just whether Theodosius is going to be able to close the gap before he's able to use all of it. So look at the blob that's going over right now.
Wow.
He's got munitions to actually Faust a lot of this, so he could... There we go, AEC's been Fausted. Rickettan's going to choose targets on the Cromwell, but I think the Cromwell's going to try and get away from this. They may even go for a crush.
Artillery units ready to drop.
In fact, Fahu is actually forced to surrender his entire army, leaving the Cromwell and the AEC to go for some potential wipes. They're focusing the Rickettan, because that's going to be the one they don't want to see return to the battlefield.
Gonna be the third Cromwell here for Theodosius. It may have been worth going for a Firefly instead. Yeah, it gets wiped. It's in front of the Panzer headquarters.
Yeah, and of course artillery cover has been unlocked as well now, so we could see a really, really strong push, maybe even a wipe of the tier 4 at this position in the game.
Okay, it's there, so he should be able to keep this Panzer headquarters alive. Not that it really matters though, because he has the King Tiger as a call-in, as well as the Command Panther as a call-in. So losing the Panzer headquarters at this stage wouldn't matter so much unless he would want to go for another sort of obers in the late game, well, later on in the game. We're already at late game now, 23 minutes. And also having that Jagdpanzer IV can be a good option for mobile supporting AT if there's just a horde of medium tanks, but the the obvious choice here is the King Tiger, and then the Command Panther as a follow-up to benefit that King Tiger as well as just being a strong tank on its own.
But he's not too far off at the moment. But, I mean, this has been a real gamble for him. He's had, as you said earlier, nothing to deal with a lot of the threats on the field other than use his infantry. And it's very, very difficult when you have Rakettans. That's one of the things about the old OKW build, was that you became very flexible against kind of all threats when you had the rocket launchers, and it's just very difficult to do now with Stern Pioneers. He probably could have had a good opportunity with a double Stern Pioneers earlier, but really one always has to go Minesweepers in order to kind of be effective at dealing with mines on the field. It's just a very, very difficult position for him right now. The Rakettans just don't feel like they're able to deal with those engagements when tanks get close quick enough. It's very, very easy to drive around, very easy for OKW to spend a lot of their munitions as well, leaving them without.
But look at the munitions for Theodosius.
Yeah.
550 munitions. He's going to have multiple arty covers. Might be worth going for weapon racks to get some Brens unlocked, but either way, you can use that twice. So he should be able to kill the King Tiger, I think. With 3 Cromwells, arty cover. I don't know. Fahu has to make sure he's not caught out of position.
I think he is going to be regardless, because if he goes in with the King Tiger quite strong, maybe even goes into the center, and the Cromwell does get, you know, quite close. Artillery cover. I don't know if the King Tiger is actually fast enough to really escape artillery cover. Here it is on the field now. We'll see how this goes. I mean, it's not the quickest unit in the world. Artillery cover could do a lot of damage here and just allow the Cromwells to just box it in and annihilate it. On the other hand, it could be a very, very good defense on the middle VP. The northern VP could be held quite easily with infantry and Rakettans, I think, as it is out of range of the mortar pit.
Theodosius is pop capped, so that's why he's floating up resources now. Can't build another Cromwell, even if he wanted to. And he could actually go for the fort observation post. It's a really bad ability because it just dies so easily and it's really expensive. But when you're pop capped, it doesn't cost you any pop cap. So maybe he's going in for the King Tiger here. He's pulling in the arty cover. The third Cromwell. I think he's a little bit out of position here. Panzerfaust comes through on one of the Cromwells here, but he has a nice flank off. Will he be able to secure the kill here? It's really good kiting from the King Tiger. Another Cromwell's moving in, and the Rakettans being pinned by the arty cover. King Tiger has the smoke now working in his favor, perhaps, but the rear armors are still exposed here.
This is an absolute mess at the moment. In fact, all the tanks seem to have turret locks, vision problems, but it looks like the Cromwells may come out on top of this engagement. Not looking good for Fahu. This is exactly the problem as well with the King Tiger. Not quick enough to move itself from the artillery cover. It has a slither of health left. The AEC is charging in. Cromwell trying to find the long shot. This is very, very difficult situation right now for Fahu. I'm not sure the base defenses either are going to be able to take this down.
He penned it. He penned the King Tiger. Can he get a second shot off here? Cromwell's bouncing. Go for the... Oh, yes, the Rakettan gets the Cromwell. Now the AEC, he bounces the front armor on that King Tiger. And there he goes. The King Tiger survives. What a great recovery from Fahu.
I mean, that really was an all-in dive from Theodosius. I think one of the issues, though, he has is that the Cromwell's just got too close to the King Tiger, ended up getting all of the received damage from arty cover on his own vehicles, and just allowing the strength of the King Tiger to really shine through that. I mean, it was a very, very close engagement, and Theodosius doesn't seem to have learned his lesson. He's going to go for the Cromwells again. Fahu has a great chance right now with all this vetted infantry. The King Tiger will rebuild so fast thanks to the support package that is on the Stern Pioneers, and it's going to be a quick repair as well. He does have the repair station too, so very good chance that this King Tiger can get back on the field, charge through the middle, and this could be a great comeback if Fahu can pull this off.
Yeah, very nice. I think it maybe Theodosius shouldn't have chased after the King Tiger. It probably was worth the chance of it in the base there with the Cromwell, because the Cromwell it had a third of its health, so it was going to die very quickly, and when you're trying to pen the front of a King Tiger, it's a huge gamble. You really have to flank the King Tiger if you're hoping for some penetration with a medium tank. But yeah, it was a nice try by Theodosius, and at least he has triple AT guns now, so he still has plenty of AT. And the VPs, it's only 135 left for Fahu, who currently has a triple cap over Theodosis. But Theodosis doesn't have to hold the VPs very long to close this game out. Still has plenty of munitions here for the next Artie cover.
I think one of the things that's really going to go against Theodosis here, though, I mean, the positioning of the mortar pit, although it does a very good job of covering the mid, it's not going to be able to do much once the King Tiger is there. A little bit of support from the Raketans. I don't think, even with artillery covers we just saw, Theodosis is going to get that much success. He can't get that third Cromwell anymore, I don't believe, due to pop cap with the 3AT guns. So it's an interesting one there. I wonder if Fahu maybe would consider going for something like a Stuka now to just really harass these AT guns, and he may be in a very good position at this point. But again, you know, Mortar not being able to deal with a lot of stuff on the north side, I think it puts Theodosis at a little bit of a disadvantage there now.
With 3 AT guns, a Command Panther wouldn't have an impact. It'll get forced away too easily. Doesn't have... Oh, loses the Obers in the church to that Cromwell. Oh dear, that's a big blow.
What a shame as well, but Fahu isn't that far off of his pop cap at the moment, so it's not too much for him to rebuild. He should have enough left on the map to still deal with all of this at present. King Tiger is having to be kept quite far on the back lines right now, just because he doesn't know what to expect against Theodosis. Fahu may be enjoying some of the time that he's managed to gain himself after that push earlier.
Well, at least it opens up Fahu's pop cap, so now he can maybe go for a Stuka and a Command Panther if he wants to eventually. It's probably not worth rebuilding the Obers. The threat is the AT guns and the Cromwell. The infantry engagements are still going to be in the favour of Fahu. That I think one more Ober squad would just be a little bit overkill. He's chasing after the AT guns though. He wants to take them out, but they all have the bonus from the command vehicle.
This is quite a big push there. It looks like an incendiary grenade goes in on the mortar pit. King Tiger is going to come through this side of the church. Fortunately, it doesn't look like there's any mines on that side at the moment. May catch one of the Cromwells off guard. Look at the damage on that. Absolutely beautiful. No chance of a flank here at this point, although artillery cover is available if he feels he needs it.
It's a really nice spot for the King Tiger because you can't flank it. In between the church and that other little house, there's no room to move around. So you have to flank along the road, which you can then make sure you have a Raketan supporting that, which Fahu did. He had a Raketan facing towards the road. Probably would have been better off facing the King Tiger because you get one shot off on the Cromwell if it goes for the flank in that position. What you really want to have it is actually facing the King Tiger, so the Cromwell can't stay at rear armor getting those pen shots.
I really want to see Fahu salvage the units that are in his base. I mean, Theodosis really did gift him a couple of salvage points there. And he probably needs to get on top of that so he can get that fuel in for another attacking option. I am interested to see what Fahu's going to go here, though. You know, 26 points to spend on PopCap, so it's the next decision is going to be a big one, really. I think Stuka is going to be the best option.
The plane crashes down where the ISG, or where the Raketan was. Fortunately, the Raketan, he sensed his imminent doom and moved away from that. The plane not quite burning the Obers as well, that are standing quite literally on fire. Mortar Pit survived as well. I think killing that Mortar Pit would have even benefited Theodosis, because that would have opened him up for another tank.
You may have just seen what was called down then. Perhaps infantry using base artillery. Can we see that it's firing?
Would have been the sniper that used it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's interesting when now we've got artillery coming in. There's got a very low health Volks Grenadier. Vet 5 just goes down for Fahu, so great pickup there from Theodosis. These are not the kind of units that Fahu wants to be losing right now.
Could even lose the Tommies. No, he retreats. So this is now where things are getting a little bit worse for Fahu here. Not only did he lose his Obers, he's also lost his Volks. So Theodosis now is no longer behind in squads, especially if he goes for the squad sizes and for the Brens, which he probably should. He has the resources for it. Maybe he doesn't want to get the pop cap on his Tommies, but at least get the Brens. I like the trench though. It will give his Vickers extra range and survivability as well.
I really do get the sense that Theodosis is gearing up for something special again. Maybe we'll see another push. Of course, he's only got the 2 Cromwells this time. Might consider stacking up a little more in the way of fuel before he goes in, just so he can replace anything if everything goes wrong. Fahu doesn't look like he's got that many options on the table right now. Needs to be so careful of these Volksgrenadiers. Again, staying maybe a little bit too long in that engagement. Cromwell has every chance right now to wipe. It's a late retreat.
King Tiger from the front can take those AT guns out very easily, with little chance of them penning.
Theodosis moving the Cromwell over to the right side VP to allow these Tommies to push up. They can't quite get past the Vet 5 Volksgrenadiers at the moment, but once the green sandbag goes down, they are going to be clear to move in. Rakettans look like they're moving up to the right hand side to try and deal with it. They won't be able to do it in time though. This is a dangerous clumped up position for Fahu here. Could lose quite a few models if the right hit comes in from the Cromwell.
Almost has the Panther.
Oh god! You just knew that was going to happen.
Did that one-shot the squad?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
You can tell, and I think this is one of the things, you know, you really do need to focus on making sure that your models aren't clumped up together. It does happen naturally in some places, but there are dots on the ground. You can visibly move your squad so that they're in better positions. It is absolutely essential if you're going to be playing up against things like Cromwell's.
Ready to provide support.
That's 3 wipes now for Fahu. He has his Command Panther, but his King Tiger's only at about 2/3 health, so he is vulnerable to this all-in. And the thing is about this command vehicle is it gives recon. So Theodosis knows where the King Tiger is. If it's vulnerable, he can see the supporting units that he has nearby, and the Rakettan's going to get revealed. He kills the trench, but he may get forced away by the sniper and the squads of infantry as well. So this could set up the all-in coming out of Fahu, of Theodosis, and bear in mind, Fahu only has 35 VPs left, so...
I'm not convinced there's going to be another push, if I'm honest. I think he's going to sit on the VPs, you know. Triple cap, we've got a VP per second going down at the moment. Fahu has absolutely no time whatsoever. He needs to just mobilize the King Tiger straight away to take a VP. Otherwise, 20 seconds of the game left. I don't know if he's actually got time to get into a point and capture it right now. And even if he does, artillery cover is going to rain down and probably seal this game. So I'm quite comfortably going to say right now that Theodosis has won the first game here. It's been a very good game. Great comeback from Fahu at one point, and then Theodosis again, just keeping everything very, very cool. And let's see how he plays with the Axis in his next game.
Yeah, this was a great match. I like that big play there. It was a little bit cringeworthy watching all those Cromwells get hit by the what is it? The main gun loader injured.
Yep.
Yeah, and that lowers their rate of fire. And so what that means is that the Cromwells, they may have been able to actually take out that King Tiger if they weren't suffering from that reload debuff, as well as obviously just the raw damage. So yeah, hopefully Theodosis has learned his lesson there, but either way, he played a very smart game. I loved how he transitioned out of that. He burned through all of his fuel bank. He then decided to go for the 6-pounders because he had the pop cap for it, he had the manpower floated up. So you could go for that, and that limited the King Tiger, where normally the King Tiger, it may have been able to just go very aggressive, knowing that there was only 1 or 2 Cromwells on the field, but with those AT guns, he couldn't do much at all.
No, I think we needed to see that Stuka really in that game. It would have been a real benefit to him to have had the Stuka there. I think... Again, maybe with some squad preservation, like he lost a few things, unfortunately. We saw some Volksgrenadiers, we saw Obersoldaten go down, which may have led him to have a little bit of manpower to spend on the Stuka. I think the Stuka would have been brilliant, because it really would have negated the AT guns that were dealing with the King Tiger. You know, and two Rakettans and a King Tiger would be absolutely fine if not for the triple AT guns. So it kind of counts that is the better option there. I don't really feel that Special Operations also was the best commander pick for him.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
I really don't think that did a lot for him at all. there are probably some better options he could have gone, especially if he's going for King Tiger as well. Do you know what I mean? It's you're already throwing away the Command Panther as an early game unit. And if you have a look at some of the match stats as well, I mean, you can kind of see how that game went. Theodosius just played it slow, carefully, made sure he had everything he wanted. You know, loads of kills for Theodosius there.
Back to what you were saying about the Stuka, you got to remember, see the positioning of the 6-pounders. They were all lined up. That was Stuka bait. That they were ready and waiting for the Stuka to come at me. The Stukas would have been devastating, because of how they were used. They were clumped up together. So the super secretive sly messaging from Blake says, keen to cast, want a break. Well, Blake, I'm up for a break. If you're keen to cast, jump on the stream, say hello to our good friend Stormless. On the one hand, though, I mean, I'm a little bit sad not to cast the next game of the series, but I'll definitely be watching it on the spare PC we have. So yeah, I will hand you over to our good man Archon Hawk of the General's Gentlemen. You should all know him by now, and I'll be keen to see how this series plays out, and I'll be watching it, and I'll jump on later on, maybe in the semi-finals, maybe in game number 3 of the quarters here. So enjoy my absence, and alas, here we are, Archon Hawk.
Let's wait for this switch over. We are going to do a commander giveaway as well, so I have just opened the raffle. Guys, make sure to start raffling now. We are giving away Company of Heroes 2 commander codes. If you won one of the raffles earlier, I have put a Twitch message box open, so I will send you a message straight after the games today, and if you guys want to message me back instantly when this all finishes, then I'll be able to give you your codes today. Blake.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
Fantastic. Look, I'm not too bad. I mean, my mouth is pretty cut up. I did get my wisdom teeth removed a couple of days ago. But the games are so hype, I really feel like casting. So I'm going to jump in despite... It's probably not the best idea, but I think I can do it. I think the machine deserves a break after that awesome game. It was a lot of fun watching, actually.
Well, I mean, if you do have any problems, then no worries. I'll be more than happy to just ramble on a little bit.
Fantastic. I love it. Fantastic to cast with you again, my friend. Fantastic. Yeah, so going into that last game, just something I wanted to go over again. Because I thought it was quite interesting. It was the choice between going for a Command Panther and going for a King Tiger. I think the main thing you have to consider there is you've got to look at the rear armor values. If you look at the King Tiger, it has more than 100 extra rear armor than the Command Panther does. The Command Panther has 110 rear armor, same as the regular OKW Panther, whereas the King Tiger has 225 rear armor. So those Cromwells, even if they get behind the King Tiger, they're going to bounce. And we saw it during that engagement. Twice the Cromwells got behind the King Tiger, and they still bounce shots because the King Tiger still has 225 rear armor, which is completely nuts. Really, really high armor value. So I think that the King Tiger was a great choice. It obviously loses out in terms of acceleration, deceleration when it comes to versus the Panther, but I think the armor value plus the additional 480 health really make up for that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the things that it almost makes sending the AEC in pretty useless, I would say. It was really unfortunate. I mean, like, a lot of those shots were penetrating. It got down to quite low health quite quickly. I reckon, maybe even just like another salvo from the artillery probably could have finished that King Tiger off. But again, that's a little bit how some of the RNG that makes the game, more realistic. That's kind of the idea. It's real war. You've got to kind of overcome that, and it's a shame really because the Cromwell was still active. The Cromwell probably could have still gone in with the AEC, but I think Theodosius just made the retreat with it. Which is just very, very unfortunate. But that's a really good analysis. I'm being told Katie has 150 rear armor, so I think you're possibly listing up old stats there.
Oh, it might be old stats, actually.
Because,
I forgot there was after the heavy armor changes. I forgot there actually were heavy armor changes, yeah. Because I looked up the stats, and I was like, that might be right, actually. Because there were I forgot about the changes.
They had a patch, it was maybe 2 or 3 patches ago, and in fact all heavies had rear armor reduced to kind of make the Jagdtiger, the elephant, the ISU a little more vulnerable when you do actually get those chances. So it's still high armor, really. It's still a lot more armor than a lot of the others. But not the 210, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I do remember that changes. Yeah, I just tried to look up stats, but I couldn't find anything that was like super current. Just because I wanted to compare the two of them. But yeah, still, I mean, it worked out. I mean, the King Target ended up surviving. It was a pretty cool game.
I'm just going to draw the winner
Yeah,
for this raffle. So the winner is... There you go. We'll just put this up on the screen quickly. There you go. Winner for this one. Rias Rez, you have won yourself a COH2 Commander. It's one of the newer commanders, so kind of the recent ones that have come out for USF, UKF, and OKW. So I will send you a message on Twitch, and we'll give you one of those codes later on. After I've messaged you, all you need to do is just let me know which commander you want, and I will dish out one of the codes for it. And also, thank you very much, Relic, for supplying. There are so many codes. I've literally just been given like a code for everything, like so many times. I kind of want to just take them for myself and just sell them off at a discounted price, but I know,
Right.
it's just...
If you keep it quiet, you can probably slide them to me over Steam message a little bit later on. So
it's a
I'm
good
sure
idea.
there's probably a couple I'm missing, but we'll just keep it on the down low for now.
All right, we'll delete this stream afterwards so that Carl
Yes,
doesn't back check
yeah,
it and
cool.
find out. Alright then, well, I think we can go into the next game. They've probably started by now. I imagine they want to have like a little rest before doing that. Let's have a look. Yep, Theodosis's game. And I'm just going to send you an invite.
Yep, no worries. I'll jump on in.
What I'm going to do as well, I've been drinking coffee so slowly in my Twitch flask. Look at this, it's such a cool flask. So I just need to go to the bathroom again.
Okay, no worries.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to load in, and then you can talk about the commanders, and I'll be back by the time it's loaded.
Fantastic. Thank you, my friend. I'll see you soon.
Sweet.
Very nice. And he's gone, and he vanishes. Fantastic. Super keen. Yeah, I'm actually really hyped to be getting in and casting. So as fun as moderating all you cappers in the Twitch chat is, I will enjoy getting a bit of casting done as well. They're looking towards commanders here. They've got a chance to. So Fahu's going to be running Lend-Lease, Guard Motor, and also Advanced Warfare. So pretty standard loadout these days, I'd say. I mean, Lend-Lease is becoming more and more popular. We've seen it a fair bit on Kolodny. People really getting into that M4C Sherman play, enjoying that. Conscript Repair is obviously always awesome as well. Certainly is a big plus. Main problem, I'd say, with that commander is I still feel that those M4C Shermans are a little bit lackluster when it comes to their penetration, especially against heavies. In particular with the changes to allied tank destroyers. Yeah, in particular with the changes to allied tank destroyers, I feel like they don't really match up to a lot of other choices when it comes to fighting in the late game. However, if you can get an early lead, I mean, they can definitely pay off. And T-3485s, it was awesome at the moment. Guards are pretty fantastic. Mark target also awesome. Then Advanced Warfare is something we don't see a lot of. It's been a while since we've seen PPSH conscripts, but I've always been a big fan of them, so I hope we get to see some PPSH conscripts. I really enjoy the play style involved there, how aggressive it is. Conscripts running around everywhere.
I still think it's one of the nicest commanders, actually, Advanced Warfare. The only issue I really have with it is they took away the Sturmovik attack from a strafe. Sorry, they made it a strafe, whereas it used to be a loiter, I believe, when it first came out. But you know, oh, actually, Fahu's gone in for Advanced Warfare, so maybe he was listening in on that.
I really hope he was. That'd be so polite. I would feel really good. All the woman fuzzies in my heart if Fahu decided to lock it in just for me.
But it's just such a good versatile one. You know, you normally see people pick armored assault or partisans straight away for the intel. So you know, radio intercept, very very good ability on this commander. Going to give Fahu that extra intel he needs to make sure his teching is always above his opponents. PPSH conscripts, I think this is such a nice upgrade because they just become so flexible if you are going to go heavy on the conscripts. Conscript repairs, again, just so useful on the vehicles. It means your engineers, if you're going to go for minesweepers, can be on the field constantly rather than needing to maintain the vehicles. And then, of course, T-3485s, Sturmovik attacks. The strafes can still be really good if you know how to manage the directions that it comes on the map properly. So, still a very strong commander. It does have the disadvantage, though. I think a lot of the commanders with radio intercept have a disadvantage that you want to use them really early on, and of course that gives your opponent the chance to counter you with their commander pick. So we'll see if Theodosis does manage to pick an advantage when he spots what it is.
Yeah, certainly a good point there. And Theodosis does have a pretty broad range. I mean, like Jaeger armor, lightning bore, mobile defense. It's a good, solid all-round composition when it comes to commander choices. Fahu going to open up, I guess, fairly support weapon heavy here, and suits the capping order as well. So he started off with that Maxim and the mortar here early, which tends itself towards control over the bottom BP, munitions and fuel point, and also aggression towards those central garrisons. Obviously, the earlier you get the mortar out, the easier it is to start displacing these MG42s inside the garrison.
Just been told the score was wrong then, which is really weird. Wasn't Fahu on the left side? Wasn't he the left?
Fahu was the left, yeah.
So I thought, the factions would be reversed and I'd put it on that side. Apparently that doesn't happen, whereas I think it should. But
right, yeah, the player, but down the bottom.
The player cards, yeah, they don't reverse, even though they've reversed sides. So I'm like, okay, whatever. We'll just we'll forget about that. But thank you for telling me. Of course, the scores have been changed now. Theodosis was the one that won the first game here. Look at this push though from Theodosis, trying to get in that house that would give him control over some of the strategic points on the right-hand side there. Pioneers now trying to navigate their way around the suppression of the Maxim, but it does open up fire way too quickly for the Pioneers. They are now suppressed, and I think Fahu will be able to remove that squad fairly easily. Second Maxims as well, adding to the suppression. Theodosis got to get that squad out of there now.
Yeah, that old Co-1 strat not working out quite as intended, but it kind of does at the same time, because the Pioneers get suppressed, but it does give the MG42 time to get inside the church and takes the Maxim quite low as well. So it does look like Fahu's going to come off ahead in this engagement thanks to the mortar, however. It's mortar v mortar shelling, and really whoever wins the engagement gets control over the middle and also potentially the cutoff of Fahu. Especially with this mortar getting flanked by the Grenadiers.
I'm not sure if that required a full retreat there, to be honest, but look at this. Fahu managing to take a pretty pivotal building on the western side of the map, has made a full retreat of Theodosis' forces in the middle. Maxims are now going to be able to hopefully prevent the strategic point being captured. They do another retreat, so this is pretty big actually from Fahu. I'd say he's got a great opportunity now to do some decapping and maybe move those Maxims up into some positions where Theodosis isn't going to be able to get back out onto the map again.
For sure, I certainly agree with that. Fahu looking to deny the fuel here as well, going not only for the cutoff but also for the victory point, which is a requirement to get rid of those munitions and fuel income on the top side of the map. Do love this aggressive decapping. So if the Maxim can get the decap here, I'm not sure if it's going to stick around. It might just go back to the church, unless Fahu wants to try and get the VP. Might end up getting the Maxim forced off here, but we'll give him control over the middle. At the moment, 2 VPs, has the fuel and munitions connected. Really nice income.
Yeah, and it's really nice as well, these support armies at the moment. I've seen a lot of this today. Last week was very kind of call-in structured. A lot of those players we saw last week really just relying on off-map everything. I've not really seen any of that today at all. There's been nice support builds, plenty of action going on all across, a lot of abilities used, so really loving these styles of gameplays. And mortars focusing on the MG in this house right now. You've got mortars from Theodosis trying to deal with the conscripts on the north, dangerously close to getting flanked and killed there. Already loses one model, going to be forced to retreat. And again, like so much map territory capped for Theodosis. Now we're seeing a return from Fahu. Great comebacks again, probably just like the last game.
Yeah, and this looks like a bad engagement for Fahu because he's dropping so many models, but look at this Grenadier score, it's actually super low. This garrison could go down here. One more mortar shell. The mortar shell's going to hit any second. That was ballsy from Theodosis sticking around. So even though that engagement didn't look amazing for Fahu in terms of manpower bleed, against this garrison really low, and it lets him keep the caps going. So even if it's not super cost efficient, it is in terms of his map control and his income.
I think we're seeing demo charge on the right VP at the moment from Fahu. Yeah, we are. That's going to be lethal, and again, you know, the last thing you want as Axis is to be losing squads. It's one of the things that makes the demo charge so brutal against the Axis forces, especially as we do have the Minesweeper on the field at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that Fahu isn't going to let the Minesweeper get that far. So pretty much, hopefully guaranteed a squad wipe there, going to make it very, very difficult for Theodosius. He will need to rebuild that squad if he's going to stay alive on the map. And one of the other things as well, you know, I really don't want to see Theodosius pick mobile defense here. You know, it's one of those things, if Fahu does get a tier 3 up very, very soon, he may be forced into going for that, because he just hasn't had that fuel income he needs yet.
You're right, he hasn't had the fuel income, yeah, but he's also not in a terrible position. Yeah, look, it's always a tough one. I mean, you always see mobile defense as that reactionary commander. It's never ideal for the Wehrmacht. It's just like there's no Tiger on that commander. Essentially, there are much better ones. You want to go for a Tiger. Like Lightning Wall would be so much better. You have the Stick Close Escort, you have the Tiger as well. If you need to go for the reactionary commander, if you need the Puma out, mobile defense can be good, but there certainly are other ways to deal with the T-70 nowadays, especially with the nerfs to the Maxim and the fact that you just tend to have more map control as Wehrmacht at this stage in the game, given the Maxims don't have the same level of oppression that they used to. T-70s are out a bit slower, it gives you more time to get up a response. I mean, you can have that 2-2, you can have packs up as well, in addition to the Grenadiers, maybe some Telemines down, so there certainly are other responses to it. So yeah, I think you're right. I would like to see something other than mobile defense in this game.
I think it's going to be very difficult for him if he plays it reactionary. I just noted Fahu was trying to bait with the mortar, then there's a good opportunity to blow the demo there, but now he's lost vision. He actually walked his mortar right up to the Gren squad just to try and lead them around a little bit, but Theodosius did not take the bait at all there. He needs to be very careful if he runs these conscripts in and the scout card triggers the demo charge. That will be very, very unfortunate.
He's definitely trying to bait the engagement, you can tell here. Playing around with it, the conscript's playing around, but at the moment Theodosius is having none of it, playing around at max range with that 2-2-2.
Yeah, I think he's wiser to that, to be honest. He capped from the northern side of that VP as well, so it's one of the things, if you're going to leave a VP for a long amount of time, you'll probably expect that something like that is going to happen.
Fahu suffering from the classic "my combat engineers are really busy building mines and stuff" syndrome, where you would love to get your tier building up, but your combat engineers are just too busy. There are too many important things on their schedule. Rather than building your damn tier 3, you should build another engineer squad. They are finally back at base, so hopefully we'll see that going up soon for him.
Everything's gone very, very static at the moment. This is the problem sometimes with support play, is that you can get yourself into positions where it is going to be a deadlock, but the mortars are apparently about to change with that. You could see a demo charge wipe the squad of Grenadiers here. In fact, when that mortar does give the retreat, it could be a perfect time for that to happen. He's casually walking them back as well, baiting the Grenadiers in. Could it be now? He doesn't blow the demo. He must be baiting that. In fact, he's going to set up the mortar again, I think. Yeah,
I just have to hold my breath every time the demo comes off. I'm not sure why Fahu didn't blow it. That was certainly a good opportunity. I'm pretty sure he had vision there as well.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that maybe he was focused on that particular engagement. Now he's forced to retreat. I don't think Theodosius is going to try the rifle grenade. Still no commander lock-in. Something like G43s would be really, really potent here.
So we should see Fahu start to power spike a little bit, hopefully getting some of these conscripts upgraded with those PPSHs is going to help out. And so the T-70 is on the way here, and this is a big problem. 56 fuel late. That's how late the T-70 is, and that's why Fahu has no map control at the moment. The T-70 could have been here minutes ago. Instead, it's 60 fuel late. It's going to have a much smaller impact. Theodosius, he's already got the pack out, has the Grenadier squads on the field, and he's got a lot of map control as well.
Difficult situation though. I think Fahu now has to pick a direction to go as well with the T70. He's going to have to be careful because Theodosis may have been planting telemines. I haven't seen any just yet, but it's quite a possibility as Fahu hasn't been around those areas of the map for a long time now. Has gone... Oh, could be a blown up scout car here. Oh, just a little far off, and Theodosis still isn't taking the bait. It's got to be so obvious what Fahu's doing here, though.
Fahu has the world's steadiest trigger finger, I think, Stormless. It's just rock steady. He doesn't pull it too early. He waits for the perfect opportunity, and I think these demos are going to pay off late game. I think one's going to kill a tiger or something because Fahu's just kept his finger there. He's not pulling it. He wants to keep the demos alive. They haven't been swept yet. Just wants to chill with it. In terms of telemines, there is one. It's above the bottom VP. There's a teller over there at the moment. The T70 is currently playing around the top VP.
Looks like the... Oh, Grenadiers nearly actually finished off a Maxim and then decide to retreat instead, allowing Fahu to escape with his Maxim. That may have been a mercy retreat, you know. I have felt a twinge of sympathy for Fahu in his current position at this point. Here we see the Morsa, which is barraging the VP. That is not what Fahu wants right now, as it may trigger this demo charge prematurely.
Certainly could.
Forces are securing our territory.
Very close. Is getting there. So Fahu starting to regain a little bit of map control here. Has at least stabilized the VPs somewhat. 322 VPs for Fahu, 409 for Theodosis. T70 now on this bottom VP where there is a telemine. See if there's any play around that area. Currently the demo survived.
Theodosis must know that's there because he's continually barraging that. So he must have an inkling that something's there. I really like the... Sorry, say that again?
Must have some sort of an idea. You're right. It is. Maybe it's just how hard Fahu's been trying to bait him. Just has an inkling. You do have that sixth sense sometimes when you're playing Code 2. It's like there's a mine on this door, or there's like a demo here, and where is this T70 going?
I have no idea. The T70 it's going right up the left-hand side of the map. It looks like he's trying to take out the bunker, so maybe he'll go for a mad left-hand push with all of his infantry, but it's a little bit too much. We see the AT guns coming back. The scout car might return to base as well. Needs to be careful of this Faust. Fahu not paying attention whatsoever. Grenadier's going to get the Faust now, making it incredibly easy for a scout car to potentially come in here. He hasn't got the munitions for the repair either, so scout car could do very, very well in this position.
Scout car's coming in from behind it, and not only is there a scout car, there's a telemine on the road, and that's the most obvious retreat path for the T70. Conscripts are going to come in here as well, but they don't have the munitions for an AT grenade. Fahu, no!
I think he tried to call bait then. Didn't get away with it, and now he's going to try and close the scout car with the PPSHs. May get the kill here. Of course, he is running, so he doesn't get the same accuracy there. And in fact, the scout car will get away. Look at this, so Fahu's having to rebuild the T70 15 minutes into the game. And this is going to give Theodosis a huge advantage, considering he's just brought the Panzer IV out onto the field.
Fahu fell into the biggest facepalm moment for any Soviet player. It's where you URA a conscript squad to throw an AT grenade, but you burn too many munitions by URAing, and you don't have the munitions for an AT grenade. Yeah, it is the worst feeling as a Soviet player.
Didn't need to use the URA either, as he was standing right next to the scout cars. It's really, really unfortunate. Just out of interest, I mean, I'm not a grid key user. Is it a possibility that those two buttons are next to each other on grid keys, and that it was a very unfortunate mistake?
Yes, I'm pretty sure on grid it's like X and C. I'm pretty sure that's right. Oh, and the demo up the top gets the Grenadier squad as well. Fahu finally finds the shot he was looking for.
Yeah, that's a nice
finishing
play.
off that Grenadier squad, forcing a retreat with that Maxim. That was a beautiful play.
Yeah, I honestly have a feeling...
That is a possibility. I'm pretty sure they're on X and C.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not a grid keys user. I'm pretty sure Fahu is. It doesn't look like the kind of thing he would normally do, so I think maybe, we'll call it fat fingers. Accidentally hitting the wrong one. Now, will the T70...
chased down by the P4 now. P4 is running it in. The Ziskan could save it here. The P4 will take one more shot. Doesn't look like it. And there was also a mine on the road, so the P4 lucky with the direction it decided to go in.
Yeah, you can tell as well, Theodosis is actually like reversing the same directions he drives because he knows that they're safe spots. I think he's well aware that there's going to be a mine in that area too. He hasn't been able to get the Pioneers over to scout that area yet, so he does have to be so careful when he's using tanks like that because it could go very, very wrong. We can hear that Fahu's still getting intel in through his advanced warfare commander, so he understands more Pioneers have come out on the field.
We are losing supplies to the enemy.
Certainly aware of that, and the repairs are needed for Theodosis. With both the 222 and the P4 now out on the field, really is important to have as many repairs as possible. Thankfully, Fahu's managed to bank a few munitions. At least one of these conscript squads will have the PBSHs for that increased GPS. Has been great unit preservation from him so far. I don't think we've seen him lose anything yet.
I don't know, but that time is getting dangerously close. Look at this, Panzer IV takes another shot from the AT gun, make it a final one off if he uses attack ground. Doesn't go for that option. Maxims, double Maxims actually going in to suppress and remove these Grenadier squads.
Maxim. Sniper here as well.
Oh, look at this scout car, man. Look how close it is to that mine. Don't know if he's going to...
chilling.
Hey.
No, he's chilling.
There we go.
He's alright.
Minesweepers.
Theodosis just knows, man. He just knows.
We are losing territory.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good map knowledge, really. You know, he is just playing with what is expected to be there. It was so close to that, and you know, it's just the correct thing to do is get the minesweepers in first. Always be careful with your vehicles like that. And it's a real shame because Fahu is, you know, obviously doing the correct thing with the way that he's laying his demos and his mines. Just not getting the rewards for it.
Yeah, only the one Grenadier squad so far, and he really has been investing into it, you're right. This sniper, I don't know, from Theodosis, I'm not really sure why he went for it. There are a few support weapons out in the field for Fahu, so it makes sense in that, but it's such a big micro sync. When you have a Panzer IV, when you have a 222, and you've got these Grenadier squads, you've got Pioneer squads running around repairing, you've got MGs, you've got packs, you've got mortars to replace. Going for snipers earlier is nice because you have the micro to invest into it, but when it comes later into the game and it doesn't have any veterancy, it really becomes more of a hindrance than a help the later that the game goes on. So I can see why Theodosis decided to go for it, but I'm not sure how it will go.
Interesting territory that we're kind of in at the moment. The MG in the middle from Theodosis just packs up as the conscripts roll on, meaning they don't get the suppression. The huge shot from the Panzer IV though! 5 models down on that conscript squad, and then the finisher from the MG. Absolutely beautiful. So unfortunate there for Fahu, and I know he's going to be gutted with that.
I would call that a collateral, Stormless. I'm pretty sure the P4 shell went through one conscript, went through another conscript, it exploded on 2 more conscripts, and then the MG gunner just finished them off. That was insane and brutal.
1945 factions running out of ammunition. They've been asked to use it in the most conservative way possible by multi-killing units.
Enemy forces are attempting to capture our territory.
T70 still being active. The top will be at least forcing away these individual squads. Nice to still be using those light tanks, those light vehicles when there's like P4s out in the field. There certainly are counters. You've got to be smart when it comes to the play. Looking towards MVPs, 277 for Fahu, 381 for Theodosis. So Theodosis is looking pretty good here. And he's just playing so intelligently. Never does Theodosis, and everyone can learn from this, never does Theodosis drive his P4 where he knows the minesweepers haven't gone. Where he knows that Fahu could have had combat engineers building mines. Not once has he parked the P4 over a dangerous area. Every time he stops and says, no, I haven't swept this area with my minesweeper yet, and then he pulls back. He never goes too aggressive. You can lose games by going too aggressive, by looking for squad wipes. You've got to be like, okay, where was my opponent? Did he have map control? Have I swept this area? Could there be mines? In this case, yes, there could be mines. Theodos is playing very intelligently.
Yeah, it's really, really nice to see when you do get players that are doing this properly. And he saved himself so many potential squad wipes, and now of course that he knows that Fahu's been using mines and things like that. The other benefit as well is when you kind of defuse a couple of mines, your opponent tends to stop using them after that. So he has a little bit of comfort now, perhaps with his vehicles, that Fahu's probably not going to waste too much munitions with mines anymore. So I think you have a little bit of peace of mind at this stage as well for that.
Yeah, for sure.
The interesting one as well is T70 is going to go up against the scout car here. It's going to trip on the telemine. Oh, that's a close one. Fahu having no idea how close he got there. Scout car's baiting. This is a little bit of a return now. Theodos is trying to bait. Neither player falling for it though.
Yeah, look, trying to pull a Fahu, it doesn't end up working. Fahu lives for this one.
Not sure what this Maxim is doing.
T-3485s. Yeah, not sure what it's doing either. It's kind of just chilling. It's probably going to go down here. It could be a couple of squad wipes, in fact. The combat engineer is just going to get away with this. Maxim certainly isn't.
I think he's going to be really disappointed with that. Maxim's squad just kind of ran into the flamer. No real control there. Looked like probably a misclick had occurred at some point. But really, really unfortunate loss there, because he's just relying on that right now to pen down the Grenadiers that keep running in. And Theodos is just controlling this game, just slowly eating away at his opponent. But now we have the T-3485 coming in, as you so rightly said. And let's see if this makes any difference whatsoever to the game right now.
Hopefully it will. Hopefully Fahu can have an impact with it. With that being said, the commander choice here from Theodosis is just perfect. Lightning Wall is an excellent choice. Looking towards his fuel, he's got the fuel now for the Tiger, just needs one more CP. Already has the manpower saved up, has the pop cap saved up as well, so he's ready to go to be calling that one in. Also has a fair bit of munitions, so the super close air support is also going to be an option. Fahu's going to be in a really rough position. He's running low on everything. Not much manpower, not much in terms of munitions. The conscript squads don't have PPSHs. Yeah, he could be in trouble.
Well, at the same time, I mean, Fahu has a good combination here. Double AT guns going to stop this Panzer IV when it does come in. T17, T-3485 for the infantry. Panzer IV in a very dangerous position right now. If they could block with one of the tanks and maybe get the T-34 with some shots in, this is a very dangerous position for this Panzer IV right now. Two AT guns launch in. It's a huge shot. Can one more shot from the T-3485 do it? Fahu's going to have to give chase. He was a little bit lax there. Using the strafe as well to try and push off the infantry. A missed opportunity for Fahu. What a shame there.
Blitzkrieg comes out, and what was that P4 doing? That was not a location you want to have a P4. Just ran right into a double Ziskan T-3485. The area was not scouted. At least there were no mines there. That's certainly a plus. But yeah, odd choice. And this time, now it's Fahu running the T-3485 in, but he actually manages to wipe the Packer. The Faust goes off as well. The Pack's going to be recruited here. What do we have? Where's the follow-up from Theodosis? He can call him the Tiger now, but is he going to?
Yep, Tiger is just hitting the field right now. Conscript Squad in the south has survived for ages, but lack of preservation there from Fahu. Loses another squad. He's not going to be happy with that, but of course he is microing the engagements at the top to the best of his abilities. And to be fair to him, he nearly was able to get a triple cap there, trading a couple of support units as well. Axis MG's been stolen, which is good. Kind of makes up for the Maxim that he gave away early on. Here comes the difficult part though. What does he have against the Tiger at the moment?
This 222 is doing some damage as well. There could be another conscript squad going down. The burst from the 222 is about to come through. Oh, the 222 isn't tasting it, trying to back away. The conscript squad is going to survive on next to nothing here from the looks of things. Yeah, it does survive. That was actually really important for Fahu. That was his last conscript squad. So his last access to AT grenades and late game vetted infantry has lost so much of that. Two conscript squads having gone down so far.
Well, look at this force from the Axis at the moment. It's a huge army about to tear through the center. And Fahu's actually think I want to say he's kind of like suffering from being spread out a little bit, but at the same time, when he does get all of his units together, he's going to be presented with airstrikes from the Axis in the close air support Stukas. And when that happens, I mean, he doesn't have any anti-air at all. He's about to go for a Katusha added into this mix, which, yeah, I think it's not a bad idea, but of course, it's only going to take the right kind of flank for this to go wrong. Tiger being a little bit ballsy on the right-hand side there. Oh, it looks like it's heading towards that mine.
Theodosius, stop playing with my heartstrings. If you decide not to drive over a mine, don't make it look like you're going to. I really can't take it.
I mean, it's so bizarre, really, because one of these mines could completely change the game. It nearly has on a couple of occasions. I mean, if any of these tanks had driven over a mine like the Panzer IV, it would have gone down to the T-34-85 there. But here we go, Katusha's on the field. Be interested to see how he uses that one. It's not like Theodosius is actually that clumped together, so Katusha may not be overly powerful.
Yeah, it might not be amazing here. Fahu's just going to have to find the right engagement to use it initially. I hope maybe put some pressure on the middle from the looks of things, and then follow that up with a caddy barrage, force up a heap of the squads from Theodosius. Still has a decent amount of AT with double Zisk gun and this T-34-85, so not a terrible position there. We should see the caddy barrage any second now. Any second now. Come on, Katusha, work it out.
Is he going to fire from max range?
There.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for the big spread. There we go. Let's see whereabouts he's aimed this one. Actually gone for house removal there. Oh, nearly manages to wipe the MG. Another barrage might do it. Just misses out on that one.
Yeah, not going to be finishing off. At least gets the house. Consolidation prize. Fahu really wasn't properly set up for that. Should have waited until the Katusha got into a better position before forcing the issue there. Yeah, it was an interesting choice.
I'm actually really keen to see what happens. I mean, there's a lot of demo charges that are on the right-hand side that are going to protect Fahu, so he set himself up for a comeback if Theodosius tries to push too far. And here we go, first couple could be coming in. I don't think he'll blow the demo on the Panzer IV, if I'm totally honest. Oh, he does! He blows one of the demos up. Now Theodosius is going to know. Is he going to reverse into the other demo, though? This could be catastrophic. Does Fahu have the vision, though? He doesn't blow it. Missed opportunity at the moment. He will see it with the Pioneers, maybe. Very unfortunate. Let's have a look at the rest that's going on. The Stug tearing in through the center, trying to get the T-70. T-70 should go down here.
Yeah, Stug's going to find it, and all of a sudden everything's going to be wiped out for Fahu as he backs away. What happened with the demo?
I don't know. It looks like he blew it late.
That was the bait of the century, Stormless. That would have gone down the history books. You blow up the front demo first, and as the P4 retreats over the spot it's already gone over, you blow up the other demo and kill the P4. That was worthy of General Gentleman's swag points. That was just, it could have been magnificent, and we don't see it pulled off from Fahu, unfortunately, and that means Theodosius is in an insanely good position. Still has the Tiger up, P4 is still alive, Stug's alive as well after taking out the T-70. Is starting to get a bit of veterancy as well. We see Fahu going for another T-34, but a 76, I think.
Yeah, it does look like the 76 variant at this point. It's really nice to see Axis with 4 vehicles on the field and a decent infantry army. It's not really something you get to see too often, I would say. But really good preservation from Theodosius. He's already one game ahead at the moment, so Fahu really has to get himself into gear if he's going to come back from this. Katusha, not sure where that's firing at the moment. Looks like he's trying to pick off the mortar. But again, Theodosius hasn't been that bunched up that I think the Katusha is going to get to great effect here. 4 kills, and for the amount of resources he's spent on it, which could have been another T-34-85. Don't know if that's quite worked. Maybe could have gone better with a mortar and another vehicle, to be honest.
Yeah, look, there could have been better choices. I mean, I've seen a T-34-85 wipe 4 models in a single shot, so hasn't really had a big impact thus far. It's going to take something pretty miraculous for Fahu to come back in this one, especially with how safe Theodosius is playing. Ziskut's setting up against the Tiger here.
Interesting. The 76 like it's going to go in as well. But again, I don't think it's going to be able to penetrate the front. Who realizes that as well. We've got an 85 going. It looks like he's going to try and secure this VP. I wonder if he'll cap with the vehicle. We'll see if he decides to cap with the T-34-85 there.
Yeah, should do. He has the secure mode available, though he's rotating squads down at the same time, so that's also going to be an option.
Again, T-34-76 going for the sniper.
Going in here. Oh, and it finds it!
Yeah, nice little pickup there. Those things are really going to count right now as well. Nice that Fahu's also using minesweepers now on the south, making sure his units didn't get wiped there. Two of the engineers going in.
Really loving the pressure on multiple sides of the map here. Fahu can't take a heads-up engagement, so he's splitting the pressure onto multiple VPs. T-34-76 could be in trouble though. The target's facing up against it. Going to start chasing as well. Does he need to set up? The P4's actually flanking both of them. This T-34's in serious trouble. The P4 dodges it.
Oh no, it doesn't. But of course, Fahu's other T-34-85 is pushing the base again. I'm not sure what the hell's going on here. That T-34-85 needs to get back, needs to help the situation with the Panzer IV and the Tiger here. It looks like both AT guns could get wiped at the stage.
Look at this T-34-85. I'm helping. Bro, you're not helping. You're one-to-one a pack while it's reinforcing. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate.
So badly.
Oh look, Grenadiers come out. They're going to be able to get the Faust, and the Stuga's coming in to try and kill this. It's now engine damaged in the opponent's base. This is basically a gift. I mean, by the way, the odds of this getting abandoned are very, very high. So he could be gifting a T-34-85 to his opponent here. This is exactly why you don't drive into your opponent's bases. Come on, let's see it abandoned.
Come on, I want to see the abandon.
Ah,
That's a little bit disappointing. It will be the Caddy Barrage and the IL-2 combination, however, it doesn't find the squad wipes. Probably doesn't find the squad wipes that we need. It does find a couple of squad wipes, but we're going to get the surrender coming out from Fahu. There really wasn't much he could do. Clearly, the T-34-85 driver had the wrong directions on his map, lost his way to the engagement, and instead found himself 1v1ing a pack while it was reinforcing. So not an ideal situation to be in.
you see, I think this is the problem with radio intercept. I mean, clearly the T-34-85 was receiving commands to return to the Axis base, and it confused him. so you know, that's the disadvantage of that.
Clearly a problem. Relic, please fix. Number one big issue for the game. Yeah, so I'd say the beginning of the end there was a T-70 that was 60 fuel late. That's it's never good.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. Obviously, T-70, as you say, being late. T-70 driving up the left-hand side of the map to attack base. I kind of like, actually, it did get the medic bunker, I think, earlier on. I'm not sure if it did actually get the...
No, it didn't quite get it. No. It was a one shot away from getting the medic bunker when it died. So.
But I mean, if you're going to do that kind of thing, you have to be sure that you're keeping your eye on that unit, because obviously it can go very, very wrong very, very quickly, which it did. You know, you have to make sure that you are going to be getting that unit out of there with speed. And again, it just all went wrong from there. He probably could have saved it had the conscripts not URA'd as well. So a little bit of a micro fault there. Nevertheless, though, first game was absolutely excellent, and the second game obviously didn't go quite as planned for Fahu. That is, of course, 2-0 to Theodosis, which means that Theodosis is going to progress into the next round.
Certainly, GG.
Yep, and because it's GG and we're moving on around, we are going to give away another commander. So, guys, get your votes in now. Reset the raffle. So, guys, get your raffle on. We're going to be giving away another one of the more recent commanders to one of the players in chat. And whilst we line up the next game as well, we'll have a quick look through what is happening in the brackets at the moment. I don't know if you got the brackets open as well.
Yeah, I can get them open, so just a quick flick over them. Got them around here somewhere. Get that refresh on.
Okay, so DevM, of course, doing very well at the moment. Actually, in fact, DevM is one of the semi-finalists already. He hasn't lost a game at all today, so he is basically what Paula was last week. This is about the stage that Paula did drop a game, so will DevM have a clear running? He's definitely on form, as we saw earlier. Tomikaze got knocked out by Findeed, so that bracket again completely dominated by DevM there. He's waiting for either GN21 or Sochador to take his place. GN21, by the way, must be very good. He wiped out Siberian first. He wiped out Stefan as well, who's a high-ranking player too. Now he's already taken one game against Sochador, so...
Do you know GN21?
I don't know who that is. No.
Whether that's a Smurf or something, I wasn't sure, but I've never heard of him either, so I was just...
No, but interesting to
had.
see new players that are doing well, if it is. Do you know what I mean?
It certainly is, yeah.
Easy here as well. He looks like he's gotten himself an invite to the tournament. Yeah, he's in the quarterfinals, so I think he qualifies as one of the remaining 8. He did drop 2 games against Cruzy though, so clearly needs to do a little bit more practice before the finals come around. Cruzy Theodosis is going on as well at the moment. That looks like one of the semi-finals. Yes, it is. So that may be the one. We'll do a vote actually to see whether we cast that as the semi-finals or whether we follow up a game to cast DevM. But that's what's going on at the moment, and doesn't look like they've either played or finished that first game yet.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll have to see how the games between Sochador and GN21 are going, especially if it ends up being 1-1 in that series. Probably worth switching over to the other semi-final. Having a look at it, but yeah, Cruzy Theodosis should be an awesome game, and either way, we're going to end up with an awesome grand final here.
Sorry, I dropped.
Which is always a good thing when it comes to these.
I dropped your camera there because somebody's spamming the COH2 chat on Skype. It keeps losing your camera. 1 second. If I can mute it. Don't worry. It'll be fun. Cool. All right, let's do the giveaway winner. In fact, I'll switch over to this screen quickly just so you guys can see it. And we're going to draw the winner. It is Tassos. Tassos117, who is the winner for this one, and he's a regular in the community as well. He's going to be announced as the winner in chat, and I'll write him a little message on Twitch as well, just so that he gets his commander later on. 4 winners so far. We've still got a couple more. We're going to do one for the semi-finals and one for the finals as well. So maybe for the finals we'll give away a couple of commanders in one go, because we have got a lot to give away before the 11th of September. Here come the rigged comments. It's just natural, isn't it? I got a Twitch chat.
Well,
Twitch chat are like animals, really. It's just like predictable, routine conversation.
Yeah.
You throw something at them and you know exactly what they're going to do in advance.
Exactly, yeah. They're trained animals as well, which is probably the best thing. So you keep them in captivity long enough, give them some good DevM games, and you can just predict what they're going to do. It makes them really easy to deal with. So.
Alright, let's have a look at the next game that's on at the moment. Oh yeah, so we want to do the vote really, don't we? Cruzy and Theodosis are actually playing at the moment. It's on Kolodny Firma, so part of me would actually like to wait and see what DevM, what like map they're going to select against each other. I'm just seeing if there's any of the other games before that.
Yeah, I don't see an update on the GN21 Sochador game. I'm not sure how close that series is.
Let me have a quick look. I'll ask one of the moderators quickly. See what happens. If it is going to be a while, maybe we can take a little break as well, depending on what the vote is. But I'll open up a move up vote just so that we can. Do that. Oh.
Sounds good to me.
DevM and Cruzy. Okay guys, I'm about to open the Moobot vote. All you need to do, if you want to watch the next game, we don't know who DevM's going to be playing against, but if you want to see some more of DevM and some of the crazy players that we saw earlier, then !vote space and then DevM as it's come up there. Or if you want to watch the Cruzy versus Theodosis game, which is actually running at the moment, then please do use !vote space Cruzy. And I think either way, maybe we can take a little break after this game.
Well, I mean, if you really like Stormus, I can fly over to where you are, and then sub you in, and the machine can jump in with me, and we'll start casting.
I know what you guys are planning. You're just trying to
it
take
might-
over the
it might-
take over the cast. You have Callum in this window, you in that window. Yeah, yeah.
It might take me 12 hours or so to get there, but I think we can make it work. I'm sure Twitch chat can wait. They won't mind waiting a little bit, just a little bit longer for the semi-final.
At the moment, votes are looking pretty even right now, so do make sure that you count your votes in if you have someone that you specifically want to see, because it does make a difference. I mean, right now we're hovering over like 45. There are some invalid votes because people are typing vote cash grab and so on. For obviously, DevM is known for mainly coming back to the game when money's involved, which is, you know, fine. It's open to everybody, but a little cheeky, isn't it? Keep it going. I'm going to keep it open just for a little bit more until we get a clear winner. And obviously see you guys still voting. It's so close. I don't want to call it in case like one person votes and it changes. Kroglice, they're not an official stream, so it doesn't matter what they're doing. We're casting the tournament officially as we want to. If anybody else is covering games or wants to, they're allowed to. But it's not to affect us, so that's fine. Okay, 47.3% wants to see Cruzy versus Theodosis. 38.2% is for DevM at the moment. 15% is invalid votes. Probably would have tipped it for DevM, but those people haven't contributed at all to that. I'm going to do one more refresh. No, I'm going to call it right now. We're going to do the Cruzy versus Theodosis game. So polling is now closed, and of course we can get into that game straight away.
See, the funny thing is, I didn't rig the raffle, but I rigged that vote, so...
You just want to get into a game quickly. I know.
Man, I do. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the hype, and I can't lose it. If I lose the hype, then I'll start thinking about the massive pain in my mouth every time I try and talk.
All right, we'll do it for you then.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Oh, unable to observe match. The match is no longer observable. That's an old.
Is it over?
That's an old. I'll do a refresh to see, because sometimes it pops up again. No, first game is over for Cruzy's game, I think. Oh no. Nope. Try and observe a party again.
Right.
We may just get onto this.
You may have to re-invite.
I did.
Do it again. Do it a couple of times. There we go. Yep.
Got it.
Clicked the invite. Yes, there we go. Yep, no worries.
Okay, fingers crossed then that this is the right game. I'm going to reset the scores quickly because I know how agitated people get when that's not done. Where is my preview editor? Okay.
You can do it, Stormless. I believe in you.
Yeah, I know. It's just like when you use Alt and Enter to go into windowed mode, you can't see what's behind. My previous stuff is invisible. Yes. Okay, cool. It's done now. Don't worry.
I was never worried. I have the ultimate faith in you.
I'm glad someone does.
Alrighty, here we go. Going into Kolodny.
Yeah, so many maps on Kolodny, and I think because of the kind of the standard Vitas at the moment, it's becoming a really popular map. The games are fairly even as well, and they are quite interesting, just given the fact that there's loads of avenues of attack. Alrighty, so here we go. We have the... I'm not 100% sure if this is the first or second game. If it is the second game, they started their second game very, very quickly after the first one. So I will get a moderator to confirm the scores. At the moment, I don't know if it's 0-0. Perhaps someone will pop up in chat and tell me, and at that point I will update the scores. But Theodosis playing as the USF. He's going to be taking on Cruzy playing as the Austere from the western side of Kolodny Firma.
Indeed, you're right. It is a pleasure to be here with you today, Stormus. I'm enjoying our casting experience so far.
It's a nice unexpected one as well, you know. It's like
Yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah. You weren't ready for it, were you?
I wasn't ready for it. No.
So no way Arcanhawk's going to be casting. But,
We haven't really done the practice either, so it's like, you know, it's edgy.
It's edgy, but we have natural chemistry, and I think that certainly counts for something. I mean, I don't think you and the machine just have the same personal connection that you and me have. We just feel it more.
I can't wait to see what Twitch chat's going to do with this conversation. But so anyway, pretty standard builds coming in for both players at the moment. I think we're probably going to see the triple rifleman and Theodosis, although he's pushed quite far up to a strong building on this map. It looks like he's going to go straight for the fuel, maybe get into a cover position there, but he is going to be met with the MG42, most likely going to cause a retreat. I think that's a bad decision. I think he should have gone for the house, and now the house probably going to get taken by grenadiers. Yes, it will. So not a fan of that first capping order from Theodosis there.
Yeah, not amazing. I certainly agree with you, Stormus. There's a reason that the bottom player goes for this house if he decides to cap in this direction, and that's the reason. You run into squads. Grenadiers can get into the house. It's so easy to lose. There's a reason we have set capping orders. Slams fist down on the table in dramatic fashion. There's a reason that people cap in certain and specific orders depending on which side they're playing on which map, and that is a very clear indication of why. You can't go macking around looking for a faraway fuel point.
No, that's very true. At the start of the game, you need to get pivotal positions and not points that you're not going to be able to connect anyway. Yeah, that was a bad decision. I'm not sure why he made it. Mind you, I think Theodosis, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm confusing it with Thanatos, but I'm pretty sure it was Theodosis playing last week. One of them anyway. Lost a couple of Grens at this stage of the competition last week, and I kind of put it down to tiredness. But we do know that these guys have played some intense games today, so never ever rule that out of the equation when you get into this stage. People do start doing some strange strategies.
It certainly can be draining, playing for a long period of time, and
Order team, ready for
yeah,
orders.
Company Heroes 2 tends to be more draining than a lot of other RTS games. It really stretches your mind. Kind of when you're playing other games, a lot of games you kind of play by feeling, by reflex. Like if you're playing FPS, for example, you shoot things, whatever. You're playing a faster paced RTS game, you're just kind of flowing with it. With Company of Heroes 2, you're constantly thinking, and that constant thinking, in addition to the regular micro, it's about the decision making that's so draining on your mental capacity. We see that a lot in the longer tournaments. So the longer they go on, players just start making mistakes. Even really, really experienced players start making mistakes because they've had to think for such a long period of time over the course of the tournament and really make very, very conscious and well thought out decisions, which can be hard. So it's a sniper actually opening up here for Cruz as well. And this is much earlier, and I like this timing for a sniper, especially against USF.
Yeah, it's a really powerful one as well. USF can't really get in close enough at the moment. Mortar looks like it's focusing on the sniper's location rather than clearing out the grenadiers, but Cruzy is actually managing to avoid them anyway. It's quite important that he does. Rifleman pushing up on these pioneers, get the kill as well. Cruzy actually loses pioneers at the start of this game, and that's going to be devastating for him really. He has to rebuild that now if he's going to be able to tech up. And that's 200 manpower that Axis really need at the start of a game. That's nearly another squad of grenadiers or a mortar in this situation. So great start for Theodosis.
A really nasty early squad loss for Cruz. Not a good stage to be losing a squad, especially if you open sniper. It's brutal. I mean, it's the manpower investment, and then your other squads are going to be late, or your med bunkers are going to be late, and Cruz really needs a med bunker here. Sniper's already down on half health. With the mortar out of the field here for Theodosis, the sniper's going to be in severe danger.
US mortar really does put some serious pressure on infantry squads, and especially the four-man squads as well. Theodosis just pulls out a lone rifleman from getting sniped in the church. Now the sniper's feeling a little bit confident to push up for some vision.
Actually loses control of the church now. Rifleman and the captain going to have to engage it from behind heavy cover. It's going to force the retreat of that mortar. Grenadier squad's coming in as well for support. Cruz looking really good in terms of his map control here. Cruz actually decides to go for the tech up here, and or he goes for that's an odd choice. He decides to go for an LMG upgrade on this Grenadier squad when he doesn't have a med bunker, and 3 of his squads are down on about half health.
Yeah, this is a difficult one. I think as well, because USF doesn't have that either, he may get away with it for the moment. The sniper is also one of the benefits there, because the sniper is just pot-shotting units. It's not really on the front lines either, so I think he's kind of got that added benefit. But yeah, you're definitely right. The med bunker would be a real preferred choice here, just to make sure that he's always comfortably winning engagements.
Yeah, for sure. I was just risking manpower bleed. And the Stuart's almost here as well. And having low health squads against the Stuart, that's very, very dangerous. Theodosis, he's not attack moving here. Rifleman squad's actually run into the negative cover for a period, but that's alright. The Grenadiers were low and they're going to be forced to retreat here. We'll have a squad back at home if he decides to build that bunker. Man, it's a flamer and an LMG. And still no med bunker. Yeah, I can't say I agree with this. Cruz is going to just start trading so inefficiently. Really runs the risk of losing squads now that the Stuart's out on the field.
It's one of those things with Cruz is like, I never want to question what he's doing, because there's been a number of times where he's like really surprised me with his builds. You know, just stands by logical reason. I mean, yeah, it doesn't make too much sense, does it? But you know, I'm sure there's always something up his sleeve. Always do.
Look, I have faith in you, Stormless. If you say it, I believe it. And Cruz is going to be building the bunker now.
Well, you know, I realise you didn't get the opportunity to cast the EU side of ESL, so you probably wouldn't have seen that side to Cruz.
Not a lot, no.
Precisely, and I mean, some of the builds that he did, I mean, just remember one for Brits on Crossing in the Woods, it was just downright ridiculous, up until this one point where it just became unstoppable. And you know, he's one of these people, he knows a lot about the game, and I always think, you know, someone with that kind of knowledge really knows what he's doing in these situations. I've always found him a very, very hard player to make analysis for, because he does surprise you.
Very cool. Looking towards Theo now. Stuart's starting to put some pressure on across the map. Ambo is of course out and has started the healing, and to Cruz's credit, he's playing very intelligently. He's not looking for engagements with these low health Grenadier squads. He kind of sees a Rarishon squad running up and it's not worth it. I'm not going to take the manpower bleed, I'm just going to retreat. And he hasn't really suffered by not having this medic bunker. He's lost a bit of map control, but he hasn't bled manpower, and that's the important thing, especially when you drop a squad early, in the case of those Pioneers. Really important that you don't bleed manpower, and he hasn't been doing that, so I do love seeing it.
Well, interested to see where Cruz is going to go here. I wonder if we're going to see a mobile defense pick. You know, this far on the back foot, limited fuel, only the 1 fuel point and 2 strategic points at the moment. May really consider going for Puma just to try and push off the Stuart and get enough fuel to tech. That being said, you know, it's one of those really dangerous picks I find, where you can just get stuck into using Puma after Puma until, you know, you just don't have the fuel for anything more reliable, and I always think that's a really sticky position for us there. But we'll see. I mean, it may be one of those games where he has to call it out. That's one of the things that USF can really do. They can roll you into that position quite effectively.
He certainly can. The Stormless. So Cruz will be going for a pack. Pretty necessary with that Stuart out on the field. Don't see a lot of map control here for Cruz. That really has struggled to get much back. The pack certainly could give him that opportunity. Stuart's been playing very safe as well. Hasn't been chasing these squads. Hasn't really been going on the road, so has obviously been avoiding any potential telemine spots. Hasn't been caught out by a pack, which is nice to see. Captain's going to be good support here as well, and it has an unlucky M9 bazooka on that squad. So we'll give Theodosius a little bit of extra AT, a little bit of extra threat to combine with the Stuart.
Very, very fragile game at the moment. Chrissy as well not able to capture fuel on his side at the moment either.
He hasn't been. Keeps being dissuaded by this Stuart every time he tries to send a squad up there to cap.
Theodosius actually has a really good grip everywhere. I mean, 2 riflemen at the moment pressuring the South VP. They kind of went there around the same time. Not sure if he had vision and knew that was coming, or whether he's just splitting up his forces to represent where he thinks the threats are going to come in. Nevertheless, I mean, he's very, very on point with where he's sending his units, and he's always able to counter Crizzy in these situations. Crizzy has just locked in the mechanized assault doctrine for us there, so Stuke E's probably going to be on the field.
Yeah, not a bad choice coming in here from Cruz. Stuke E's, I mean, he's not going to have to look for tech anytime soon. Well, it's going to save him a bit of fuel. Obviously can head up towards that Tiger. It certainly is a build that can work, especially with the units he has at the moment. You know, has that MG for support, has the mortar, has the pack. A couple of Grenadier squads and the Pigrins as well. Enough to stall out until he can get to the Tiger stage after these Stugis.
Oh, look at this flank from the Stuart though. Putting on some damage onto the Panzer Grenadiers, countered by an AT gun. They will be forced to retreat there a little bit, and a squad of riflemen has to retreat right through the center of the map here. Can the sniper get that last shot? Cruzy lining up for it, I think. Why hasn't he taken the shot? Fortunately, Panzer Grenadiers finish it off. And now there's a bar to claim as well. So these little engagements can be very, very swaying, actually. If he gets some of the pickups here, of course, denying bar from the rifleman and picking it up for himself, can start to turn some of these engagements into his favor.
Yeah, one of the first bars of the game as well for Theo. It's gotta hurt. You spend the money to unlock bars, you pick up a bar, and then you drop a bar on a rifleman squad and give it over to a grenadier. It's not fantastic.
No, and I believe the Grenadiers can still upgrade to their LMG as well after doing that.
I believe they can, yeah.
Let me check.
Yeah, I believe they can. I'm pretty sure they can. I'm pretty sure you can have I'm pretty sure I've had bar LMG Grenadiers before. Yeah, I'm fairly sure they still have a weapon slot to pick up a bar.
Well, I'll check it out when they get out of this house, so I'm quite confident they can. They do become a real machine. Let me have a look. Must be in territory. Yes, they can. They can upgrade again, so that would be an absolute death squad when that comes in. So really great pickup, and of course a good decision. I'm not sure you can pick up. I'm not sure you can pick up weapons when you've upgraded. Is that right?
Pretty sure you can, actually. I mean, I definitely had what I like to see, the All Rangers Grenadier squad, where you have the LMG and the Flamer as well. And I'm pretty sure I had the LMG first, and then I just picked up a Flamer. I said, yeah, this looks good.
I'll need to do some confirmation on that another time. But anyway,
yeah,
it's going to be a very good squad at the very least. And Cruzy has a couple of things on his side now that are really going to help him. Just wondering how he's going to maneuver this. He has been attacking the south still a little bit. Probably wants to consider moving over to the north side, where he gets some really good lines for the AT. Really good defense then. Of course, Scout Car nearing its veterancy too as well will provide great sight for the mortar, for the sniper. Potential Stiggies later on into the game.
Certainly will. So Major's out in the field now for Theo. Gonna have to be retreating that one, and it's nice for Cruz because he sees where the tech is heading for Theo. We could have made an assumption, but at least now he's got a pretty good idea of what Theodosius is thinking. It's always nice to know what your opponent is going for. Gives you just a little bit of peace of mind. It's nice to see Cruzy having control over his fuel point now. If he can just keep a hold of the fuel and munitions, that's the main thing for him. Looking towards our VPs, 400 for Theodosius, Cruz down to 334.
Snipers being very, very bold here. May pop out of cover whilst the Stuart is there. That's going to need to retreat. Pioneers jump into the church, very, very low health there. And they may be trying to bait here for the AT gun, which Cruzy left quite sensibly at the strategic point there. Very, very good position for that AT gun because it is able to respond both north and south on those VPs as it needs to. So really good position to respond to that Stuart correctly.
There's a nice bait coming in there. Doesn't end up coming to fruition. Theodosius tanking up the fuel now as well. Looking pretty good. And yeah, there's the Sherman. I was going to say he has the fuel for it and is now actually going for it. Water gets taken quite low as well. It's going to be forced away. Have the MG42 going to be stressing one rifleman squad. There is the big flank coming through. The MG42, it's facing the wrong way. There are considerably more squads in the north here.
First Stuggy has just hit the field. I'm not sure how it's going to match up against that Sherman though. Currently 80 isn't in a position to deal with the Stuart. I have to say, I think that was well dealt with by Cruzy there, to be honest. The Stuggy's going to really help in the north side now. I would like to see Cruzy maybe dominate that northern side a little bit more. I mean, it's unlikely that Theodosius is going to drive straight through the center VP and go for the base.
Yeah, Stuart's actually going to be landing a nice stun here onto the 222. Going to be enough to take it down. P-Ren's not quite coming in time with those Shreks, and the Stuart could have survived a volley from them. Have the Stuggy looks like it wants to chase this one down. It's looking for the Stuart now. Water's going to be forced away. Have the Sherman has arrived.
The range of those Shreks, honestly, doing a really good job there, helping to push the Stuart off. Double Stuggies are going to be really good here at pushing back up into the base. The AT gun providing good support against the Sherman. Has lost a model already and may go down. And of course that's quite far forward as well. So if that AT gun does go down, it could be very, very bad if Theodosius picks that up. And I think he will do, to be honest. He may lose the Gren squad. One goes down. Now he's working on the AT gun. It does go down. It's also very well defended. Stugs are in a horrible position too. Sherman is going, I think, for the crush on the Panzer Grenadiers, who jump into a building to try and get a little bit of defense there. Will they get the last shots off on the Shermans? Doesn't look like it. One Stuggy goes down. Great shot from the AT gun there on the right-hand side. Now all of these units have to retreat. It's a very, very bad play from Cruzy there. Completely overstretched. Another Stuggy goes down. It looks like he's brought another one onto the field as well. So all of his fuel currently drained on this strategy. That has not worked for him whatsoever.
Cruz has pulled out a hatchet. He has hacked a hole in his fuel tank and he's just drained it all onto the ground. And Theodosius says, "Thank you very much. I'll take both of those Stuggies." Knocks them both down. Sherman does it easily. That was not a good play. That was not a good play at all. The Sherman finds a wipe onto a Grenadier squad at all. This could be the game for Cruz. He's lost 2 Stuggies at the cost of just the one Stuart. Gonna keep firing at this M4 Sherman. The Sherman says, "I don't have to worry about anything, man. There are no Faust on the field. Where your Faust at, bro? Where your Faust at, bro?"
I mean, wow, what an unfortunate engagement there. Cruzy as well, still down on the VPs at this point. He's trying to be efficient with the Stuggy. This is, of course, good bait in case that Sherman comes back round again. I'd be really upset if Theodosius loses it from this position.
Yeah, there'd be no real excuse to lose it from this spot. You can just go for another Sherman. You should be able to close this one out. The play with the Panzer Grenadiers was nice. Getting inside that garrison was really smart. What we saw there from Theo, he was trying to push the P-Grens at the same time as going for the Stuggy. So going for the garrison was smart, but Theo just has too many rifleman squads with bars. Too much of a threat against these infantry squads.
Cruzy surrenders.
Yeah.
Doesn't even want to give it a go. I mean, that's a sensible thing, really.
Yeah, that game was over.
Especially when you're playing against someone who may have already out-microed you, you know. Trying to get up to that point again can be daunting. But, hey, there we go. I think that may be game 1. I'm not sure. I didn't see anything in chat that suggested it would be otherwise. So, I'll try to get a confirmation from the moderators on which game that was.
That would be a good idea.
I mean, that could be Cruzy out of the tournament if it's a game.
It could be,
if it's a game 2. We don't know at this point.
If it was game 1. Yeah, so GG. So there are a few problems there. Going all in with the Stuggies, I get what Cruzy was going for. It was kind of a, alright, look, I'm behind in this game. I see you got a Major. If you get a Sherman out, I'm probably not going to make it to my Tiger. I could be in some pretty serious trouble. So he decides to go all in with the Stoogs, but then they weren't well microed. There was certainly the opportunity for Cruz to get out of that one. He could have backed away towards... He tries to run back towards the middle VP, and I'm not sure why. He could have easily just self-retreated out with the Panzer Grenadiers in conjunction with the Stoogies, and the M4C Sherman wouldn't have been able to chase because it would have been against 2 Stoogies and the P-Grens without rifleman support because the riflemen were on the other side of the cutoff, so they wouldn't have got there in time. I have no idea why Cruzy decided to go back towards that central VP. There was a really odd choice with the Stoogies. Ends up throwing both of them away. Ends up throwing away the game as well because that push would have worked. He took out the Stuart. That was great. Took out an infantry squad as well. Could have backed away at that stage and probably stalled out with another pack when it came to that M4C Sherman and added on the Tiger later in the game, but instead he just throws them away. So a little bit unfortunate. So that was game 1.
Yeah, a very unfortunate game
so.
1. It looked like he was getting so much control as well, and I didn't see the reason to dive then. You know, why dive with a fixed turret rotation as well? It's a very difficult one there. So some people are saying that was game 1 and that they started game 2 a couple of minutes ago. So that's good. Actually, I was worried that we wouldn't have picked that one up. So apparently they started the game a couple of minutes ago. I'm not picking it up at this moment. Not picking up any game right now.
Keep an eye out as well. Just to keep everyone updated on the brackets, DevM is currently facing off against GN21 in the other semi-final. So GN21 defeating Sojador 2-0 in his quarterfinal.
Oh,
yeah, all I've got on the brackets, at least for the moment, is Theodosius 1, Cruz 0. So I'm guessing that was game 1.
I'm going to wait till we're in game to adjust the scores because obviously who knows which way round the player cards are going to be. Could be any. So yeah, what was I about to do before this? Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So obviously General's Gentleman is not here to do his promotion. Sorry, General's Gentleman Callum is not here to do his promotion, so you're going to have to do it for them, Blake. But just a quick one as well. Thank you to Relic who is putting on this tournament. We've still got every Sunday till September the 11th running this tournament. All of the money has come in from the skin sale, so the people that are making the skins from the community getting paid from that, and extra money going back into making these tournaments, which is really cool now that the community is consistently funding its own tournaments, which is really, really nice. So guys, do give Relic a little bit of a follow there. We're not doing the raffle yet, so stop hammering the raffle button. If you guys are enjoying the casting as well, or if you just want to check us out actually playing the game during the week, you can follow myself. I'll do a shout out in the chat for both my Twitch channel and also for General's Gentlemen, so that you can go and follow them as well.
And I'm sure the machine acting as Archon bot will be able to plug us away as well. Certainly a possibility. If you are enjoying the casting, we do a lot of other Company of Heroes 2 content. And yeah, as always, yeah, big ups to Relic. This is a great community event. Has a lot of people competing, a lot of top names. Events like this are fantastic for the community. Community-funded tournaments are my favourite out of all of them. The best way to run something.
Okay.
Yeah, really enjoying the opportunity to cast.
Getting some mixed messages in chat at the moment. I will need to speak to a moderator. Some people are saying that game 2 is already over, and that they are playing the last game. So that's really interesting, to be honest, because maybe we started late on the first game. I don't know about that.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, I'm not sure when the semi-final actually started. Obviously, when we started looking at the brackets, the semi-final, the game had already gone through. So
yeah,
no, it's 1-1. Yeah, it's 1-1 in the brackets. So it must have been. We must have seen Cruz take the first game. So we are into game 3 now.
Alrighty, just give me 1 second.
Apparently, they were both really quick games.
Be updating the scores very quickly, and then we'll jump straight into that game.
No worries.
What I'm really loving at the moment is being able to update scenes without changing scenes. So good. There we go. Check my Steam messages. Well, my Steam's turned off for good reason, but I'll quickly check out your message. It's already gone, Hooligan. We can't find the game, so thank you anyway. Right, okay, let's get him. Right, I'm just sending you an invite now.
Thank you kindly, my friend.
Tassos as well, who's whispering, what do you need to do to get the commander? All you need to do is just wait. I'm going to message everybody on Twitch after the stream's finished today, and when you respond, I will just send the commander code straight to you afterwards. Okay, Cruise's game. You ready?
Ready.
Let's do it.
Go. Heading into the last game of this series for the semi-final.
Yeah, today feels like it's gone really quick. I mean, I know it's 8:30 here. God knows what time it is where you are at the moment. Well, what time is it there?
Oh, God knows. I don't want to look at the time. It's 3:30 a.m. 3:30 in the morning. So. Yeah.
I really love that when you lean back, you can just see Callum playing computer game. He's supposed to be having a break, just relaxing a little bit, but no, he's just hammering it out on COH2. Yeah. I wonder if he's actually contributing or watching the stream, or whether he's just watching COH2 in the replay section.
Look, the machine relaxes by spanking noobs at video games. It's kind of what he does, but it's just a nice mind chill experience for him. But no, he's joining in. He is currently moderating as Archon Hawk. So
right, okay, I see.
He has a handle on things. And this will be my last cast before I chuck it back over to him for the grand final.
No worries at all. Well, it has been a pleasure casting with you so far, actually, and feel free to do so next week. I know GG needs breaks, but I'm a little bit more hardcore than that. I'm happy to go for like 10, 11 hours of constant streaming.
Yeah, you're insane. You don't even take breaks. It's just non-stop.
Just non-stop. Like ESL was so stressful for that reason, because it's just like an 11-hour day. The PC is getting destroyed, but obviously we're doing a little bit of a rebuild now, so everything's going well. Let's hop into the game window. We can have a little bit of a discussion about some of the commanders that we're seeing. It's pretty standard though. Everybody's rolling out with these loadouts at the moment. The one thing that I haven't really figured out yet is why Theodosis is packing Jaeger Armor Doctrine. I mean, I get it. Half-track Regal Mines are great, but that means you have to go for the half-track, and you have to lay Regal Mines, which everybody forgets. Everybody forgets about. Recon's great if you have munitions to spend as Axis, which really you never do. Spotting Scope's awesome, obviously, but there's probably better commanders that equip those. Stuka Bombing Strike, just in case your opponent's going artillery, I'm guessing. Not sure how I feel about that. And then Elephant Tank Destroyer. Would love to see that used on this map. Not. Probably the most flankable, pointless unit to have on a map like this. So I'm not sure what the reason for it is. Maybe I'm missing something here. But Mobile Defense Lightning War, good choices.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the Jaeger armor is a bit. It's kind of what you would use for a loadout in an auto match when you can only veto so many maps and you're just not sure what you're going to end up with. When you have some idea, you can change it up a bit, but yeah, I certainly wouldn't expect an elephant on Coordinate. Yeah, be the first time I've ever seen it work. I'm pretty sure we've seen ISUs on.
Well, back in the days,
but,
back before Western Front armies, there was a lot of elephant ISU on this map.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we all remember that one patch that was just only elephant ISU. Those were good days.
Yeah. Oh, how the game has changed over the years.
Well, anyway, to do a little bit of an introduction, here we are in the final of the semi-finals. Game 3, Cruzy versus Theodosis, and here we see Cruzy fighting from the East Point as the USF. He's going to be playing against Theodosis, who we saw win a very, very good Game 1. He's once again playing as the Austere. Game 1, very interesting game. You notice that the sides... No, they are the same, aren't they? Am I getting this wrong? It was Cruzy that played as Austere, wasn't it? Yeah, Cruzy played as Oster, sorry. So it's someone that's won the coin toss that has selected Allies as the faction. I'm guessing that's Cruzy, so he must have won game 2 very, very strongly.
Yeah, must have done.
I mean, just thinking like that game was won very, very quick, and he also must have snuck over more VPs as well. So he must have played a very, very good game 2. I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get to see that. Obviously we were a little late, but then of course we may have even missed game 3 if we had have been casting game 2, which would be even worse.
Would not be a good combination, but at least we found game 3, and hopefully we get a nice, long, enjoyable experience. So Cruzy will be opening up with 3 rifles. A nice standard start. Thea going for that early sniper, so not really a map control oriented build here, but one that'll hopefully inflict a bit of bleed onto Cruzy.
Well, this early push from Cruz has really stopped Theodosis from taking much territory at all. Really like as well, we've seen a couple of times today players wiring off these 2 little kind of vantage areas and slopes that come into that munitions point. It's a really nice one for Axis because it kind of stops infantry rushing in the early portion of the game, allows Axis to quite comfortably take the north, which is really important. But a nice little push there from Theodosis. So you also saw him attack ground the wire that wasn't quite finished to remove that, so really good on the spot thinking from Cruz there.
Certainly was. So it looks like we get to see big engagements at the start. I'm a fan of this. I'll have none of this just cap each side of the map, be nice and friendly. I want to see big engagements, and the sniper's going to be caught out here. Or maybe not. The MG42 actually catches both of these rifleman squads and forces them off.
Yeah, one of the rifles nearly got around actually to flank the MG, but the sniper just took one of those shots from the back, making it a 3-man squad. I think it was the sensible decision to retreat at that point. Has it a good start to the game? I would have liked to have seen 2 VPs taken as well, but you can't have everything, can you?
Well, no, you certainly can't. So that was an incredibly intelligent play from Theodosis. Recognises the potential of flank, has the MG42 set up preemptively. All about those preemptive plays. Really do love to see them. Theodosis will be going into some more grenadier squads now. Some regular infantry to deal with these riflemen.
Such great reaction from the sniper here. You know, the pioneers, they're going up. It's a good unit to cap with as well because of the sight that they get to spot things in advance. But the sniper just responded to it instantly. As soon as the rifleman got picked up there, sniper was right back en route to that destination. I feel like Cruzy may have just missed the golden opportunity there to get the church. Just walks away from it. Church provides a line of sight blocker. And now Theodosis in a very, very good pushing position. Sniper's going to be very well defended here as well. Going to just snipe away at the rifleman here.
Cruz's lack of religious riflemen will cost him the middle of the map. MG42 should be able to force these ones off early. The sniper's being very active for Theodosis. 5 kills already onto these riflemen. Expensive bleed. So active. I love snipers against USF. It's just so cost efficient.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that's very difficult to play against in the earlier part of the game. And look at this, we've got a quick tech up to Lieutenant here, which has just come on the field. So I wonder if we're going to see an M20, or maybe even the AA half-track. AA half-track is a beautiful thing to use against us there.
It certainly is, yeah. Especially when you have a sniper on the field, you know, low grenadier squads, MG as well. Sniper's going to be forced off here. Should be a retreat. Maybe self-retreating, trying to get this MG42 to land a little bit of damage. But Lieutenant Tech is a nice choice here from Cruisers. It's the way to put pressure back onto this sniper. You can't just do it with the regular infantry squads. You really do need a vehicle. Really good work on the map control here from Theodosis, though, going for that devastating cutoff right from the start. The MG is providing good power to suppress the rifleman. Sniper as well. Already vet 1, 10 kills, 5 minutes into the game, so we're ordering that double ratio. A half-track is in the build. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Cruzy here. And it really is a great unit because it's able to deal with the scout car when it comes out as well. It can suppress infantry at really long range.
deal a hell of a lot of damage. So I think this used correctly, you know, maybe get some sweepers on the echelons just to run with it. Unless there's an AT gun from Cruzy, I don't really see many options against a well-microed AA half-track.
You are welcome to have the call of the century there, Stormless. Congratulations. Use your award wisely.
Thank you.
Certainly was a good one, and you're right, against the majority of early off-tier builds, builds as we see here, with that sniper, those Grenadier squads, does leave you very vulnerable, especially with the 2-2, leave you very vulnerable to that M15 half-track, so it just, the entirety of your build is vulnerable to it. Yes, you can go for a pack gun, but that doesn't change the fact that your entirety of your build is still vulnerable to that M15. So it's still potent, especially when you only get one pack out of the field.
Theodosis has fallen right into that trap as well. He doesn't have medics up at the moment, and he has gone for the scout car, which is going to get instantly countered by the AA half-track. It looks like they may even meet each other very close to the middle here. And there we go, you're seeing that suppression come in instantly. Where does Cruzy go from here? He does have his tier 2 up. He's actually building the medic bunker when he could have maybe gone for an AT gun first. This is going to give a lot more time for that AA half-track to get some good kills in. And they're also going to secure a triple cap as well. So good teching decision there from Cruzy.
Yeah, look, this is a lose-lose situation for Theo. He either doesn't go medics and then his squads are low and he can't push out and take map control, or he goes medics and then he's pack slate and he can't push out and take map control because of the M15. So this is a very intelligent move. I just want to applaud Theodosis for this decision. It's just, I have to be out on the map. I'm losing points. It's so bad. Oh my god. But Theo isn't doing that. He's going, okay, right, no, chill. I have low squads. I need a pack gun before I can fight this. I'm not going to go out and manpower bleed. I'm just going to sit in my base. If you want to take the map, you can take the map. You're only going to get points off me. I'm only going to bleed, 50 VPs. It's better that I wait. I heal up my squads, I get a pack gun, and I take a good engagement rather than manpower bleeding and taking bad engagements.
Sorry to break you short, there could be a very, very good bait here. The scout car trying to bait that AA gun. It looks like it's going to drive over the teller. It does! It's out of control straight away. An amazing turn by Theodosis there. He planted the teller mine with the Pioneers ages ago, and he just set that engagement up perfectly. That was absolutely beautiful to watch. He couldn't have planned that out any better with execution.
That was amazing. Theodosis is playing incredibly. The bait was nuts. The M15 goes straight into it. Cruz is no longer in a good position. The M15, Theo doesn't even have to deal with it. He hasn't even built a pack gun. He's just like, no man, I got a teller on the field. Why do I need a pack gun? It's the teller is the hard counter to the M15. No worries. Theodosis now has healed up squads. He's going to be able to take the rest of the map.
So unfortunate as well, because Cruzy did actually go with the Minesweeper echelons. It's something that you're supposed to do, is walk them around with your vehicles so that you don't get caught up in situations like that. But I think he was just thinking that he had so much good map control and so much dominance that that kind of thing wouldn't happen. And of course, it really has. We've also got telemines in the northern side as well, so when the second vehicle comes on later, it has equal the amount of chance of going down on the right hand side. And of course, I don't think that Cruzy's going to expect there to be a telemine there at all. I don't even think he's going to consider to minesweep that area at this point.
Yeah, and Cruz, Cruz really should have known that there are telemines. If you look previously at Theodosis' build, and you go, alright, so he's got no LMGs, he has no minesweeper, he has no flamer, he probably has a medic bunker now, but I'm not sure, he probably just went one. Where are all the munitions? Where are the munitions at? Good players, they're going to spend the munitions, so you got to look at what there's a lack of, and if there's a distinct lack of upgrades, you can be sure, okay, there's a telemine somewhere, or there are multiple telemines in the area, because my opponent has had a munitions point connected, and he's going to be spending these munitions. There's really no excuse for Cruz to be running over telemines.
I honestly thought, in that situation, really Cruzy should have been in a power position for a long period of time. That really was something special from Theodosis. Absolutely love that.
Yeah, it was next level. It was a great play. Fantastic. Looking towards our VPs, 406 for Theodosis. Certainly did bleed a few while his squads were in his base compared to the 450 of Cruz. However, Theodosis currently has the triple cap on in full form.
Look at the lock-in from Cruzy. He's gone for armor companies, so M10's on the horizon.
They are, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen a bit of M10 Bulldozer play. Certainly am a fan of it.
Krauts have cut our supply line.
Bulldozer is phenomenal on a map like this as well, because you can really just put it behind the corners and just rely on the AoE shots.
I don't really see Theodosis a way of dealing with the church at the moment. Has just kind of brute forced his way through it this stage. He doesn't have a mortar, so it really is just relying on the sniper and Grenadier play to try and force squads out. Obviously wants to keep that Pioneer for a Minesweeper, given there's no Flamer out just yet, and Theo has a decent munitions float.
Cruzy as well, going for the Stuart, which means he's teched up to Tier 2. So he's gone Tier 1 and 2, Lieutenant and Captain. I'm wondering what he's going to get out of this. So he's now built a vehicle from his first and second tier, and that's going to bring him down on fuel a little bit. Just wondering what the goal of the Stuart is, because of course he's already driven over that Telemine. My worry is that he'll bring that up to the right hand side, and again, you know, I don't think Cruzy's really seen any engineers on that side of the map, so I think he probably really suspects that there's nothing there, and I absolutely hate to see another unit go down like that.
Has been cut off.
Would be sad. Yeah, I really hope this Stuart doesn't go down. This is a pretty all-or-nothing play from Cruzy. If the Stuart doesn't have an impact, Theodos is just going to be way too far ahead.
It really will. It all comes down to that bait. I mean, that really is what was special about the Telemine first, is that on the back foot, you know, he baited it with the scout car. Cruzy should have spotted that, to be honest, because, you know, there's no reason that a scout car would go into that engagement twice. You know, so it was, in some senses, a little bit of a bait that could have been predicted. But look at this.
Who's going to be stunned out here?
Oh, it should get Fausted. Should easily get Fausted. Will that kill it, though? It's a late Faust in the animation. There we go, damaged engine. AT gun should finish that off. It's a decent trade, to be honest. Cruzy loses his second light vehicle in the game.
That's a great trade for Theodosis. He's got to be happy about that. I know veteran C222 really not important at all, whereas Cruz loses a huge fuel investment in that Stuart. He's incredibly far behind, down on 60 fuel now. I mean, sure, he's going to have access to these M10s, but he's going to have one M10 by the time he gets the CPs for it. One M10 is not the dream. You want several M10s and you want to follow that up with a bulldozer, and Cruz isn't going to be in the position to do that.
Yeah, he's got to remember as well, this is a game 3, and although he has already got himself an invitation,
Our opponents are seizing a sector.
an invitation to the kind of final stages of the tournament, he's got to remember that, you know, there are a lot of supply points on the line that he could be getting here. It's also the prestige as well that goes with this when you get to this level, because, you know, you want to be the person that's at the top winning stuff, and Cruzy has kind of been there a number of times, and I haven't personally seen him like top the tables, whilst he's always been floating around that highest level. So obviously he needs to make sure that all of these decisions are the right decisions, like straight away. No gambles. I kind of feel like Armor Company here is a gamble with all these choke points, all these opportunities for Telemines. You know, I've seen it go wrong with M10s here before.
Yeah, look, I certainly agree with you. You really do want to be the very best, like no one ever was. When it comes to these COH2 tournaments, the prestige certainly is important. There's some nice big friendly competition between the big players, which is good for the community. But, yeah, they really do have an obligation to themselves to try and win. Church is actually going to go down here. The Theodos is starting to take back the map control, and so he should after taking out the M15 and the Stuart.
Really is a whole mixture of gameplay going on here as well. I really feel like the mortar could be doing a little bit more work than it is doing at the moment. Did nearly get cut off by the Panzer Grenadiers a second ago, forced to retreat, but it should be targeting the MG and the AT gun a little bit more than it is, and he does know the positions. It's something that Theodosis hasn't moved for a while, so should be definitely getting that one. Will we see a rifle nade here from the Grenadiers? If they can get close enough, it'll be a very, very good opportunity. 3 guys very close together, just managed to move away in time. They do get the pin.
Yeah, ping coming out just in time. Going to be forced off, and another mortar here from Cruz. That's not a good choice. He needs an AT gun. Theodosis is going for the P4, and I feel like that's the perfect choice here. After blowing so much of Cruz's fuel, dropping that investment down, going for the medium tank, the P4 can put on so much pressure here, and I have no idea why Cruz has decided to go for another mortar team here.
Losing a sector.
Well, that is
He
an odd
needs
decision.
AT.
He does have the weapons rack upgraded, so I'm wondering if some of these rifleman squads are actually packing bazookas, even though they've got the bar symbol on. So the rear echelons, for instance, they have 2 bazookas on that squad. Don't see any on the rifleman at this point, but I mean, it looks like he does have a little bit of AT there. He's also going to have access to the snares, which is good enough. I think maybe putting a little bit too much stock, as you say, into the mortars, though. That could work out really well. You know what mortars can be like, or it could really hamper his ability to contest with late game units.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Look, as you said, I'm not a man who can talk about Cruz's strats. I should never call something before it's happened.
Well, I think a lot of things with the mortar, I think I was having a discussion with Callum about this, was that the values of the USF mortar, of course, like a replica of the Austin mortar, the veterancy differs a little bit. But one of the things that Callum was saying with the mortar is that there's differences with the mortars how many squads you're firing up against. So, you know, when you've got the austere mortar, it's trying to deal with 5-man squads, and when you replicate that setting and then put it on the allies, which are firing at 4-man squads, it instantly becomes like a little more effective by default. Because of the squad sizes. So actually the 2 mortars are still considered as being quite strong, because you know, you're using basically a mortar that's designed for 5-man squads against lower amounts, really. So yeah, I mean, maybe that's why the decision's come out to use the 2 mortars. The question is can he sustain everything else?
It is, yeah. I mean, undoubtedly the strongest base mortar in the game. I don't think anyone is contesting that. At this point, the thing is completely nuts, and that Veterancy 2 is such a big bonus, you know, as it does have a lot of similarities with the Austin mortar. Having the additional shell accuracy, and especially as you were saying against those 4-man squads, is crazy. However, I see that Veterancy 2 disappearing right before my eyes. Mortar is going to be wiped by Theodos' well-placed rifle nade.
Here comes this first M10 to hit the field. Will this be the change of things as they have been? Not sure what the lieutenant is also doing there, right by the spawn point. Hope he realizes that's there pretty soon. That is a squad that really isn't doing anything at this point. For the way that the game has gone, I would actually say, you know, Theodosis has been more cautious than he needs to be so far. He's actually given Cruzy a lot of time to get an army together, quite a capable army, I would say, as well. The question is, will this M10 be able to sustain? It's going to go straight in. The AT gun lining up its sight. It goes for the crush and manages to push off the grenadiers that would have given a Faust. This is a nice move. Should be able to hop off and repair so he doesn't take a Faust on his next engagement in. The riflemen are also pushing up some of the cutoff points. I think they'll probably go for a flank on the AT gun.
I've missed you, M10 Crush. It's been so long. Good to see it coming out again. Looking towards MVP is 291 for Cruz, and he's stabilised now, taking control over the middle. Better the 404 coming in here for Theodosis. We'll need to get some repairs down onto this P4 before he goes back in.
Nice use of the MG there, trying to push away the Panzer Grenadiers. M10 racing across the map. I think it's looking for crushes left, right and centre. It has repaired, so it's not going to take Faust straight away, but the double Faust does of course get engine damage. He should be able to hop out and get crit repair straight away on that. Will he use the ability? Yes, he does. Critical repair. He can now hop straight back in the tank and the engine is repaired. That is a very, very quick ability there. I didn't realise he's shelling his own M10 as well. Probably needs to stop doing that. So I'd actually say at this point, you know, the mortars are doing a lot of work now, provided he can keep them defended. I did just want to mention as well this MG that was sitting in the middle. It's something that people have been calling out for quite some time, and I think Miragefly included it in one of his mods, which was being able to reload the MG because a lot of the times I've seen the MG at the moment, it's already fired a number of its shots of the round. So you know, when an engagement happens, it maybe fires 3 shots and reloads, and that allows squads, you know, sometimes the opportunity to flank it quite easily. So reload button possibly needed.
You definitely need a reload button. Yeah, there are a lot of factors. Just more micro potential in general in Company of Heroes 2 is good. There's nothing wrong with adding more micro techniques, because it means more skill differentiation between players. If it comes down to reload or turret lock or anything really. Oh, that nade! Beautiful on retreat nade by Theodosis. Perfectly timed. Not sure if he was going for the retreating squad or the low squad, but it was still nicely played.
There we go. Yeah, that was really, really good. And here we're going to see a retreat of the Panzer Grenadiers here. Sniper horribly out of position. M10 is looking for it. Rifleman is suppressed, so they're not going to be able to get those crucial shots on the sniper for the kill. And M10's in a pretty dangerous position right now. The Panzer IV looks like it's about to close the gap, but another M10 comes in. Should go on vehicle prioritization. It does. It's going to take that first shot, gets a little bit of the damage, and of course AT gun horrendously out of position at this point. Other M10 will be saved from that engagement. Cruzy thinking instead of pushing with just the one, he is going to retreat to a safe distance.
Hero and Tem arriving just in time. It was a smart move from Theo, actually deciding to back away there. M10's really looking for more infantry kills than they are vehicle damage. Just rolling around at max speed. Crew's looking for as many crushes as possible, and he's found a few so far.
Really nice. And he's picking his targets well as well. He's going for the crush on the Panzer Grenadiers. Theodosis knows he can't stand up to that, so he is going to retreat the squad straight away. The second M10 nearing up repair now as well. I wonder if we're going to see the Bulldozer Sherman. I think that would be a really interesting choice to have at this point.
That lieutenant is still playing traffic cop.
Yeah, I think he doesn't realise that unit is there. It's been there for quite some time.
I don't even know how it went there. I mean, clearly it was indicating which way the Sherman should come, which way the M10 should come. It's like, yeah, just in this way, gents. We've got a nasty P4 in the area. If you could just go deal with that. But now he's just chilling here. I have no idea why. It's weird.
A capture point is under attack.
Yeah, it's strange. But you know, that happens when you're focusing on a lot in the game. If a squad is kind of out of sight, you may miss it, but clearly he hasn't looked up in the top top right hand side of his screen, because he would be seeing the time symbol on his lieutenant. This is such a waste of a bar squad.
Yeah, it's a combat squad that Cruz could have out on the field. He's just giving up his pop cap and says, "I don't need this." Playing with the handicap, it's an odd choice. However, he's making the handicap work. Still has control over these VPs, forcing a lot of squads away here.
I'm quite interested to see, by the way. I mean, Theodosis is going to have the Tiger out soon. I'm not really sure why the Tiger symbol is locked when he's on 13 CP. But are you getting that as well?
Locked? Well, he doesn't have the fuel yet.
I know, but it shows it as in like it hasn't been. It's got the 13 CP lock symbol on.
Mine's fine.
Oh, okay. It's just a bug. Yeah.
Yeah.
It still says it's locked, and he's brought the Tiger out on the field.
Yeah. That is a common bug. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. It's stopped now. But this is a good time for the Tiger. The M10's out of position. They get into some horrible pathing there, facing each other. M10 may not be able to escape from this. AT gun is tracking for one more shot. Will it get it? Unfortunately, no. Just out of sight. Now we see Tiger, Panzer IV, and the AT gun. This is going to be a very, very hard counter to the M10 strategy there. Nice shot from the Tiger. Looks like it wipes the Rifleman. We do have the off-map howitzer raining down through that center point as well, so all vehicles do need to be a little bit careful here, just in case one of those does land a shot on top of one of them.
Yeah, interesting choice throwing down the 240 then, and the M10s, they're their own worst enemy, pathing into each other, and one of them ends up almost going down. I'm pretty sure he wasn't expecting the Tiger there, and he was probably wanting to just throw the AT gun, into a position where it's not set up and it's driving away. The Tiger just came out at perfect timing, though. If that happened maybe like a minute, maybe 30 seconds earlier, it would have been a really dangerous situation for Theodosis. Certainly. However, he's in a good spot now. 3 M10s. That puts Cruz in a pretty good position here. It's going to allow him to deal with the Tiger and the Panzer IV. Let's give him a bit of dive potential. However, it's just dangerous. There are telemines out on the field, pack guns, Tigers. and the P4, it's a lot of damage for these M10s to actually try and deal with. I feel like he needs support with it as well. Like maybe waiting for another 240 mil could be a good idea. Finds a P4 though. And misses twice.
Wow,
No.
look at the range on that Tiger, so efficient. The AT gun's going to try and get some shots off here. Don't really see a snare. M10 is trying to reverse round to get some rear shots. Cruzy thinks better of that idea. Loses another mortar on the retreat there. Losing units left, right and centre at the moment. Manages to retain a VP on the north with capping from the Lieutenant squad, which is actually found now, which is brilliant. This is a really bad time to hop out of the M10 as the Tiger pulls around. It's going to get a shot. Oh, misses the shot though. Very, very unfortunate at this point.
They're going to be deflected by the house. The M10s have it. They can't seem to find a good engagement. They're all within Faust range.
Oh, this looks like Cruzy's going for it, but Theodosius drops the stupid close air support. We're going to see this rain down on all of the tanks here. It may even clear this M10. It does. Beautiful strike there. Second one's coming in as well. Doesn't quite get the kill. Cruzy's going to have to take his M10s back to base for the duration of this.
Yeah, I got a 10-bit dodge it. Oh, I forgot about the Stuka close air support. It's going to be so amazing against these M10s. It has such insane damage. The M10s are so weak in terms of their health, and the Stukas are going to absolutely shred them. Not a good time at all. Theodosius, however, he doesn't have enough saved up for a second strafe. But taking out two of those M10s is going to be plenty with both the Tiger and the P4 still alive.
So unfortunate. I mean, it's a great call, and it's so nice as well that Theodosius has been saving up his munitions for that. Because I think, you know, maybe when he spotted the M10s, he's just been waiting for that moment to come, and it was so effective when he got the snare off as well. Look at this M10 here. It's not even at full health. Driving up the map, I think that's a bit of a mistake there. Probably a misclick. Both these M10s seem to be struggling a little bit with their pathing. I mean, I'm not really a fan of this build. The M10s, especially on a map like this, you know, they're just not strong enough for this kind of thing. I really think that there could be better options. And Cruzy surrenders. I think he notices that is the case. GG, well played, Theodosius, who moves forward as one of the finalists.
Does indeed, yeah. Congratulations to Theo. Very well played game. It was just, yeah, I don't know. The M10 play, it could have worked, but it was just Cruz. He lost so much early after losing the M15 to that awesome bait from the Telemine coming from Theo. That was a crucial moment. Losing the Steward on top of that just puts you so far behind, and it's very difficult to come back in that situation.
Yeah, but I mean, some great positives of that game, of course. You know, is that he made some really good early game choices. The A half track was just absolutely perfect, and I saw a couple of people in chat. Actually, I think I just saw Tractor, who's here now, saying, you know, why is that an amazing play? Well, the reason that's an amazing play is because you know, that was such a dominant tech advantage at that point, and there really was only one thing that Theodosius could have done then viably. You know, we saw him go for the medic bunker because he had to get his units repaired, and until he could deal with any kind of AT, you know, he came up with a plan. I'm going to try bait something over a Telemine, and he planted it in secret, and he just executed it perfectly. You know, there was a plan, and he made it work, and it's difficult at high level play because a lot of players are either expecting it or they're running around with minesweepers. The shame is that Cruzy's minesweepers actually were in the area. They just were slightly off position, and you know, it worked well as a bait, and it really was a game changer because the A half track in the position it was in at the time it was at was a really, really effective thing there. You can see on the graphs here, like, look at how badly that went for Cruzy after that situation. 52 units killed, 125 lost. That is devastating, absolutely devastating. Theodosius just held a steady, you know, like a steady move up for that whole game.
Certainly did. So yeah, that's pretty fantastic. Well, I've enjoyed casting with you, Mr. Stormless. It has been an absolute pleasure. However, I need to chew down some more painkillers to deal with these wisdom teeth removal, and I'll pass you back over to the machine so you two can ball it out for the grand final.
No worries. Well, pleasure casting with you, and I'm sure that'll happen again before the finals.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Enjoy the grand final casted by these lovely gentlemen. I'll see you soon, mate.
See you later. Alright, so whilst we're waiting for the switch over to go on, I'm going to do another Commander giveaway. So if you guys want to join in with this raffle, I have reset it now. ! Raffle. We are giving away free Commander codes today. We've already had 4 winners at the moment. Tassos, Rias Rez, Althurias, and Pompey Magnus. So those are the current winners. And as it's the finals at the moment, we're going to give away 2 commanders. So there'll be 2 winners from this. All you have to do is ! Raffle, and you will be included with a chance for those. And how it'll work, I will send you a message on Twitch once the casting has finished today, and you'll get your commander code as soon as you reply to that.
Hello again. I'm back.
Hello.
Those were some awesome games.
Were you watching the casting, or were you watching...
I was.
Oh, okay, you're watching it on Twitch.
I was sitting on Blake's PC.
Okay. I think I saw you said
watching.
Nice camera work at some point. That makes sense.
Yeah, that was really cool. I always kind of trash talk you for your camera movements, but that was really cool. Where the Stuka was going in for the strafe, like that looked really cool. I'll concede that.
I always get that one as well. Always.
Yeah, I always find that when I watch people that rotate the cameras, I lose track of what's happening, and also in terms of losing the distances between, is this within range? You know, can he actually reach this? So I like to stay at normal ranges, which you will see if you watch these on the YouTube. But
I think it's one of those things that has to be used in moderation. Like I'll only use it if tanks are going in like crazy, or if planes are coming in and you know where they're going to hit. So, or if the game's a dead loss, do you know what I mean?
It doesn't matter.
You may as well play with the cinematics. I
definitely enjoyed your casting. I think you guys you kicked it off. You did well. I was proud.
It was
I was
good,
enjoying
man.
that.
Blake's a good caster as well. So
yes, yeah, right. See, now you see why I cast with him.
I
so
know,
much.
because I'm jealous. You know.
I think we have about 450 videos together. So it's
a lot.
A few.
A lot of time together.
It is kind of weird though,
to construct the bromance.
Yeah. The bromance has been a long way in the works. It's kind of weird though, being in the same room and then alternating between casting with a man from England, right? Not actually casting together. But yeah, hey.
Alright, I'm just going to go in and do the raffle draw at the moment, so you guys can see what I'm doing. Tassos was the previous winner, and now we're going to draw. The winner is Chad W1. He's not a follower of Relic Entertainment, so he doesn't deserve this prize that they've given him. However, we're not going to be like that. You can still have your commander code, so I'll announce him as the winner in chat. Congratulations, you've won yourself a commander. I will send you a message on Twitch after casting has completed today.
I like how someone in the chat said we should get a room, and it's like we're literally in the same room. So that seems a bit redundant, that statement. But yeah, look, I'm keen, and we're in the grand final already. And yeah, it's felt like it's been going a lot quicker than last week. So I don't know if it's because I had a break on, or if it's just because the game the tournament's been flowing quicker than before. But we've had some pretty good matches so far. There's definitely been a few real nail biters there, which was could have swung either way. I find a lot of the times Company of Heroes 2 can be quite predictable. I find that in a really high tier game, when one player gets ahead, it generally will go to that player. But today we've had so many comebacks and so many turnarounds, and it's really what we want. It's the best thing for tournaments and for casting, and it just makes the most exciting games possible.
There have been some comments about who is GN21. You know this player?
No, I haven't heard of him. And I looked up his player card. He doesn't have many games to his name.
No, I mean, at the moment, it looks like him and DevM still haven't finished their first match. I've just done a refresh. I haven't seen any update on that whatsoever.
Oh,
so, what I was going to say, actually, is because we'll probably jump into the next game. I don't want to do the first one, because then we'll be lagging really far behind for everything else, but I would quite like to have a little break, so I was thinking about just putting the please wait on just for about 5-6 minutes.
Sure thing. I think you've earned your break.
Whilst I go, and you guys can listen to some awesome Company of Heroes 1 music if you want that little bit of a nostalgia rush with some beautiful slideshow content that GG provided. to us. So yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back. We'll either be going into game 2 of Devon. Well, yeah, we probably will, won't we? Go straight into game 2 of GN21 and Devon. And I will talk to the mods as well and give you guys an update. Paradox is saying GN21 is my Smurf, but I don't believe him.
Are you accusing him of lying?
Yes, yes, I am. That's GN21. Oops. Alright, cool. I'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. Okay, we are back. Hello, Callum. Resume
Hello.
position.
Gotta look, get in a practical yet
I love
comfortable
how
position.
yeah, it's like your chair's just turned and as I'm like, welcome back.
We were debriefing. we were discussing how much I liked the joke you made about the radio intercepts giving.
Oh,
What was it? The T-34 the wrong instructions.
yeah, like retreat to Axis base. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's happening at the moment, I've just spoken to some of the admins, and DevM and GN21 are still playing Game 1. So I thought, what would be a good idea? We want to stay at kind of like the front of it, so we don't want to cast the whole of Game 1. I was thinking we could just jump in and fast forward. We'll get a little bit of an overview of what's happening, and if it's a long game, then we'll stop at the kind of time that is the kind of correct time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'd be interested, at least, even if we don't cast the game, I'd want to at least see the builds and the commander choice, because I think that's interesting to talk about in the following games.
I mean, we could try speed casting. It's also
Oh, the Archon Hawks, isn't that patented though, I think? The times that cast is patented by Archon Hawk? Yeah, see, we can't do that, unfortunately.
I can hear him in the background, like,
He owns
get
that.
lost!
Yeah.
Alright, I've sent you an invite then. Game 1 is over, I'm being told. Yes, okay, good. This was good timing then. We were waiting for Game 1 to finish. So actually we're going to wait for the Game 2.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, okay, no worries then. So we'll wait for that one. Thank you for letting me know. If anyone can also give me the result of Game 1, that would be fantastic.
I actually see Helping Hands and Talisman are scrimming. It's nice to see them practicing.
Yeah, I do like that actually. And of course it makes sense for them because they're both going to be in the tournament. They're both around like the same kind of similar level. So that's really nice. And of course Helping Hands usually does that kind of thing with DevM as well. That probably didn't work to DevM's favour, did it? Because it ended up with DevM getting beaten by Hands out of the tournaments. So let's have a look. DevM won. Okay, cool. Well, I don't know what way round it's going to be yet, so...
I'm just restarting my game.
Oh, are you? Okay.
It's always good to do that every
Nice.
so often.
Yeah, I restarted as well, so... I mean, I can see the game. I just don't
I can see it as well.
I think that's the old game.
Right.
So, you know what's really funny? It's really funny to see both DevM and GN21 only have one prestige. Like, you just kind of think after this amount of time, everybody in this game at high level has triple prestige. But no, both of these guys, they're the kind of players, when you enter a 1v1 and you flip the player card, like, what prestige are these guys? Just to see how much they've played. And you're like, yeah, these guys are noobs. And then, of course...
I remember it took me so long to prestige, because the reason why is I would always quit the game rather than surrendering. So I didn't get the XP. I didn't actually realize that was slowing down my rank. And then also I was getting a lot less of the bulletin drops as well, so I didn't have many drops. So if I surrendered all of those games when I quit, I would have actually had a lot more.
Yeah.
It made me kind of feel better though, because it's like, yeah, I'm not even Prestige 3, and I just beat this guy who was. Yeah. I thought it was because I didn't play the campaign. That's where you got a lot of the XP from, but no.
Yep, it's the easy way to do it. Zippo, there has been gameplay all day. You've clearly just turned up. We're waiting for Game 2 of the semi-finals for DevM and GN21 to start. They've just finished Game 1 with a DevM win. And then we're going to be jumping into Game 2. As soon as that pops up on the list, we will be straight in there. At the moment, we thought we'd bore you with a little bit of friendly chit-chat. We've already done the Commander giveaway already. Don't raffle, because it's already been done. We'll have another one in between, or, well, just before the finals, actually. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Gotta say, a little bit about what's going on if you just turned up and you don't know exactly what it is. It's the Warpaint Championship, basically community-made content which is now making money, is getting ploughed back into tournaments and also paying the content creators. So that's why we're here today. we have already reached milestone 4 of the Warpaint tracker, and what that's unlocked is an amazing game between Quinn Duffy and Greg Wilson, which me and GG have to cast, unfortunately.
All right.
It's going to be horrendous, and I'm just psyching myself up for it. I may have to go into that cast with like an adrenaline pen just to keep myself awake. But
Wow.
yeah, it's going to be one of those. And of course, the biggest thing about Milestone 4 was when, well, it's the fact that now the prize pool has reached its maximum. So $2,000 as the first prize, $1,500 second prize, $750 for third place. So
Has the game started?
I don't know. I'm still waiting to see. I don't know. I don't
It's
know.
probably-
This could be the second game. I don't know. Does anybody know or has watched the first game who was playing which factions? And yeah, it must be this one apparently.
Yeah, let's do it.
So yeah, okay. We'll just jump into it. Ironically, this is the one I was going to jump into before. So, you ready?
Fine.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm feeling refreshed. I'm feeling good. I definitely enjoyed my break. It was nice to have. So
Thanks for
I'm,
reminding me.
I'm keen. You know, I've had my iced coffee. So you know, it's all I need. The hype of Stormless and Archonhawk casting kept me up.
Glad. I just need to change the scores to what I think they're going to be. Remember, this could change.
To what you think they're going to be.
Well, it's like the player
What
cards.
could go wrong?
The player cards like don't change correctly. So it's like one game we cast a Farhuz and his player card was on the left. And
yeah,
then the
that
next
happens.
game it was still on the left. So I changed the scores and it was wrong. I was thinking, great.
DevM was Axis in game 1 if it helps. Well, that's a good sign because DevM is now the US.
I don't want to fast forward to live, no, just because we want to do like a full cast for YouTube. So we will cast this one start to finish.
Yeah, I've got that recording.
Devon
that's
played
basically what's-
Austere and GN21 played USA in the previous game. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
actually a reverse of that at the moment. Just waiting for the game to load in, then we'll flick screens.
Listen up, fellas.
Alright, welcome to game 2 of this semi-final game, DevM versus GN21. There's been a lot of discussion today as who exactly is GN21. People are throwing the word Smurf around, people are throwing the word new player around. All we know about him is that he is rank 1 prestige, and that's pretty much it.
Project complete.
It'd be really weird for it to be a Smurf though, because if it's someone that's already qualified, well, what's the point? You can't enter twice at the same time. So
Stranger things have
I would be
happened.
surprised if it is a Smurf, because that just seems really pointless.
Kind of nice as well to see players are going to play Angerville again today. We've seen a lot of Kolodny Firma. Kolodny Firma has actually been quite popular in this tournament so far. The games have been pretty good, pretty long as well. Last time we saw Angerville, who was playing on Angerville earlier? Is it Far?
Oh, we casted the game. It was a really one. It was DevM versus. I can't remember who it was, but it was DevM that we casted as the Wehrmacht at the north versus someone who it didn't go very well. It was the one where he didn't get the house in time, and then from that he just crumbled.
Yeah, I remember. Papio Daniel.
Or was it?
That's the one.
Yeah, that's right. Pappy. Yeah.
But, I mean, here we go. We're seeing again something that we questioned in the first game, which is Austere going for the left side. Now, look at this MG setup. It's a really good... I don't think he'll manage to get the targeting in time. Although he actually packs up when he could have got the shot on that based on the radius. And he's going to get himself into a good position to retaliate if the riflemen come around for a flank. And it's not the usual thing we see, is it, for Austere to go to the left. We spoke earlier a little bit about how open space can benefit the Axis for those long-range engagements. Of course, DevM doing his usual very, very hard rush with the riflemen through the center of the map, trying to get those important points. Not sure why the Grenadiers aren't in negative cover, though. I'm pretty sure... Oh no, the dots aren't quite negative at that point.
There isn't any negative cover on the horizontal road, it's only the vertical road that's
Yeah.
negative cover. By the way, getting forced back by the Echelon in conjunction with the Rifleman. Pioneer is already moving up though, looking for that close quarters combat in an engagement, in an ambush position, so it's very clever. And I think DevM's trying to go for the middle, but there's actually wire here. GN21's, he's been busy putting this wire down. He hasn't quite completed it though, so he can slip through.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think I see what he's trying to do there. Unfortunately, no, that hasn't worked at all. But he's got some good wire positions on the rest of the hay bales.
We have a fresh grenadier squad.
But how useful that's going to be at this point in time, though.
The MG moved over, will suppress the Echelon. They have to crawl away now. It's a good defense here by
Our opponents
GN21.
are seizing a sector.
DevM having the majority of the map, though he has the munitions point denied to GN21. Doesn't have the munitions point himself, though, but he's looking pretty strong. Going for a very quick ambo. Makes a lot of sense, though, when you look at how weak his squads actually are.
Very late VP capping here from DevM. He's got territory control on that side. The one thing I do really like about Axis going over to the left-hand side of the map is that they seem to have a lot easier time getting the fuel. Because when both players go right, that kind of fuel generally goes into the hands of the allies. They seem to be able to get there a little bit quicker and force that on, unless of course you get like a nice MG position set up from Axis in the north. But that left side, you know, he's getting a good amount of fuel in early. He's already teched up to battle phase 1, which is about to complete in just a couple of seconds. And now look at this, GN21 taking a great cut-off position here. Very DevM-esque. Both of these players are very similar in their playstyles like that.
Mechanized infantry.
I'm actually surprised to see DevM go for an ambo. I know it's the best choice, considering how low his squads were, but DevM's such an aggressive player that it would have not surprised me at all to see him just go for more aggressive build orders, at least for now. It has the Lieutenant, so probably for the AA half-track, unless he wants to get a 50 cal in that cutoff house. Grenadiers just beat the Rifleman to the house. Currently, DevM is cut off from his fuel, though. Doesn't have access to that. That will delay his AA half-track, if that's what he's going for.
I'm not sure about that. DevM has just retreated his engineers whilst they were capping the VP. I think he's in a desperate rush to build his tier 2 now. Nice use of the MG in the north. GN21 has got really good positioning with that MG, actually. And has constantly harassed all of those rifles that have gone over to the left-hand side. But here we see a nice flank. We've got Rifleman going over to the victory point. MG probably won't be able to set up in time here. Rifleman going to be able to get past the line of fire before the MG turns its turret. It's a beautiful flank there. It's probably going to force GN21 to retreat at this point. It's a late retreat for that MG already. Not sure why he's keeping it in that engagement at all.
Well, that's weird. Or maybe because the Garens are moving in, but it's so risky when you do that, especially if you accidentally put the MG to set up again, and then by the time it packs up, you're going to have that one wiped. But it looks like DevM is capping up the entire right side now, has the 2 VPs held for the moment, and forcing away the MG, should be able to get the entire map captured now by DevM. He's got the cutoff, so no more income here from GN21. Is building a 222. So that will give him good pressure on the left side. There is already the 50 cal by DevM, which is very powerful against the 222 now with the penetration buff, especially if you activate the AP ammo. But considering it's out in the open, it could get flanked quite easily.
Scout car has arrived.
Just want to say, I very mistakenly said that it was DevM that retreated his Pioneers to build his tier 2. I keep mixing up DevM here as playing the Ostiv faction because of earlier. But yeah, of course, it was actually GN21 that's making that decision, and the scout car has now arrived on the field. Will DevM be able to deal with this? He hasn't got anything out on the field at the moment
Our territory.
that is capable of it. I wonder if he is going to go for that AA half-track, though.
He has the resources for it.
Oh, looks like he's going in for the 18-8, though. He's got 2 squads of riflemen with the ability to do it. It doesn't look like he's going to get a kill on it, but he's going to attempt to snare it twice anyway.
It was a risky move because how low the rifle squad was. So it's backed away. Getting the nades off, it's nice in terms of the veterancy and the fact that it'll delay the map control here from GN. And when you have pretty much the entire map, then that's definitely worth doing. And it will be the AA half-track. Not a single pack at the moment for GN21, but with double scout car, you can just swarm the AA half track and take it out in a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, 2 scout cars are going to do really well against that. I think the benefit he's got is if he uses his rifleman for spotting, he should be able to use the AT nades as a kind of snare, and then use the half track to get those kind of long range shots off. It can be really nice. Again, it's just so powerful though. I've seen 2 scout cars go down to an AA half track before. The only downside I see to the AA half track is it does seem to take a long time to reload the cannon. Whilst the MG is pretty consistent, it seems like that cannon can take a long time, and it's a really good opportunity when that's reloading for the scout cars to go in and do the damage.
It also can't fire while moving, so if you get caught in a bad spot, you can't disengage from it if you're being chased down by a 222, whereas if you compare it to pretty much every other light vehicle, the Stuart, the T-70, you can still fire while moving. The accuracy is obviously lower, but against vehicles, that doesn't matter as much.
Here we go, Devon is just turning the A half track, and now of course the reverse is the best way to go about it. It's already in a stable position. 1 scout car should go down here. Are we going to see the second one go down? This is the brutal cannon that we're talking about. He's turning it, it's abandoned.
Wow, what a great play there by DevM. He had a bit of a bait there with the 50 cal. The 222, they wanted to flank the 50 cal, but when they did so, the AA half track emerged, and man, the 222's got decimated there. He probably should have disengaged from that one, because now not only has he lost all the resources, also given DevM a 222 which he can repair and capture.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very, very unfortunate one. Of course, it actually worked out to his benefit that the scout car forced him to turn the gun, because I think it was actually abandoned from the MG fire, which is known as less likely to blow the thing up. So it was very, very unfortunate engagement there. But this is one of the game mechanics, the reason why you don't rush in alone with things like that, because the abandoned mechanic is designed to brutalize people that play that way.
Oh, AP ammo! He's gonna take this M15 down. He reloads, maybe because he was suppressed. That half track barely gets away. Lucky break there for DevM, who doesn't need it at this stage. Has almost double the pop cap.
Yeah, I think GN21's going to feel a little bit cheated there twice. Definitely hasn't bought enough war paint skins to get good RNG.
Bit of a conspiracy theory here. The more skins you buy, the better the RNG you have. I think when it comes down to using the scout cars against the AA half track, you need to ambush it or flank it. If you just drive, I say from the front, but I mean actually from the rear where the M15 is aimed, because it can't fire from the front. But if you attack it at head on where the MG, well, the main gun is set up, you will get shredded by the time you actually get close. So I think it would have been better for the scout cars to try and focus the right side of the map, and then try to ambush and circle the M15 when it's actually rotating through the middle, when it's moving, when it doesn't have its cannon in position.
Scout car could be going down instantly to the pack gun. Nice use of the pack gun there from GN21. I think this is actually the more appropriate solution, other than sending double scout car in, to be honest. This is a great unit at dealing with the half track, so AT gun's going to be really, really useful here. Hopefully he can get his infantry forces together for a decent push, though.
The 222 of DevM was about as effective as GN's 222s. Not very effective, to say the least.
Could be a mine here, by the way. Devon about to drive over the telemine in the center. A half track does go down. Great play for GN21 there. Totally unexpected as well. I mean, that really was a sneaky... Yeah, it was such a sneaky one, though.
Yeah, always got to be careful there near those mine spots. What you can even do sometimes, if you have the time, which DevM has plenty of time, just attack ground where there might be a mine. A spot like that, there isn't a big radius to miss. It's not the best example, but there's certainly some spots which are so common mine spots, and where there's only a small area you can plant it. For example, on Kolodny at the south, next to the munitions and the cutoff in that little hedgeway between them. Attack ground with a vehicle. You may get a mine, you may not. He's looking to prevent the cap on the right VP, I think, though, but either way, DevM should be able to replace his half-track with a Sherman. So got to be happy about that. He's had double fuel for a while. Already has the major. Getting in the cutoff house. It makes sense though. He can't do much on his own apart from that forward retreat point.
Yeah, it's a nice place to stick the major actually, whilst it's not doing anything. Also provides good recon in case anything comes down through the centre. I think much of DevM's army is going to be focused on the left-hand side now, seeing as GN21 doesn't really have the opportunity to be flexible right now. He's going to have to put everything onto this left-hand side of the map. And of course, he may get some good opportunities to push DevM off here. It still looks quite balanced army-wise, if I'm honest, for what they've both got on the field at the moment. Aside from territory, I would say it's fairly even at this point.
DevM has a lot of munitions though. He should definitely go for either bars or for the M19s. He goes for nades. There's one signature DevM ability usage. He always goes for those nades. And rifle nade comes through as well though, but GN won't find anything with it. Now he's trading up close. Has the support of the Pioneers though, so it may go in his favor. Throwing a nade, last minute nade. And the Gren's not focusing the rifles on retreat, so none of those squads are wiped. A very cutthroat engagement, but now the Sherman is being built. At least he'll spend some of the munitions with his 50 cal.
I really felt that was poor engagement from GM21 there. He lost the Pioneers as well, no reason for it at all.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, they went down an engagement, they had clear low health, and you know, there's nothing else on the field really that requires micro, so that should have been seen, to be honest. I mean, it's not going to be any good now building Pioneers when the Sherman's just about to hit the field. And here we have it at the moment. This is, you know, we're not even going to be able to see the Stuggy, and if we do, if the Stuggy comes out before the Sherman's revealed, it's going to be a real bad one.
There's no upgrades on these Gren, so they stand no chance of trading against these riflemen, especially as they actually have bars now. I think he had weapon racks unlocked. He does, yeah, nice. So he has weapon racks now. That's nice to see. He has his Sherman as well. So DevM has everything he needs, and he did about 5 minutes ago. But still, he's not making any mistakes. Sometimes you can see players throw away units if they get too greedy, or they go too aggressive for a base dive. But we've seen that end pretty catastrophically today. And this should just be a triple cap to close this game out. What was the score in the series?
Well, it's already 1-0 to DevM, so if he wins this game, it will be a close of the semi-finals.
The Pyros went down there to the HE and the 50 cal. We're going to have the AP ammo toggled out. Sherman going to be very powerful that, and the nade gets the MG. Nice flank there from DevM. Yeah, GN is looking bad. I couldn't think of anything to describe that any more eloquently. He's looking bad. I mean, what else can be said here? He's got 3 squads of Grens. He's got a Pyo, he's got Pack, he's got Stuggy. We would not recommend being in this position.
This is a really difficult one, and of course he's made up his mind on what direction he's going to go, and it's too obvious to DevM. He's always ready and counted for it. The Sherman's being repaired on the right side, nothing really to match up to the Sherman. Even the AT is just going to get smoked if it does decide to do that. DevM's MG Micro very, very good as well, suppressing multiple squads as he can. The Sherman's coming in now. It's a nice rifle nade. Doesn't wipe the squad though, not the same effect as the USF grenade unfortunately. When it took the MG earlier. Yeah,
being behind the heavy cover there, you get half damage, so there's no way you'll ever wipe a squad behind heavy cover unless they're already weak. Sometimes, though, you'll see players dodge backwards and they leave the heavy cover and then they take full damage and get wiped. But, yeah, the rifle nade, it's good at dislodging the units if you can avoid the suppression on it. Gonna be another Sherman being built, no need for any anti-tank when there's only a Stuggy. Their Shermans are more than capable of dealing with that Stuggy.
Engagement here for the Grenadiers. They're going to have to put up with multiple grenades. Look at that micro from DevM. Whilst microing the Sherman, he's also throwing grenades. Wipes the squad of Grenadiers. The smoke goes up to try and stop the AT gun from getting the Sherman. Sherman is low health. Can GN21 get an attack ground? No, a second pack gun is actually going to get the long shot here. Only leaving DevM with 1 Sherman, but the riflemen should be able to clear this up pretty easily.
Well, nice little win there for GN. He is able to kill a Sherman. That's something. But it doesn't matter what GN kills. If he can't get any of these VPs, then there's no point. And there's the major on the northern VP, so just you wait for the major arty. It's actually good now. Sort of. Cheap, at least.
Does the major arty still get benefits as it gets veterancy?
I believe so. I think it just calls in more shells. Let's see, it should say that to increases number of shells dropped during rapid barrage. Yes, so it does
good.
get better.
For its cost with the veterancy, it's a very, very good off-map.
It's spammable. It's not great, but you can use it and it's not expensive. So it's nice to see players actually use it. Same with the recon too. I love it when players use the major recon. So let's see if he uses it here. I bet you he won't though. But it'd be great to see it. It's one of those things about someone like DevM who is a long-standing Co-1 pro that is obviously great at the game, but doesn't always make use of the little quirks that someone who has, say, 3,000 hours would make use of, because they understand some of those intricacies. I can't remember any examples, but I know during ESL when we casted him, there was a few things that he just wasn't making use of that most other players would that have more game time in Code 2.
Yeah. You've got an extended knowledge of these kind of things.
Comes a blobber rifle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, here we see the classic USF formation.
Do not let them defeat us.
The tactical control group is the official term.
Taking notes from the Roman shell tactics. What do they call it? Like the turtle shell. Basically,
Yeah, turtle, I think. The shield wall. Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
Just get together and run.
I feel like the Roman Legionnaire divisions would have been much more efficient if they had bars instead. It's something that they should perhaps work on for next time. Because the thing is with bars, they have great far on the move accuracy as well. So they're really good for chasing down the Huns.
There we go. That was a very difficult game to watch.
Yeah, that was rough. And that's what DevM does. He's because of how aggressive DevM is, he's great at making good players look bad. And I think if pretty much most of the people watching were to have a game versus GN, it wouldn't go too well for them. But when you see a game like that, you go, man, who is this noob? But that's what DevM does. He makes the pro players look like they're not very well versed in Company Heroes 2, which I'm sure is not the case by any means for GN, well, 2-1? I forgot his name already, just the random alphanumeric scramble. But I'm looking forward to seeing DevM play in the grand finals. I think we should have a pretty good series on our hands.
Definitely, yeah. It is one of those things, though, like the good players in the game, it's one of those games where any good player can fall, and another good player will take advantage of that. So, you know, if you can jump ahead of your opponent, you can get yourself into a position where there's nothing really that they can do. There's always the opportunity to do that. So, you know, you have to be a better player to come back from that situation. You know, we saw that from Theodosis earlier with his decision on, like, the Telemine. So, you're right, yeah, the DevM really can take control of a situation. When he gets that advantage, it's just rolling, you know, constant advantages over you. It didn't help that he lost the double scout cars. I think I'd probably say that was the turning point of that game. That was very, very unfortunate. I mean, one of those scout cars wasn't full health. I don't know why diving was the sensible choice there, but very unfortunate with the abandon as well. Alright, so we'll have a look for game 2. What we're going to do is we're going to have one more raffle. This time it's going to be 2 winners. I think I said that last time, but we didn't do it. So this time it's going to be 2 winners. And raffle is now open, so you guys can do that. I'm also going to change the score on the screen.
Tortoise formation. Tortoise formation. I googled it. I literally googled Roman shield wall formation. Apparently the official name is testudo. So I don't know if that's the Latin word or something like that. But colloquially, at least, it's definitely the tortoise formation. So there you go, guys. We're learning about history. Not World War II history, though, for some reason. We're learning about Roman history, which is pretty cool, too.
Let's...
Isn't it Phalanx? Isn't the Phalanx the name of the Greek troops?
Yeah, they're the
Phalanx.
ones with the oval shields
spears.
and the lance spears, yeah. Just have a quick look at the brackets for what we've seen today. We'll follow our two finalists' journey through, and you can see exactly how they've gone here. DevM not losing a single game today. He had a great one against Papio Daniel, who did really well, I would have to say. DevM, of course, beat Findeed 2-0. GN21 2-0, and he's making his way to the finals. He'll be playing Theodosis, who moved up through his bracket again. I think nearly undefeated, lost one game against Cruz, but let's have a look. He beat Simmers, we saw that earlier. He beat Frost, one of the big names from last week. Beat Fahu, and good to see, by the way, that Fahu beat Smears. So Fahu playing really good games today. Unfortunately, didn't manage to beat Theodosis, but I think that still puts him as an invitee into the later stages of the tournament. And of course, we've got
anyone
the third...
in quarterfinals. Isn't that how it works? Anyone in quarterfinals
yes,
is a invitee?
Yeah, because
so we should have all the good players then, really. We've got, DevM, Findeed, who I haven't seen much of, GN21, Sodchador, Easy, Cruz, Fahu, and Theodosis. So that's today's invitees. And then they will be duking it out in the grand final and what the semi-finals were for the seeding. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what it actually says in the bracket at the top. Quarterfinals, all players who achieve this round have qualified to compete. So, yeah, at the moment they're just playing, obviously, for their prestigious place for better seeding, of course, and also the supply coin, so they can buy all those sexy skins and commanders that are in the game at the moment. And of course, next week we're going to have some of the... I think we said it's going to be shorter streams, isn't it? Or at least we think it's going to be, but they're all best...
No, it will be, yes, because it's being broken up. So it'll be broken up into, say, only the first few rounds, but it will be best of 3. So today and last week, the first 3 rounds have only been best of 1s, whereas then the finals are then best of 3s, where next week and then the following weeks, it'll be best of 3s every round for the first few rounds. And then once we hit quarterfinals, the stream ends. And then the next week, I think best of 5, quarters and semis, which will then be that week. And then the next week after that will be all the grand finals. So it'll be really good because it means that we can get all the hype, all the energy, all the keen into a much shorter stream, which I think it's easier to watch. It's easier to cast. I mean, I'm not mad because I got a nice break, but. Stormless, you've been marathon casting very well, and it's impressive. You have the stamina and the charisma to back it up. And earlier I was jesting about you being a casual because you use the grid hotkeys, but I think if anything,
I don't use classic hotkeys.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, you don't use grid hotkeys, but I think this shows that you are indeed not a casual peasant. Whoever accuses you of such is clearly heretical.
Thank you for the backhanded compliment. I appreciate it.
Backhand compliment. Isn't that the most accurate way of describing it?
It pretty much is. It's like, I like you. Alright, I'm just going to do the draw quickly because we have to move on to the next game when it starts. And this was Chad W1, the previous winner. And we're going to draw the first winner. It's going to be Anklebiter, not a follower of Relic Entertainment. What a shame. But of course, we are still going to give him the commander, announce him as the winner in chat, and write him the private message on Twitch. Next draw is going to be Phil Vots Verino. I think that's pronounced right. We'll call him Verino. Anyway, Verino, I think he's a regular on the COH2 scene, especially in the Twitch realm. So you are the second winner, and you'll get a private message on Twitch as well for your commanders later on.
Happy times.
Oh yes. Okay, so I think that brings us up to the finale for today. Let's have a look if the games are going on already. We know that they're going to be doing the coin toss, they're going to be doing the vetoes at the moment. Very important. We want to see what maps they're going to be playing. We've seen a lot of Colodley Firma, a lot of Angoville, Haven't really seen any of the other maps that feature though. It really surprised not to see Faymanville today. That was like
Yeah.
the popular one last week. It's a great map to play on. So really surprised not to see Faymanville. Also, you know, game 3s are usually a map switch up, but a lot of the game 3s I've casted today have been on the same map, which means people are consistently vetoing to have the same map in game 3, which is a really unusual one for me personally.
I personally don't agree with that. I wish that you couldn't play the same map 3 times. I think that's more interesting. Because it shows more flexibility, that you have to have the right strategies and be able to adapt on different maps. That playing the same map 3 times in a row, and playing it twice, sure, but if it goes to the third of a series, I think it should be a different map. It should veto again, but the map you played previously would be removed. But of course, I'm not the person running the tournament, so my opinion matters not.
I agree with you. I like to see that kind of curveball thrown in for a game 3. It's really nice because you can't predict what your opponent's strategy is going to be based on the first 2 games as well. So you know, it's a nice one. We have got the game lined up. If you just want to accept the invite, we're going to jump straight in. DevM has changed his name as well, which is interesting.
Is it Cash Grab?
No,
DevM?
it's not Cash Grab. It's Insane DevM. So
wow.
Either he's just
Getting
been
a little bit cocky.
picked up by a clan after that last game or something. I don't know. It's like who knows, but. I don't know. Why would you change your Steam name midway through a tournament? It's just weird.
Man, what have I started? For the past 5 minutes, everyone's been talking about Rome and such.
I'm gonna just quickly do a Steam ID check as well because I want to just make sure.
Clever.
When I see things like that, it always reminds me of Barton and Price trolling during ESL. I'm gonna get one of the mods just to confirm. Going on. If so, it's going to be a very interesting game. A very interesting I don't think I've ever cast the finals on this map, and I'm not going to tell everybody what it is yet. I'll leave it to be surprised, but it's not the kind of map I've ever cast in the finals before.
Arnhem?
Nope.
Oh.
But look, we haven't seen like any Arnhem really, have we? There's all
I
these
know.
great
I
maps,
like
like
Arnhem.
you know, Samoski as well has produced some really good games in the past before. So yeah, we're just waiting for Kirahi, who's doing modding at the moment. There's a lot of mods who are in this channel, by the way. You guys are doing a really good job at the moment. Tractor, why would you ruin it for everybody like that? Look what he's just done in the chat.
Crossing in the Woods.
That's the
I've
one.
casted finals, Crossing the Woods. The first monthly finals for ESL North America was Love Nest and Paul on Crossing.
Oh really? Okay, that would have been NA.
Back before it was region locked, so it was Love Nest from Germany playing in the American finals after he won the European ESL because there was about an 8-hour time difference or whatever. But then after that, they region locked, so you couldn't enter both if you were not from that region.
Yeah. Thank you, Fred of Shizzle. It's too much for you. So I'm just trying to get a definite on this because the last thing I want to do is launch into a Barton Price troll match. It'd be the worst thing ever. Okay, Kirahi said it's legit, so we're launching into it now.
Wait. Will be interesting though. We haven't casted Crossing in a while. We casted it the very first game last week. It was a very short game though. It's going to be a great map for snipers. This has always been one of the most potent maps for snipers. So I expect Theodosis to go for one very early. It's also a great map for MGs because of how open it is, but also with a few crucial choke points. So you can use MGs pretty effectively. So I expect to see not a heavy Gren build. Like 4 Grens, for example, I don't think is what we will see, which is pretty common, or at least 3 Grens. Even sniper first is possible.
I mean, it's a very good. It's a very good map. It's always been regarded as Oster's map, hasn't it? Really.
Definitely.
The sniper play on here. I think we're definitely going to see that sniper MG maybe is like some of the start, if not Gren MG, and then kind of build into the sniper. Where we have problems here though is DevM's strategies on this map have been insane. I think DevM introduced us to this little house we see north of the mid VP. And that is his favorite house for just rushing an early MG into and securing the strategic cap. And it's a little bit of an issue that people have had where you've got that on the north side, you don't have that kind of flexibility on the south side other than this tiny little, I mean, what are these things even used for? This is ridiculous. This one man accommodating lookout tower. It's a bit of a strange one. But yep, here we go. We've got Theodosis playing as the Austere from the south, and DevM USF from the north. And DevM has just beaten GN 2-1 in excellent style, 2-0.
We haven't seen DevM build a mortar the entire day, have we?
I'm not sure on that one, actually. No, I don't think we have. It's not
At
really
least
his
not
style.
from what I saw.
It's not really his
It's
style.
not. It's not aggressive enough, and that's the great thing about DevM is he takes what's OP and he doesn't build them. And this time it's the mortar. It doesn't want mortars. No thanks. Last time, the Pershing didn't care about that. The Calliope not interested. Going for M10s instead. So he really plays his own meta. He does not care what other people are doing at the time. He goes for what he thinks is the most effective and what works for him. That's what we love seeing in Company of Heroes 2. Something great about the game is that there's so much flexibility in terms of how you use units. Even if two players have the exact same build order, the same units, you can still play a very different style, different capping orders, different positioning, and that's what makes COH2 so interesting to watch, these high-tier players, how they use all the tools at their disposal, how they use it, and to what effect. So we see Theodosis already having a quick MG, getting the fuel with that as well, putting the MG, locking down the VP, or maybe even leaving it in the house once he gets the fuel point is a great way of holding that territory.
I don't know if he's going to be too concerned with that. I think, especially playing against DevM, I have a feeling that MG is going to be a little more protective of some of the cutoffs, because DevM is bound to reach out to those cutoffs. He's definitely going to be going for the one by the base. Just to try and deny as much fuel as possible. I think it's a very tense thing for Theodosis. I think, DevM has played a consistent style over the years, and Theodosis is going to know exactly what to expect.
Look at this play, though, from Theodosis. He has the squad of Grens behind the heavy cover on his cutoff, and the MG on the fuel. So Theodosis is really expecting DevM to play aggressively and try and deny the territory of Theodosis, which at the moment DevM actually isn't doing, and that's working in his favor now because he has a bit of a map control lead. He has more points. He has a munitions point where Theodosis does not. So you could say he's metagaming in the most traditional definition of the word, which is where you kind of outsmart your opponent in terms of what they expect you to do and then don't do it.
A little bit, yeah, but I mean, I would say this is pretty descriptive of DevM right now, to be honest. This kind of push for that strategic cut. Look at that flank from the rifleman now on the fuel. Completely got past Theodosis. It was a really bad position from the MG. Now he's only left with the Pioneers to defend the fuel point. Double rifleman are going to make a quick meal of that one.
That MG retreat was a big deal. If that MG was in the house, he would have been okay. He would have been able to hold his fuel point. But now he has to retreat. The Pioneers can't trade at long range. And the sniper's on the way with a squad of grenadiers, but moving the sniper over to that fuel point, it runs the risk of being flanked. Fortunately, Theodosis is actually escorting his sniper. He has a squad of Grens right there next to him, another squad of Grens as well off to the side. So, good synergy by Theodosis not leaving the sniper on its own undefended. DevM going to be taking up now to his lieutenant. Has the resources for an M20, which might be a good idea. You're going for the M20, exactly, because he has the sniper on the field already. It's a very open map. Also, you can have some really nice mine placement with the vehicle mine from the M20. So I actually quite like that, as opposed to the AA hard track that we saw in our last game.
going to be an interesting one, to be honest. I mean, we're seeing now... Well, it was another squad of Grenadiers, though. I wonder what he's going to go for. Hasn't decided. Yes, now he's going for Battle Phase 1. So I think he's going to be thinking it's a good time to bring out the Scout Car. And he couldn't be more right, to be honest, with that M20 getting on the field. The Scout Car will complement that very, very well. I kind of hope we get to see DevM maybe hop the crew out of the Scout Car to get the benefit of a Bazooka Squad vehicle crew on the field. And maybe put the echelons in the M20 so that you still get kind of like a double bonus from that tech decision. It's one of the things I really love seeing when the M20 is built and you do have that echelon squad still floating around. Downside for Theodosius though is that M20 is going to come out and he's still got to build his tier 2 and get the scout car. And I think he can do it, but he's going to run out of time quite quickly. M20 may even decide it can get up into base territory.
Armored Skirt's only just now finishing, didn't take much damage from that MG. Can get shredded rather fast if the Armored Skirts aren't completed. Going in now for the MG, gonna have to retreat that one. Theodosius was looking over the cutoff, but the M20 can just go through that arc. Grenadier looking for a Faust here with a flank. He's gonna find it too. Another squad nearby for a Faust as well. He can probably just use the smoke and the crit repair. Not sure if the crew is vet 2 or not. Doesn't take very long though, so he should be able to get that one off. Even then, the Grenadiers a little bit too far behind. The Lieutenant's there with the bar to prevent the Grens from chasing that one down. Now going for the cutoff.
You know what, I remember seeing Zarok last week play the double MG strategy, and I kind of think that might be something that could work against DevM. The double MGs would really stop him from climbing this way. Probably have detected grenades just to get the smoke early on to start negating the position of the machine guns and delaying his tech and maybe still being able to climb up to tier 2 first for the scout car. Really beneficial.
Theodosius also needs to get a med bunker out. Especially against an M20. If you don't have those Grens at full health, or the MG crew in particular, you can get the manpower bleeder at long range. It's pretty punishing. Does have the scout car on the field now. The goal for Theodosius is to get that fuel point back. He needs to get that fuel. Doesn't want to give that to DevM, otherwise he'll rush out a Sherman very quickly like we saw last game. Getting a munitions point would be nice, but not as important I think as holding that fuel.
M20, great map awareness from DevM there. Saw that the Pioneers were soft capping on this side, and he's going to chase them down with the M20. In fact, no, he's changed his mind now. He's going to go elsewhere. Look at this rifleman hiding there. Theodosius tries to get the rifle grenade, but DevM was too well hidden behind the house. Doesn't quite connect.
It's only a 4-man squad, so he might not actually win this fight. Especially if the Grens go behind the heavy cover. No, it doesn't even need to. So it would have been a nice play if it was a 5-man squad, but couldn't win the engagement there, being 1 man down.
Yeah, I think if he'd closed the distance a little bit more, he may have been more inclined to have won that fight. Shame though, of course, the veterancy and they went in with a little bit of a health loss, so quite an easy pick there for Theodosius.
So you're right, DevM has evac his M20 crew out, has the mobile bazooka now to ward off the 222. The only problem of doing that though is the rear echelon don't automatically repair. So whenever I do that, I always forget about that, and then my M20 doesn't repair itself.
Yeah, that is of course an issue in a sense, but I mean for someone with the kind of micro DevM has, I'm pretty sure it doesn't bother him one bit.
I'm not DevM, exactly.
I'm pretty sure he'll remember. Look at this though, M20 charging into the base. It's looking for the sniper. It's going to get that increased damage on the retreat path. Now it pops smoke. The scout car, I don't think he can attack ground, so he's going to probably get away from this rear echelon, sorry, the vehicle crew with the bazooka. There for support. They do get suppressed and pushed away. That was a very dangerous play from DevM there, but again, you know, with good micro, he's able to deal with that situation quite well.
Good nerves, because I think most players would have just gone for the sniper. They would have gone, oh dear, committed to it, gone for the sniper, trade the M20 for the sniper, and that's it. But DevM, he didn't panic. He popped the smoke and he just drove away. No problems at all. He didn't lose anything. I like how he also had the bazooka there to wound the 222, maybe scare him away from the M20, but at the same time, it may have actually backfired because it meant that the 222 backed away from the bazooka and then drove towards where the M20 was coming in for the sniper, but Maybe it was more just DevM seeing the opportunity to go for the sniper and then going in for it without thinking too much about it. But I think with the M20, that's how you want to play. You want to try and dive the sniper down.
I think DevM's going to get another excellent flank on this fuel point. He's got the rifleman there just hovering around. Oh, look at this though! Theodosius goes for the rifle grenade. It hits the building. How unfortunate was that? That was near perfect sight, and I don't know how he spotted it either.
I think look at the very back MG crew. The guy's quite far behind the MG. That's why.
Do you know what? Let's put the fog of war on. He would have been able to see that. Yeah, just there. So Devam's
still there.
Not as concealed as he thought at all. You don't really know what Devam's doing here. It looks like a bit of a distraction. He's just kind of wasting Theodosius' time until more reinforcements come in. The vehicle crew getting ready to take on the scout car now as well. The M20's back in action.
Hey, Devam has a mortar. Very aggressive where he is. Is he trying to barrage the medic bunker? I'm not sure why it's that far forward.
Look at that flank with the rifleman. Grenade goes in. It's going to be a nice grenade. Does a couple of models. M20 goes in to engage the grenadiers. A Faust may go off, but it's not going to do that much at the moment. We're seeing Bar Rifleman push the gap, but they don't have the veterancy to deliver an AT snare. Mortar's horribly unguarded there from Devem. Might be a nice opportunity for grenadiers to pick that up.
So what happened is it loses the mortar as well. Wow. So the mortar was basically behind the hedge. A rifle nade wiped the mortar, so then DevM recaptured the mortar with a rifle squad, and then the Grens were able to wipe the rifle squad, and then wipe the mortar again, and then steal the mortar. So a very bad turnaround there for DevM. 2-2 going in after this M20. Could stand to lose this one as well. And there's no bazooka in that crew. It's a rear echelon, so he doesn't have any chance of turning this one around. But at least he's able to keep the rear echelon squad alive. Theodosius is deciding to finish off the M20. Some players may have tried to preserve the M20 and steal it away.
Well, we do have a commander pick of mobile defense for Theodosius. I really don't like this. I think this is one of those commanders that loses game if you do drag into getting the kind of off-map Pumas so much and no other kind of tech. I didn't really feel he needed it though after getting the M20 with that scout car. I guess maybe he's just fearing the amount of fuel Devem has, and quite rightly so in fairness. The question is though, are these Pumas going to keep up when the Shermans and the Jacksons start coming out? And I think you'd probably have more luck with some AT guns and some real tech, to be honest.
The Ostrupen were called in before the M20 went down, so he probably wouldn't have gone for them after he killed the M20. It was definitely beforehand. A little bit unlucky as well.
They were on the field before. They delivered the Faust to the M20 as well, so...
Right. Yeah, they didn't actually get the LMG with the Ostrupen. There's a certain chance that you'll get the LMG per squad, so you can get 0, you can get 2, you can get 1. It's a bit of a luck draw. The LMG poker.
Interestingly enough, we're in a situation where Devam's had a great early game in terms of map control on VPs, but Theodosius hasn't really lost anything. He's playing very well, the veterancy is starting to get up, he's got a bigger army than Devem has on the field at present, so I would actually say with the right kind of positioning here, he stands in a very, very good position to prevent Devem from doing anything nasty at this point. My worry is that Devem may reach out for tactical support, and we could see later game Calliope barrages with the M19s on squads, and that's going to make things very, very difficult for Ostrupen.
Devem getting his mage now, and he has the fuel for a Sherman, so a little bit late with his tech. Bit too much manpower bleed, I think, trying to replace all his squads. So he will have that Sherman out, and Theodosius doesn't have his battle phase 2, so he will have to rely on the Puma, which on a map this open can actually do pretty well against the Sherman. Nade comes off onto the MG, only gets 1 model, and once again, very aggressive plays with the vehicle crew, with the bazooka, more riflemen looking for some damage. A little bit too close into the base, but Devem, he's had a great map so far. He's had the VP control for the most part. He's 200 VPs ahead of his opponents. Theodosius now down at 305. So I wonder if it's worth Devem going for a Jackson into a Calliope, and he can play a more defensive game. But no, that was not what I expected. Instead, he's going for the Sherman, so probably to see him go Sherman spam to victory, which is really all he needs to do. Or maybe instead go for a Pershing as his second tank if he has the command points by then.
See, by the way, Theodosius really is realizing the threat of the fuel advantage that Devan has right now. He was capping VP on the right, probably could have won an engagement as well. Instead, he's going to go for the fuel decal. Of course, we realize it's not going to be in time as that Sherman's going to be in the field within the minute. He does have access to the Puma, and he has the AT gun. Double vetted scout car means he's going to have really, really good sight range on the map. Just look at the sight benefits that that's giving him at the moment. So hopefully the Puma and the AT are going to have a pretty good game against this, which is going to be a great benefit to Theodosius. He really needs to keep that scout car alive in a good position.
I think he's going straight for the command vehicle. Or maybe he'll go with the Puma once he sees the Sherman come out. But the command vehicle is really nice to have, especially when you have the smoke with it. And it buffs all the squads nearby in vehicles as well. So it's such a great unit to have to just complement your army. Ostrupin on the right side going to get focused by the Sherman and the sort of rifleman as well. So let's see if he actually loses this one. Wow, great HE shot there. The squad is going down. Unfortunate timing of the cap there, capping whilst the Sherman was being built. So arriving and getting that squad wipe. Only Ostrupin though, not as big of a deal as Gren or one of the support weapons, but still going to be limiting his capping power a little bit. Theodosius has recovered the map pretty well. He's got 2 VPs in his favor. He has a fuel point, getting a munitions point now, which he hasn't had the entire game. It's actually one great thing about going a support weapon heavy playstyle and not going many Grens is then you don't need as many munitions for it to work.
Oh, whoa. Great shot from the Sherman there. Wipes the squad of Pioneers.
Okay, Puma's been called in. Sherman's already taken a bit of damage. He's going after Ostrupin in the house. So this Sherman is on Ostrupin hunting duty. No way Ostrupin will survive this one. Probably just going to leave him there to die.
Like the HE
Maybe he can get Faust on, best thing he can do. Okay. If he Fausted that and followed up with a Puma and the 222, maybe in a wipe there. That retreat was probably a little bit futile. Yeah, loses the squad there. The Puma now going to be facing up, but with the rifles there, the Puma can't go too aggressively for fear of the AT grenades. So only one of them has access to it. The other one's still vet 0.
Enemy is taking our territory.
Really interesting engagement here. The Riflemen versus the Grenadiers. How are they going to manage it? Smoke gets popped in, probably to stop the AT gun from taking shots. The Sniper as well is also in a bit of a bad position for the smoke grenade. AT gun's forced to retreat. Will the Sherman come back in after healing? Already forcing away Pioneers and the Grenadiers from this engagement. It's a pretty good push, and again, it just shows us Devan's accuracy with these kind of, with these kind of throwbacks. The smoke there was such a great position. It made things so difficult for Theodosius to do anything. And he's ended up retreating half his army at the point that he was progressing against. Devan hasn't quite realised the vehicle crews haven't repaired the Sherman though, so it's a bit of a waste of time there. Maybe the Puma can go in and sort that out.
Yeah, health, got to be careful about the Puma. So putting a second Sherman makes a lot of sense. He has still quite a fair bit of pop cap until he has access to a Pershing or his Calliope. And Theodosius, he has 2 packs, so he's going to be relying on the packs, which makes the Calliope a great choice against that. Will be the Command Panzer as well. So Puma, Command Panzer 222. He can play aggressively with hunt down the Sherman if there isn't any rifleman. Having the rifleman field defenses for the mines would be as well, just to prevent the Puma from being aggressive, but I think ultimately the Calliope is going to be the best choice in this situation.
Yeah, I would like to see the Calliope. It's a shame that he's already spent a lot of his munitions on the bars, because I think this is one of those maps where
stages
LMGs like the well, the M19s do well. It's nice in these engagements, and it's not like Austere has that much indirect fire that M19s are going to become a problem. They're going to match up well to the Grenadiers LMGs, because he's already spent it on the bars for the early game. So I don't know, I don't know about this Calliope choice. Really interested to see what he is going to pick though at some point.
Yeah, he has a fair bit of options here. I feel like if
Puma,
he
this
does
could be a
go
terrible
Calliope-
Puma assault right here. It's going to take a shot. The Sherman may take an 18 nade though from DevM. DevM hasn't actually hit the button for 18 nade yet though. Not sure what the Puma's doing. It's not going to win at this kind of range. AT Gun's also taking a shot. Puma goes down. A little bit of a waste there. We also see Sherman taken down in the center. I think that's another AT combination with the Command Panzer Force. It's a good trade right now. AT Gun just missing a hit on the Sherman as well. Could have taken that down.
We are losing a sector.
So unfortunate.
Yeah, that was crazy. There was 2 engagements happening at the same time there. DevM almost saved the middle Sherman. He went in with a rifleman and threw a grenade on the pack. The pack just barely survived, fired the shot which killed the Sherman, and then the pack was decrewed by the rifleman. So could have gone better for both of our players, trading a Puma for a Sherman. You'd think it's a better trade for the Wehrmacht player, the Sherman being more expensive, but given how much fuel DevM has at his disposal, I would say that's definitely benefiting DevM. He can replace that very easily.
Being so sneaky with those riflemen again on the fuel point. There you go. You can probably see how these riflemen are getting seen now as well, because on that corner they haven't quite got full protection there. And it looks like the scout car is going to come in. Vet 3 scout car now, by the way. Let's look how many kills it's got. 9 kills.
Enemy is taking our territory.
Or if it feels confident.
Sniper has done pretty well for Theodosis. He's got 29 kills so far, which against the US is a lot of manpower, I believe. On his way to Vet 3 as well will give him even better rate of fire. So when you have this many squads of riflemen, the manpower bleed can definitely become a problem in the late game. T22 bullying around the rifleman. Couldn't use the AT grenade there due to the minimum range, so he had to retreat that one. Trying to focus the rifleman down, but on negative cover the Grens will take too much, especially against that HE Sherman. May backfire horribly here. Could even lose the Grens. The HE Sherman misses the shot, and the Grens do survive. There's still 2 packs here for Theodosis. They haven't locked in a commander just yet, and he can go for any of the call-ins that he desires. He has a fair bit of choices here.
Losing a sector.
Another Puma. As you know, this game is very, very far from over at this point. Notice that Theodosis also got some telemines laid down as well, just in case DevM does decide to go for that aggressive push. And I would like to say that Theodosis is probably past the hardest part of DevM's game right now, which is that early game, threat. So that now that he's got himself with some decent equipment on the field, I think he's going to be able to start pushing back DevM if he displays a similar level of micro.
The clumping of that Grens was antsy there. The thing is with the Grens is whenever Theodosis caps the middle VP, oh, actually, the Sherman could go down here. Will he land the Faust? Not quite a Faust just yet. Packing the Puma, getting another shot off. Will he go in with the Puma? There's going to be a bazooka there for the Peels. The Sherman will survive that one. It's actually Vet 2 for now, so it's going to be pretty effective here. But with the Grens, he keeps putting them on the wall. And when they're in front of cover, it means that ballistic shells, such as tanks, they're going to scatter into the wall and explode the AoE. So being in front of cover against tanks is really, really bad. You're way better off being out in the open, not only for the fact that you're more spaced, but then also just because the tank shell won't scatter back into the wall and explode on your face. Tightrope did a really great video explaining that, and it actually makes a pretty big difference.
Yeah, positioning in this game is so important. I think we obviously will realise how that is. And little things like that, of course, do change the tide of games quite quickly. Here we go, Vet 2, Sherman
goes down! Despite the suppression on the LT, Sherman's going very aggressively. He's found a Puma, but they phase through each other. Is it right in front of the pack here? 2 packs, in fact, and a Puma. He's a dead Sherman now. And that's it for the tank army of DevM, but he can replace that with a Pershing.
That's a really good engagement for Theodosis. All he has to do is keep building, keep hold to what he's got. He didn't lose that much. The sniper, not too much of a loss in the grand scheme of things, I don't think. Look at this chase down with the Command Panzer 4. Nothing on the field to stop it at the moment. Insane. DevM locks him with the Pershing. He's clearly going to call that out in a second. This is a crazy push. I think Theodosis is going to go all in at this moment.
So many juicy targets to Y, doesn't get any of them. So many squads, so close to being wiped, and the Command P4, he failed his job, driving back now in disappointment and dishonor on his way to commit seppuku.
He's clearly shooting blind. He's just popped out of his tank just to binoculars back and see if he actually killed anything. It's like,
oh, look at the manpower bleed though. DevM, he could afford a Pershing, and then he had to reinforce all his squads, and all of a sudden back down to 250 manpower. So that was, man, that was a brutal engagement there. Deciding not to go for the Pershing, but I don't think he really needs it at this stage. Reinforcing his squads, I think, is the better choice. Get the two VPs back in his control, especially with the two packs. The packs are both Vet 1 as well, so they can chain the target weak point.
Look at that suppression there from Theodosius. 4 squad suppression. More than half of Devon's army instantly goes down here. Theodosius hasn't seen this grenade from the left side. Gonna lose that grenade if he doesn't get it out. Oh, he does, and it drops the LMG. Is there a possibility that this rifleman squad can pick it up? I can only see 1 bar on the squad, so it looks like they may go and get that. Theodosius.
That's crazy. With only 1 squad of Grens now, the riflemen are going to be able to walk all over these support weapons. They can blob their way through the MG with the smoke. They can run after the packs and decrew them. The Command P4 doesn't have the damage to deal with this. And with only Pumas for support, there's just no way to prevent these blobs from really getting this work done. Unless we see another MG come out. Theodosius actually builds a squad of Grens. And the Pyros were able to recap the LMG, so preventing Dev M from getting that one is nice to see. We also have the option for combined arms, something that we haven't seen Dev M go for, something that actually most players neglect. And the Pershing's now going to be available.
Yep, hasn't reached for it yet though. I wonder what he's doing there, whether he's going to try reinforce first, then call out the Pershing. Nope, Pershing is now on the field. And this is the unit we think... Where's the engine sound? Always happens with it.
Yeah, the Pershing's much quieter. It is.
I'm pretty sure.
Silent but deadly. So, I don't even know if the Pershing is actually worth building at this stage. 2 Vet 1 packs, a Puma and a Command P4. This could actually go down very quickly if he's not careful. Calliope would have been such a better choice right now, but going for the AT grenade here could lose his Puma. The reason why he went for the Pershing is because he was worried that the Panzer IV was going to wipe all his squads, and if he didn't go for that Pershing, he definitely could have lost his squads there. So I think, I understand why he went it, but has to be a little bit careful. He does get the Puma though, he's already having a great time, and now he's going to be able to circle this pack.
Yeah,
Second pack
that
on
was
the way,
really
though.
terrible play though from the AT gun. It just walked straight up. It could have set up way before that point. Actually managed to get a couple of hits off, which is unexpected, but that really was bad.
No target weak point there at all, so the Pershing backs away, kills the pack, can be recrued, but it will lose the Vet 2 it was, so that's definitely a nice little pick off there by DevM. Command P4's got a fair bit of kills as well. He's got 13 kills so far. The LMG Pyos alongside the Flamer Pyos going to be forcing away all those American squads, and the Puma, is he chasing down this Pershing? He is.
Certainly is going for it. He's going to take the shortcut as well. This could be a really good play, or it could go horribly.
Oh, but the rear arm is facing the Puma. No, he doesn't quite find it. He underestimated how far it travels. Meanwhile, another aggressive play for the cutoff here. Couldn't nade this 2-2-2. He's going to lose that Vet 3 one. It's a pretty big blow. Their vision can be very powerful in this late game situation. There's also a MG on the ground. He can't quite steal that one though. The mortar taking the 4th model down. Especially having access to the smoke, he can steal those weapons very easily. But DevM's still looking very strong here. He has 468 VPs to his name, only 110 for Theodosius. Running out of squads, doesn't have any good vehicles. Just a Puma and a Command P4 won't deal with these vetted barred riflemen. And with only 1 pack now, the Pershing's going to have a lot more freedom, but that pack will get recrewed eventually. But I think the rifleman will just get the double cap, if not triple cap, and close this game out.
We'll see. We've got 100 VPs exactly left for Theodosius at the moment. Devem just has to play a very careful game with this Pershing. He will be in a very good spot. He's also left himself 40 manpower, sorry, 40 pop cap to play with as well, so he should be able to build up a pretty good counter to what Theodosius has in the field at this point.
Enemy is taking our territory.
He already has it. What does this many...
Get more of it.
Yeah, exactly. When you're ahead, get more ahead, as the famous Day 9 likes to say. LMG Grens having just a hard time standing up against this many rifle squads. They're outnumbered. There's more of them. They have more veterancy. They have more weapons. And we're going to have the Pershing going after the Puma. Yeah, he misses the shot. There's 2 packs now setting up. Target weak point would be great right now. He actually uses it as well. Doesn't connect by the looks of things though. There goes the Puma in the middle. The P4 taking a bit of damage from the bazooka, but that should be okay. Hasn't lost any of the riflemen just yet. And now the Pershing opening up on this P4. Has the armored skirts for now, but will he actually save him? The HEVAP round's already been used on the Puma, so he can't finish off that P4.
Enemy is attempting to steal our sector.
Rifle squad has flanked for support weapons. And a nade comes through for this mortar. Yeah, he loses that. Vet 3 mortar goes down. And currently the triple cap is on for DevM. It was a nice flank though, because DevM, he didn't just mass his way through the middle. He actually split up his army. He had the Pershing on the left side, he had the rifles in the middle, he had a squad on the left as well supporting the Pershing. So that's pretty signature DevM, is when he goes for those massive attacks, he prepares for them quite well by splitting up his forces, and it catches your opponent out of position because they can't deal with so many different squads coming from different locations.
Yeah,
even when they were in the middle, they were still spread out across it.
Yeah, it is a tough one because you really do need a great support structure to beat that kind of thing. It does seem like DevM's micro has been really on point as well. It just some of the losses we've seen, yeah, okay, there's been fair play to Theodosius, but a lot of the infantry engagements have been won. I think you can see that in the infantry veterancy, just how effective he's been with micro. A couple of situations where Theodosius just hasn't managed to avoid grenades and other things like that. So look at this as well. Command Panel 4 horrifically out of position. Pershing on the rear armor.
Ooh.
Don't know if the 80
Target
guns are
weak
going to be
point.
able to stop that though.
He's actually taking a fair bit of damage here from the double packs. The P4's turning for its frontal armor. He loses the Pershing. Smoke off, but too late. Will the rifleman finish off his P4 with the nade? It is actually available here. He's going to be using it, but he may lose the squad in time. No, it bounced. It barely survives. Even with the bounce, it still does 80 damage, but it wasn't enough to take out that P4.
It's all a distraction anyway though.
Oh, it bounced again. Yeah, it's flashy and all, but yeah, you are right. The VP is draining down. It's going to be GG here for DevM.
Yeah, I mean, that last push wasn't as victorious or glorious as I think we thought it would be, because obviously DevM's just sending in everything to distract Theodosius from walking over to any of the VPs. So, you know, DevM, that's a nice little strategy. You may as well throw it because he knew it would give him the time he needed to close that game. And then we go. Game 1 goes into the hands of DevM. Very good play from DevM there. That's the kind of aggressiveness that a lot of people find really, really hard to play against with him. It's always a pleasure to watch, and it's kind of a bit of a unique play style. Most people can't handle the micro for that level of aggression. The interesting thing is going to be to see him do that with Austere. I mean, I assume he's going to be playing Austere next, and he's also a very aggressive Austere player, so you know, those people who are wanting to see how to play Axis and how Axis can win, I think the next game is going to be very interesting to you.
We did cast him earlier where he went double Shrek Panzergrens instead of building packs, and it was just very, very aggressive. That was a great match to see.
That was really good.
But yeah, I'm definitely keen, especially on Crossing, which should be a pretty dominant map for him. But that being said, he will go for the sniper, I would assume. That's what he did in his Angoville game, and this is a much better map for the sniper. I think he delays his MG as well, so maybe we'll see him go more Gren heavy, which
I think
probably isn't as a...
In the past, we used to see him go multiple Grens. I think we used to see him go like, you know, the 4 Gren build. with the sniper. I've seen that before, but I don't know if that's so viable at the moment, unless you're packing like a G43 loadout specifically. It's good against Brits, you know, more Grens is good against Brits, but I think he'll always go that MG sniper, because he's going to be playing against a lot of USF and a lot of Soviets, and there's a lot more things to kill.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting grand final. Looks like Game 2 has actually started by now. Theodosius is the Soviets.
Gonna have to change the score when I see the faceplates. Okay, it looks like they've actually switched this time. Fantastic.
One thing we haven't seen a lot of today is penals, which is quite surprising because penals are really good and a lot of players love spamming them. Maybe we'll see Theodosius go for them now. He has guard bulletins, as well as also having the Tank Hunter Partisans, so he has a really good loadout for the penal playstyle.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's kind of what we were talking about earlier, those guard doctrines, kind of indicative that you can play tier 1 and still have a pretty good chance of dealing with light vehicles. Again, like loadout wise for DevM, and we'll just jump into game and have a quick commander discussion in a second. Set up.
Also a good map for the Jishkas. It's a great map for MGs in general, but the Maxims can have a hard time because their arc is so narrow, and when the map is this open, it then gets really easy to flank the Maxims. So we have Theodosius wasting no time, going immediately for his tier 1, the penal barracks.
That's exactly, yeah, what we said it was going to be, and no conscripts this time. Sometimes when we've seen the tier 2 or the tier 1, we see a conscript in the build. He's going straight for the penal battalion, which leads me to believe he may be going straight into scout car after this, which would be fairly effective, to be honest. And DevM hasn't reached out for the MG. He's going to go, I think, multiple Grens, unless he goes Gren Sniper. Be interested to see what the second unit in his build is. I think that's really interesting, especially as we were talking about this before. I was expecting him to reach out for an MG, but he's going to go Gren Sniper. And of course, Sniper's very, very efficient on this map. But what I'm really looking forward to is seeing all the invited players play on maps like this as well. You know those games we see Love Nest when we play on here? And it's just
Scout car.
absolutely phenomenal gameplay. Yeah, these builds have become predictable now. I think we know what kind of game we're about to see at this point.
Well, this could be very effective here for Theodosius, because DevM is going for a sniper, and currently only has one squad of Grens, so the M3 could take that sniper out very quickly. So I wonder if Theodosius would have gone for this M3 normally, or if this is more a counter to DevM's strategy, since he typically likes to rush out that sniper. If he kills that sniper early on, that could set DevM so far behind and really prevent him from recovering here, going straight through the middle of the map. And that's where the sniper's going, I think, unless he's going up the right side to the munitions point. Maybe he wants to save it for the Flamer Clown car.
I don't know, he seems to be a little bit indifferent about it. If he caps that mid VP, I don't know if the scout car's going to see it straight away, but the grenadiers are with it, so I don't think it's going to become a massive issue at the start at all. I think perhaps if DevM is paying attention right now, he probably would have heard the noise profile of the scout car through the fog of war there, so he probably knows what to expect at this point.
I think he's putting the penals in the scout car.
Our territory is falling
Yeah, wow.
into enemy hands.
The interesting
That's
thing
what
though,
it
I mean, I
rents.
don't think actually... No, it's alright.
Taking a lot of damage, Grens have to retreat. It gets the cutoff, but not for very long. So the M3 should be pretty effective here, but we most will likely see a quick 2-2-2. It's a bit harder on this map to make use of the Tank Hunter Partisan spawns. The garrisons aren't in the key positions. I guess you can probably spawn from the sniper's nest. That'd be a great spot to spawn from. But on some maps like Kolodny and Faymanville, the Tank Hunter spawns are very, very powerful. So going for guards is probably going to be the safer choice for Theodosius here.
Look at this build. Triple penal battalions in at the moment. Going to be a very, very interesting one. Of course, they're very, very strong at the moment. I just don't know what they're going to be practically doing on a map as open like this. They're going to be getting picked off by the snipers. Long-range engagement, sometimes through negative cover, going to make it very, very difficult for the Penal Battalions. I certainly don't expect to see them upgraded with flamethrowers. Of course, that could happen.
He'll want something in the clown car with a flamer. So he'll probably have one of the squads with a flamer in the clown car. But yeah, the Grenadier maybe a little bit too aggressive here for DevM. Could even lose a squad if he's unlucky here. The Penals, I don't know if they're focusing it down or not, but yeah, he's focusing it down. The M3 not in a position to follow that one up. And the Sniper's been doing a bit of damage here, only on 2 kills though, but the Penals, they do bleed a fair bit of manpower, so the Sniper is actually a pretty good counter against them.
There's a nice flank coming in by the scout car though, it's going for the Sniper. It's about to detect it, but it's probably going to take a foul from the Grenadiers. Will he get out of the vehicle with the Penal Battalions after this foust? He should do. Well, he's pretty safe to stay in there.
Second Faust coming through, munitions going to be available here as well. And the Penals couldn't quite focus the Grenadiers down in time.
Maybe rewarded with his squad.
He'll lose it. Wow, negative cover especially. So trading the Grens for the M3, it's probably worth it even despite the fuel. And the Pioneers may be next as well.
Doesn't decide to
run away.
Interesting. I think he probably could have got the wipe there on the Pioneers.
Behind heavy cover.
Just missing a medic.
I don't think that'll affect all the models, but he should be able to win this one. But the Sniper in the back doing that, the manpower bleed there. And actually, look at the map here. DevM doesn't have his fuel point. It was disconnected. It was decapped by that scout car.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting decision. I would prefer to have seen the Penal Battalions all together, but instead he was capping with the Penal Battalions in the scout car, whilst the engineers were available to replace that squad in the scout car, and he could have done some quick capping with those and saved the Penal Battalions for a better assault.
Rebuilding the scout car.
Oh, I don't like that.
A lot of players build, well, if they're going to build an M3, which is rare even, I think most players wouldn't really build it because they just don't want to delay their tech that much. But it's still against the Sniper. There isn't a med. Oh, there is actually a med bunker now. So the M3 isn't as powerful. It does really well when squads are low, able to pick off models from afar. I think it can work as long as it denies the fuel point here. Because if Theodosis has 1 fuel, especially 2 fuels, and DevM doesn't have any, then he can, even despite the fuel investment, he can just go for a quick T70. And the 222 shouldn't be too much further off, but again, he has the partisan spawn, he has the guards as an option. Hopefully he doesn't go too deep with the M3 as the 222 spawns.
I think this is an interesting one. You just see that tier 2, has it finished or is it? No, it's just about to go up now for DevM. I think he's got a little more time to play with the scout card, to be honest. In fairness to him, he's actually getting good map control out of all of this, so he may get some kind of like fuel advantage that still allows him to climb to a tier 3 early.
Yeah, I'd say so.
A little bit worried about this Sniper as a great penal flank. Depending on which way they go, they could get something off that's really good here. He is going around towards the strategic cutoff. I think the Grens gave him a little bit of a distraction there.
Getting up close now, M3's nearby as well. He actually evacuates the Penals. Doesn't want to go too deep. Maybe he's worried about a pack or just the M3, the scout car. 2-2. But he goes back in, and this is where things get a little bit risky. Scout car is 2-2. It's almost here, but reinforcing is DevM, so we'll delay his 2-2 further. Retreating 2 Grens through. This could be a wipe. He has the Flamer on the Penals. This is going to be a dead squad for sure. Negative cover approaching as well. Unless the Grens get a nice Faust off, but no, that MG in the front, negative cover, is a bad combination for the Grenadiers.
Wow, really, just check out Theo using DevM's own aggression against him, and this is the kind of thing we expect DevM to be able to deal with just by default knowledge. Scout car is making things really difficult actually. This is really nice use of the scout car this time, nothing too risky, just keeping the Pioneers from doing anything. He's probably going to enjoy a nice VP gain right now. Of course he's lost a few to DevM.
Already has the tier 3 built, does Theodosis. He's going to have a T70 building just as the 2-2 emerges, so that's That's a really bad thing as a Wehrmacht player. If your opponent has a T-70 on the way, just as your COH2 spawns. So, yeah, despite the M3 investment, the 30 fuel, the map control he gained from that is definitely paid off here. He will lose this M3 though. Penal's going to be there, but they can't do much. And at this rate, he doesn't even need to spawn in some guards or tank hunters. He already has his T-70 on the way, so it's not necessary anymore.
I mean, look how much of the map DevM is managing to get back. And they're not even blobbed engagements either, you know, he's fighting one-on-one engagements just very, very well, very strategical. He may lose a squad of Grenadiers here though, it's a late retreat there. Penal battalions are giving chase, they don't get the same accuracy though when they're running as when they're standing still, so may not kill the squad. Looks like he's sending engineers through, but I don't think he'll manage to get it out in time.
Enemy forces are
Has a mine
securing
there,
our territory.
make it the 222 if it paths over it. I think maybe DevM has tried to spread out too much. Because the Grenadiers won't win the one-on-one engagement against the Penals. Whereas if you have them blobbed up together, especially with the sniper for support, then you can do some nice manpower build on the Penals. You can try and get those long-range engagements where you kind of just have the critical mass to force retreats. But now that T-70 has arrived and does call in the guards as well, just for the extra anti-tank, the extra long-range damage. And DevM is still not going to have access to his second fuel. It has been decapped by the Penals, and the sniper on the left side, got to be careful about the T-70 collapsing upon him.
The enemy is taking
No
our
pack just yet.
territory.
DevM does have the resources for a squad of Shreks on the P-Grens, which we have seen him elect for before in the previous games. It's always really risky though against T-70s, but no, actually he goes for a Puma. So I think that's pretty clever. Doesn't quite land the foul, so it's going to be a close one. But having the guards there is going to be great against the Puma, especially with the button. So I like that. Going for the Grens with the T-70 and the guards as well. Has the DPs already for the extra damage. Grens, they will survive this one though. He buttons the Puma. A little bit worried about the Puma chasing down the T-70, and he actually retreated his guards to the button, cancelled. And that Puma, man, he's going deep.
Well, I think he
There's nothing
realises
else in the
there's
base.
no conscripts for the 18-aids. He's probably going to be able to get a lot of work done against against the penal battalions. I think that's one of the good things about going for the Puma as well. It's not wholly bad against infantry. It can get a couple of kills. It is a good unit in that respect. Theodosius is going to try and counter it with the Su-76. Of course, I'm hoping he does climb up to tier 4 eventually, just to make use of the T-34-85s.
When you're versing squads that don't have any snares, such as penals, you can use the Puma very aggressively to shove squads out of cover. You drive up to them, make them move around. They're not going to be firing at the Grens, they're going to be losing their cover. And the closer you are, the better accuracy you'll have with a Puma. So it can do quite effectively. Oh god damn it. Can be quite effective. Man, I tried. Do I get the participation award for shoutcasting?
Thank you for joining.
Excellent. It can be quite effective against infantry if it's up close and able to use that machine gun, but it's rare that you see it because most squads in COH2 have snares. Su-76, it is vulnerable to getting flanked by the Puma, but the guards are there for the button, so it's nice synergy there of the guards with their button.
Range on that Su-76, great long distance shot there, spotted by the T-70. It's going to be a very, very fearsome combination, especially with the guards there. First shot from the Su-76 hits, button goes down on the guards, making this very, very difficult.
Ooh.
Beautiful deflection there from that static truck, and lovely use of the smoke.
Main gun destroyed from the Penals. The Penals got that with their rifles. There's one thing I forgot about is the Panzer Tactician negates button.
Our opponents are
It just
seizing
removes
the
it entirely. Very strong counter to that. Then you're trading munitions for munitions. I think it's cheaper for the smoke though. It's what, 30 munitions here for the Panzer Tactician, where the button is 40. So you actually lose out buttoning. But if you have the munitions lead, which Theodosius does, at least in terms of income, DevM having a bit of a float, but doesn't have any LMGs unlocked. So He will be suffering in those infantry fights even more because he doesn't have the LMGs, which he needs against those guards in particular. Could be another squad of Grens going down. Oh, there's Penals on the flank as well.
Yeah.
We are suffering losses.
Great play there, really great play. The actual use of cutting off retreat paths has been really good in this game. Theodosius, you know, first using it with the scout car, then the way he's predicting it and running in with a second squad is really good. It's the kind of thing that even Devon isn't really expecting it. He's not really expecting Theodosius to be this aggressive, especially not after their first game together. But this is going to be really interesting. You know, with the double Su-76, the infantry engagements are really going in favour of Theodosius at the moment. I'm kind of wondering how Devem is going to get out of this with the current commander he's got as well. Pretty on edge right now.
Yeah, not looking good. He's also quite far behind in VP. I can't remember the exact score in game number 1, but it looks as though Theodosius will have faction selection moving on into game number 3. The T-70 are going to get hit by a Faust. The Puma's there in position for the follow-up. The T-70 will go down by the looks of it. And there's actually a Su-76 in position as well. The Puma, is he backing away? No, he pops the smoke. He wants to finish this T-70 off. And he misses. And the Su-76 from the north as well. He could lose the Puma. Going in for it, he loses the Puma without getting that T-70. It was an unintentional bait, but it worked out very well for him. Great follow-up there by Theodosius, having both the tank destroyers where they needed to be.
I mean, that was a really good engagement there for Theodosius. I don't think we were really expecting that to happen at all. Devim isn't really left with much at the moment. I think he's still going to give it a go. Down to 300 VPs, and I didn't actually keep track of what the VP score was in the first game, but I think it might mean there's a chance on 467 VPs. There might be a chance that Theodosius gets a faction selection for game 3 if he keeps up this epic play.
Pretty sure it will be Theodosius who will no doubtedly go for the Soviets. Demo in the middle here could get the Grens. Should get the wiper that far. Yeah, it does. Man, that's crushing. So with the T-70, it's a very small target size. So when the Puma is moving and firing at something that's that small, you're going to miss that pretty frequently. Most tanks will miss a T-70 quite often when they're moving. And this double barrage as well here from the Su-76 will force the MG, but he's barraged both corners of the VP. What?
Wow! So many shots there hit. That's beautiful.
I like how DevM dodged the Su-76 barrage into the other Su-76 barrage. It was a clever play there by Theodosius. It's very easy to dodge that ability, but if you do it twice in two corners of the VP, then you're left with nowhere to dodge. So DevM really hanging on for dear life here, going for a second sniper, and Theodosius is going for a second T-70. Doesn't need tier 4.
I think that's a great idea, to be honest, to keep on the light vehicles. I mean, the only thing he's coming up against, if he's constantly killing the Pumas, you know, he really doesn't have that much to worry about when he's got this many light vehicles. He should always be winning those engagements, really.
Sniper goes down to the Penals. Penals and a T-70 were hunting him down, and the pack will go down here as well. He gets suppressed by the base MGs? No, it was an MG42 in the base. However, another squad of Penals. They can actually Ura this. Ura for the kill, maybe. But negative cover should be enough, even despite the moving accuracy of the Penals. No. Pack survives.
Great shot from the Su-7. I mean, the range of that has been really good. It's always firing in from off-screen. That's one of the great things about having the Su-76. Look at that. Devon surrenders. That's pretty much going to give 3 to Theodosius. Let's have a look at this next game.
I think that game just came down to DevM rushing out the sniper and Theodosius preemptively rushing out the M3. It's a counter to that build. The sniper, it's such an investment. It's 360 manpower. It takes a long time to build. It delays your capping power, and you go for the sniper to get a very manpower bleed heavy game, but it doesn't always translate well into territory. And that's what happened there is the M3s were able to push off DevM with conjunction with the penals, and the T70 just came out too quickly. So, yeah, that was rough. Especially there was so many great flanks there from Theodosius where he kept catching the squads out of position on retreat on the left side of the map. I think if that happens again, I'd like to see DevM group up a bit more and stop sending individual squads against penals and the M3.
Just having a look at the match stats there. Pretty amusing. Yeah, I mean, you are right there, to be honest. It's weird we questioned the second M3 in the build. I think
Well, I didn't.
come on. You kind of said it was a weird choice as well. Don't take that one back. But I mean, with the M3, I think that goes to show actually our perception of it not having a role past maybe 5 or 6 minutes of the game is actually entirely wrong, because even with Grenz on the field as a prime unit, he was able to keep that scout car alive and working the field for a really good amount of time. You know, it traded multiple roles. It was soft capping to deny like fuel and VPs whilst DevM was trying to focus on the front line. Carrying flamers. It was doing cut-offs of retreat paths. Like, it was used really, really well. And I have to give it to Theodosius. Like, the second build was actually really, really, really strong, really good. So I love seeing that kind of play, especially in like a finals as well. For Theodosius to confidently play the scout car against DevM, whose micro is godly, that's a really nice thing to see. So I think a lot more people are going to start trying that.
Yeah, one thing with the M3, it's expensive fuel. It's 15 fuel, but it is only 190 manpower, so it is a very manpower efficient unit. It's actually less than a Gren squad, 240 manpower. So if you're forcing away Gren squads, which is all it'll do, you're not really going to get wipes with it unless your opponent is extended. But if you're forcing away Gren squads for a unit that's that cheap manpower wise, then your opponent will fall behind in territory. And normally, I think you see players get a 2-2 out very quickly. And once the 2-2-2 comes out, the M3 just dies. So I feel like most players that try and go M3s, it's going to fail pretty badly. But because of how much pressure was put on from the beginning, and because of the sniper opener that was limiting the map control from DevM, the 2-2-2 was very late. As we said, it came out at about the same time as the T70, which is just pretty much a game over there for the Wehrmacht. When you're that far behind in fuel, hard to recover.
Yeah, that is a very difficult one, and all the more closed down by light vehicle play. SU-76 is we're ready to go into it. It's just changing the score just to make sure that's right. This time it doesn't matter if the player cards just magically go anywhere they want, because it's 1-1. And this is Game 3 of today's finals, the Warpaint Championship Qualifiers number 2. We already know who the 16 players are now who are going through to face the Invitational 16. So I'm sure you guys will find those lists up on the forums.
This is really interesting. Theodosius has gone US.
Yes.
He did so well with Soviets, and he had faction selection, so he chose allies, but going for US, so he must have a very clear strategy. And this is confusing me. I wonder why he went US.
I think he'll be alright with it.
Not to say that US is bad by any means, it's just, considering he did so well as Soviets, I'm surprised he didn't go for it again. I suppose it's just the map, he must have a preference of a faction depending on what map he's playing.
Probably, yeah. I don't know if they pick maps first or factions first or how that works, but
that's true.
We'll see. He's clearly got a plan. I just want to answer a quick couple of questions I've just seen. Tassos, the Soviet skin appears just like here. That is the two-tone. No, is it the two-tone blue something? I think it's called two-tone blue. You can get it on the store. It's a really nice skin in-game. Cataphract, yes, you can watch a recording of this stream. It's going to be on Relic's past broadcasts, and you could actually start watching it now if you wanted. It just kind of overlays, and I think GG is going to be uploading a lot of the games because he's recording it on his computer at the moment. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll be uploading them to my YouTube. I do it in chronological order, though, so I go from start to finish. So if you want to watch the grand final, it won't be up on the channel for a while, because I don't want to post the grand final of DevM versus Theodosius So then when people see a game later on, they go, oh, well, I know who wins the tournament. Obviously, this game's going to be this winner. So by having the order from start to finish, it means that the people that don't watch the stream, which is, I think, a lot of people, then they can watch that and get the same viewer experience. But here we are, the grand final, game number 3. This is where it all ends. This is where it goes down.
And of course we have Theodosis playing as USF from the east side of Kolodny Firma. Very popular map today, Kolodny Firma. We've seen that quite a lot of times. DevM choosing to play, well, we say choosing, he may have been even forced into it. More likely to have been forced into it.
Coerced.
Yes. Playing Ostir from the west side of Kolodny Firma. This is going to be an interesting one because we've seen USF be very strong here, and we've also seen them not be very strong here. So we were just debating why Theodosis has chosen to go USF when he's played such a strong game as Soviets previously to beat DevM. So it's a little bit of a risky game 3. It's something that we haven't seen. His tactics are going to be a little bit unpredictable as well, which is probably the benefit of picking a new faction. He's not going to be expected to mirror tactics that we saw in the last game. Of course, DevM will be mirroring his tactics. He's going to go for the Gren Sniper build again.
When you see a player pull out 3 different factions in a grand final, Theodosis going Soviets, Wehrmacht, and now US, so it obviously shows his master of the game knowledge, unlike DevM, who is an amazing US player and an amazing Wehrmacht player, but he just does not play the other factions. He has about 10 games for US and OKW, and I think about 50 for Soviets. So he's good at what he does, but someone like Theodosis obviously being a bit more confident in playing all of the other factions as well, which is definitely nice to see. So yeah, the sniper early on, he's a lot safer now. US cannot build M3s. They can build the military truck though, but of course not having access to that commander. That's airborne, which is interesting, rather than the rather than the heavy cavalry. No, sorry, the
tactical support.
Tactical support, yeah.
To be honest, a lot of people seem surprised recently when you mention airborne, but the airborne is still really good. Like, there's so much flexibility with airborne. You've always got either the MG or the AT gun, whichever way you tech. Paratroopers are still absolutely incredible, you know, like, really they are.
The problem with the drops, though, is they don't spawn with crew. So, yeah, you get access to the weapon, but you have to then reinforce it for, what, 80 manpower each. So it's a really expensive way of doing it. And I think airborne, it used to be the #1 meta commander back before heavy cavalry was released. And I think part of the reason why was also because captain cost 80 fuel. So going tier 2, tier 3 wasn't really an option. So you would go tier 2, you would call in the AT gun, and then you would tech up for a major. But now that the captain's cheaper, now that you don't have to actually go major, you just go tier 2, tier 3, get a call in Calliope, get a call in Pershing. It gives a lot more flexibility in terms of not being able to swap your tiers and getting those support weapons. So I think that's one reason why. I do definitely like their paratroopers though. They're a fun unit. You have the 6-man squad with Thompsons. They're better than Rangers. And yeah, you get the LMGs on them. They can be quite powerful too.
You know, even being able to just reinforce on the field is a really, really nice one. If you can get that combination of Pathfinders with the respawn point. Sorry, just watching this squad in the church held it for so long, didn't quite manage to get it either. So a real waste of manpower there, not to get the benefit of actually taking the church after all that. It's a great start for DevM. Has a very, very strong location. Just look at the aggression that's coming in right now. Sniper doing tons of work. 5 kills already, 4 minutes into the game. I think it's going to be a very, very strong sniper game at this point. And check it out, he's already hard pushing the strategic cutoff there. Absolutely amazing play from DevM with Ostir.
The tag team riflemen didn't quite tag team. They were trying to hold the church for the other squad to jump in, but given how low the squad was and the sniper almost getting that next shot off, Theodosis panicked, he evac'd the house, and then the Pyres got there in time, so that was a bit of a swing there, and now DevM, of course, has the cutoff of Theodosis, bringing the aggressive Axis Pain onto Theodosis' US. He has the captain now, he has the mortar, and there's no MG for DevM. So he's playing this very aggressive Vermac playstyle that we just never see, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, it kind of goes to show, actually, the ways of utilising Austere that can be aggressive, because they are considered as a faction that requires them a lot of support weapons and good positioning, but DevM really brings out a really nice side to the Austere. I think part of what led that situation to happen at the start is kind of Theodosis was spreading out to map cap so much, and DevM actually did a little bit of capping, got all of his units together and made a strong push, and there was just nothing really there that Theodosis was able to bring to the fight that was going to sway it in his direction. That being said, Theodosis is still keeping a lot of stuff alive. He's still making a pretty good mashup of things.
The Thompson was dropped. I don't know why the Grins are disengaging from this. There's no Thompson on the squad. He can win that easily. The only threat of that engagement is the Thompson. So it's actually a bit of an RNG fight, because if the Thompson stays alive, you pretty much just lose. But then if you kill the Thompson really early on, which actually seems to happen pretty often, because I think the bazookas have priority. So there's a 1 in 3 chance, I believe, of the Thompson going down.
Oh.
And whoa! Incendiary gets the wipe,
And
Captain
and destroys a house. That is a master sniper, just took down a house with his bullet. Not only did it travel through the house, wiping all the building support and causing it to collapse, it also headshotted the captain. That is epic sniper skills.
Yeah, that was nuts. And in case you're not aware, the incendiary shot has 100% retreat accuracy, which is allows a sniper to have such squad wipe potential, which is crazy to see a Vet 1 sniper 6 minutes into the game. How did that even happen?
Yeah, I mean, that is the kind of thing that you want to be doing with the sniper. Getting it onto kind of double kills for what you're on per minute is a sign of really good, really forward sniper use, and you don't normally see that until about, maybe 15-20 minutes, and it's on like 30 kills. This at the moment is the sign of a very, very strong sniper game. It's going to be very difficult for Theodosis to get into his mid game from this.
Rebuilding the captain, so he is afraid of the 222 for good reason, as it is being built by DevM. Map control pretty decent here for Theodosis, despite losing the squad. And we have Pigrens now, so DevM favouring the Pigrens. He loves having that squad. He needs medics though pretty badly. He can't afford the med bunker, both the munitions and the manpower. Having the Grens in base should definitely be building that one, which he is.
Theodosis desperately trying to claw back bits of the map, especially the VPs. If he can just hold on to VPs for a while and just try to stabilize his control points, then maybe he'll be able to find his way up. He's now getting the Stuart out in the field, which might start to even things out a little bit, but of course one of the Grenadiers already has the bazooka, so it's going to be a difficult unit to use against what everything everyone has in the field right now.
Both of those rifle squads don't have Vet 1, but they're so close. So I love how DevM isn't going aggressive with these 2-2. You always want to click on the rifle squad and see how close are they to Vet 1. If they're very far away, then you can go aggressive. Try and get up close, have that the better accuracy, or rather the less scatter, I think in the case of 2-2. But he kept his distance and was able to force them off without taking any AT grenade damage, which would have been quite devastating given the 2-2 arriving. See right now, pops the Vet 1 during the fight. 2-2 gets cornered. Nade will connect here, and then the Stuart moving up very shortly. There's no pack here just yet for DevM. The Shreks are an option, but it won't be there in time to save this scout car. So it's aggressive play by DevM, but meanwhile Theodosis is actually capping the entire map off of DevM, so he doesn't have much territory to his name. The Pigrens could get wiped by the Stuart. The sniper's out of position as well. He's going to be cloaked though, so he won't be hunted down by the Stuart, who's actually not going after the scout car either, looking for the last hit on the Pigrens. Won't get it, and the bazooka is going to be opening up on the Stuart, working out in his favor.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice timing for the Stuart there. Catches DevM a little bit off guard, but I don't think there's anything DevM can't deal with right now. You're talking about the territory capping, but I do think DevM actually still has it very, very under control at this point. Oh man, that is
lose this one. Too aggressive, DevM. 2 moving up, loses the Gren squad though. He can't trade like this, could pop the stun target as well.
This could be...
Rifleman. Yeah, a little bit far off, chasing after the sniper. Probably going to see the scout car go down. Main gun destroyed here, pops the smoke. He locked in Panzer Tactician. Almost has access to the Puma, just needs more manpower, going in very aggressively here. Stuart decides to back off. I think because Theodos has realized that, oh, he has Panzer Tactician. Well, he must have access now to the Puma. So very smart play there by Theodosis, reading what his opponent has. And yeah, DevM lost the territory. He has nothing left.
I mean, that is really a good turnaround right there. Just a little bit of an overextension by DevM, and it's been absolutely punished by Theodosis. I mean, this is a really good play. Stuart is repaired. We're now seeing DevM trying to fight back just for strategic territory, just to connect himself again. And this is going to allow Theodosis just to very comfortably cap parts of the map, make it difficult for DevM to recapture it. And then maybe focus on trying to get a vehicle out that's going to really put things in his favor.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Has the fuel connected, or at least he's just about to. He has a pack as well. Still hasn't gone for the Shreks. DevM having a float of munitions, so he has to decide. Does he go for Shreks? Does he go for LMGs? He shouldn't be floating up this much munitions. He calls in the Puma, so in that case, probably not wise to go for the Shreks as well. We want to have the LMG Grens instead. Sniper looking for a wipe perhaps. If he gets one shot off and then use the Incendiary, it could be a wipe on the Echelon. Bit of an RNG gamble if he hits it. Even then, the second round probably wouldn't be within range for the Incendiary.
Unfortunately, doesn't manage to get it. He was
so
seeing,
the 222... 222 at the south is actually within the vision of the VP. I thought it was a bait for the Puma, but the Puma isn't there. If you leave a vehicle in the inner circle, that sounds like I'm talking about the Illuminati, but I'm talking about the radius there of the VP. If you leave it inside the inner radius of the VP, your opponent will see it. And then Theodosis saw that. He went for it. The 222 is by himself. I'll go for the kill. And I thought there was a Puma there for a bait, but no, there wasn't. And
well, it's some kind of bait, because the Puma comes around the back as the infantry go for it. Doesn't actually manage to connect any shots, though. Puma has actually been wildly inaccurate today, I would say. Scout car dangerously close to getting an AT stand. This could be very, very dangerous, as there is a captain with 2 bazookas on the prowl. DevM again, look at this, reclaiming all of that territory that was just taken by Theodosis, and the game is just going backwards and forwards. Scout car goes down. It's a light vehicle game in the advantage of Theodosis again. The Puma tries to go in on the Stuart, but of course AT snares and the double Shreks. This could be very, very bad for DevM, and another turn for Theodosis. This is a
stun from the Stuart, and now that's going to be a dead Puma. Oh, DevM, he had great map control. He didn't need to kill the Stuart. That being said, though, he's running out of squads. He's got 2 Grens, P-Grens. He has the Sniper, which is quite vetted. And now we have bars on the Rifleman. Oh, the pack will get decrewed as well. He can steal this one here. He does have access to the off-map smoke barrage, but he's out of munitions, so he can't steal that one. Puma's been rebuilt, going after the Stuart here. Once again, the close quarters combat generally favors the Stuart because of the stun, which is not on cooldown, but he doesn't have the munis again, so he can't use that. And the pack's going to get recrewed here by the Grens. Panzer Grenadiers behind the Stuart could be a wipe, especially because it's Vet 2 now.
Such dangerous play from DevM. I mean, really, he's trying to put too much pressure on, I think, at this stage. There was absolutely no need for it. He had map control. Could have very safely just kept up the map control until he had something bigger. And you know, when he actually has those big units, his micro will definitely carry him through those engagements, but at the moment he's just being kept so on the back foot in terms of tacking by these silly overextensions that happened too early on. And credit where credit's due, Theodosis dealing with it absolutely brilliantly.
Played this one well, has his mortar out, doing a fair bit of damage here, already at Vet 2. Going for a second mortar now as well. So, DevM's caught in this mobile defense trap where he can't tech up, but he also needs Pumas, and it's better than trying to tech and then not having any tanks at all.
Corner team, ready for
But
the-
he's going to be stuck in the spot where he can't really
Tactical
pull in
point being captured.
any better tanks than that, having not teched. As the Theodosis has a fair bit of options here. He's actually not that far off his Pershing, so we probably will just see him just not tech up and just wait for his Pershing. It's been a pretty aggressive game, so it means there's already 7 command points. Sniper's taking a bit of damage as well from the rifleman. He's going to retreat through them.
Yeah, where's the rest of that squad? It's just a 3-man squad running around, and I don't know where the rest of it is.
Going to be a nade from the rifleman.
We just lost a unit.
You're at the south here. Once again, the Pigrens are going to be exposed. Now, there was a squad wipe there? Oh, that was the echelon that went down for Theodosis. Been a bit of manpower bleed on these Pigrens.
Rear echelon squad ready for action.
Really, really good push up through the center. Mortar's trying to get these pioneers out of the house there. Maybe it can be recruited by the USF. Captain's trying to pull in. The Stuarts coming in for support now as well. They're going to try and take out all the medium cover in the fencing and hopefully deal with the pioneers in the house there. They're also pushing off the strategic point. Gets thrown away by a rifle nade.
Only one squad has the LMGs, despite the munitions float here for DevM. Putting another sniper is DevM, so that's interesting.
A capture point
We'll allow him to
under
decrew
attack.
those mortars very quickly.
Now, this is one of the
It's a
things
nice
I was
angle.
telling you earlier about DevM. Like, you can just guarantee he's going to be building this one group of things. I think this is like his optimum build as well as having the 2 snipers there, because his micro is so good with them. Usually you only see it when one dies and he's replacing it, but I like that, you know, it's gone triple caps constantly. I don't think there's been like an even set in this game so far. It's always been triple cap DevM, triple
Capture point is being
cap
overrun.
Theodosis, sorry. And Theodosis has gone in Pershing Commander 2. I think he'd done that a long time ago, actually, to be fair.
Yeah.
But just to point out that he has gone for the Pershing. And I'm interested to see how that's going to get used here. I think we were speaking earlier saying that the Calliope is a really nice choice on here. Having the M19s for free and everything else. I'm quite interested to see these snipers come in. 26 kills now, so it's not 2 kills per minute as we were hoping to see based on the start of the game. But it is still a lot of kills, and 2 of those working like that is going to be very, very problematic for Theodosis if you're going to be saving up for Pershing.
So we have the Shreks here for the Pigrens, and 2 Shreks, a Pack, and 2 Pumas. It's a pretty effective mix, even against the Pershing, but most likely we'll see that Command Panzer IV. Definitely worth getting for the buff on the snipers, on the Pack, on the Pigrens. So it'll most likely just be the call-in mobile defense Pumas and the Panzer IV against the Pershing, which is very flimsy, but it can work. Once again, the Pigrens are caught out of position by the Stuart. But overall, I think DevM's recovered pretty well. At least for now. But Theodosis didn't go for a Sherman, so that's why it looks like he's doing okay, because Theodosis hasn't been spending his fuel. But once he gets the Pershing, that's when things will go ugly for DevM.
I think he's still got a lot on the field to be able to deal with the current situation. Added a Pershing, so that's going to be pretty gruesome. Mortars need to get to work on these snipers. I've seen a couple of test shots fired, but really the snipers just doing insane work at this point. Great 18-8 there from the rifleman. This looks like it's going to be another Puma down for DevM.
Yeah, Pack couldn't quite save him. The max range stun round on that Stuart, man, it's a crazy follow-up. They get the stun, get the nade off. A very small margin of error for the light vehicles here of
The
the
enemy
Wehrmacht.
is overrunning one of our
It's such a
capture
shame
points.
because the kind of manpower drain that those 2 snipers should provide is just being counteracted by what DevM is losing. It just creates an even game again because, you know, he's pretty much losing out exactly what he's putting into his opponent. So it is a massive shame on that front. Instead of going for the Puma, he's now actually going to go for the Command Panzer IV. So don't know how that's going to fare up against the Pershing when it comes in.
The buff, it'll buff his Shreks, it'll buff his packs. Especially against the Pershing, which can wipe the squad so easily. You really want to have the extra health buff, so then you can at least survive. Less chance to get gibbed by the AoE of the Pershing. And yeah, I don't know what DevM's going to do here. He's probably going to just keep spamming Pumas because it'll take him too long to tech, I think. Stug's going to be, what, 45 fuel, about 60. It'll be about 200 fuel for a Stug. So, you know, you get one Stug or you get 3 Pumas. It's a pretty clear choice that if you don't take up early because you can't, you get stuck in this pull-in reliance. But once again, somehow DevM has the map. That's one of DevM's magic tricks. Is lose a lot of units and yet somehow still retain map control.
Yeah, he's definitely doing something right in these engagements. I think it's the way that he picks his moments. I think he manages to get a lot of retreats off Theodosis and knows that he is really comfortably able to go and take the map with no real problems. And it's also the placing of the units that he's moving around. Like, you'll notice the Panzer Grenadiers have always been kind of going south, really looking for those positions where the Stuart is constantly focused. So, you know, he has been using the right units in the right places, and I think that's done a lot of work for him so far.
Grenadiers charging up to the bar riflemen. That's not going to end well at all. What are they doing? The Steward as well. Whoa!
Yeah, I think he maybe just
afford to lose squads here. He could have maybe driven forward for the smoke. Oh, the squad stays alive, and that's only because of that Panzer IV buff, giving the extra health. Pigran's now doing the same, running up to the bar rifleman. Nade does connect though. There's going to be a captain moving up from double bazookas. Stewart's going to be near. I think it's a bundle grenade from the Pigrins. It was dodged though by the captain. They're behind the heavy cover of the tank trap now. That tank trap has actually done a lot of protection there. It absorbed one of the shots from the Panzer IV earlier. It's giving the heavy cover. I love seeing US players use that. They do the tank trap and then a wire the front, so they have it's sort of like a crude sandbag.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing to see actually. Only ones with those is like because they are kind of like 360-degree beneficial in the same way with their shape. You know, taking the wire away does provide little green benefits for everybody.
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
They have the Pershing. It's on the field now. A lot of fuel as well for Theodosis. He can just go for Major if he wants to. Even go double Stuart. Sometimes you have enough fuel left over, but not enough fuel to go for a Major, so you go double Stuart before the Pershing. But in this case, Theodosis, he got it out in a pretty good time here. Pershing chasing down the Pigrans. They're quite clumped up now. The problem with using Shreks is they're just so vulnerable to the high AoE of those allied tanks. And yeah, a triple cap is on. DevM is actually ahead in VPs.
Very unusual thing to see, consider how everything has gone from in this game so far. Clearly as well, they're getting some benefits from the Command Panzer IV, so these units are performing very well. Nice shot from the Command Panzer IV there. Wipes the USF mortar. It looks like Theodosis is going to try and recruit with the echelons, trying to get away with that. Pershing comes in to lend a hand. Will he get the follow-up kill? No, he doesn't.
So there's 2 echelon here for Theodosis, which is nice because you need them for the repairs. So you want to make sure you have enough pop cap to get the echelon as well. So I wonder what Theodosis actually goes for here, because there's a lot of there's 2 packs, there's a lot of infantry as well, so doesn't need any more anti-tank. Maybe it's worth just getting an M4 Sherman just to try and flank the packs and wipe them very quickly. This pack's in a bad spot though because it can't back away. The hedge is blocking it, so I think it's far too vulnerable. I guess he has the MG for support there, but it's actually in negative cover, so it could get decrewed very quickly.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but I guess it protects such a large area. He clearly knows roughly where the Pershing sits as well. Could be a great play here. If the Pershing decides to poke its head out, he will be in a bad spot. The AT gun has moved its position now. There we go. There's that shot from the Pershing. No snare available whatsoever. AT gun's getting lined up for a shot.
Pigrins are very important here. Oh, the Rifleman flanking the packs, but now he's going to have to retreat through the MG and the P4. Nice shots come through. Could be a dead Vet 3 rifle squad. Does lose it. Drops a bar on the ground as well. The Pyros can capture that one. Echelon looking for it though. Pyro's going to be repairing the P4, not denying it. The MG does suppress the Echelon, preventing them going for it. The Stuart flanks as well. The Pigrins get a couple of shots off here, and the P4 hasn't rotated just yet. Whereas the Pershing, it's very out of position here.
I think because of the health, it's decided to get out of that engagement. The AT gun did a really good job at pushing that away. This is a very strong push from DevM though, even with everything with the Stuart there. Unfortunately, the Pershing just wasn't able to back it up. If the Pershing had maybe gone into that engagement a little bit later, it probably would have had the firepower to have attacked that from the front. But unfortunately, DevM's just looking very, very strong, parked up here in the center right now. And
even better, DevM gets a bar on his Gren squads rather than kind of wasting it on the Pyos.
I mean, the two snipers here have been absolutely incredible now.
Stuart south. The Vet 3 Stuart as well here. Going into the stun though, he actually may kill it. Pops the smoke there. Still stunned, so apparently you can smoke while stunned. Attack ground from not from the Puma, but only from the Stuart. Does kill that one though. So man, that goes that Vet 3 Stuart. Having the Stuart crew is really handy for having the crit repair on the Pershing. But yeah, man, DevM now looking incredibly strong. There's only 2 vetted riflemen left, and now we've got Vet 3 Pigrins with Shreks. We got Vet 3 Grens, one of which having the bar as well. So all of a sudden, DevM looking incredibly strong in this game. Has a bit of a fuel float, but not enough to go for a major unit, the Sherman or such, and doesn't have much manpower either. And behind in VPs is Theodosius.
Triple cap again is not going to help as well. Triple cap of course means 1 VP drained every second. Things go very, very downhill for there. Be a less than a 4-minute game if you can keep the triple cap up. Pershing's fully repaired now, and it is going to target the Command Panzer IV. Puma's trying to come around. AT gun setting up a position. It does have marked target. Does he decide to use it though? Marked target has not. Sorry, target weak point rather has not been flicked on. The Puma may get the killing blow here though.
So does the Puma. Also has target weak point. Gets hit by 2 bazookas. He will smoke to disengage. You're looking for the last shot. And the Puma fires through the smoke. A long repair time as well, even with 2 Echelon. Getting that Pershing down to that low, it'll give DevM even more map presence. Looking for the Shreks. If he gets in the house with the 2 Shreks, that'll be a dead Pershing for sure. Gonna be flanking actually. Pershing has the rear armor exposed to the Shreks. He fires them off, goes in the house. He has to reload the Shreks for now, but it could be a wipe.
Pershing reverses into the trees though. Hasn't quite got away. This could die to a Faust from the Grenadiers. He goes for the Faust. Is it going to be?
Yeah, it's going to kill it. It's going to kill it. Oh. It's going to be a dead Pershing. No, it survives. Oh.
Engine damage only.
Okay, the Puma can dive this one. DevM can call in another Puma and then just suicide this one. But that being said, it's being repaired pretty quickly. DevM goes for his Ostrippen. Oh, I was so confident it would kill it, and yet it didn't. But it's almost Vet 2 now. It's one thing to bear in mind. The Pershing does vet up pretty quickly relative to other heavy tanks, and its bonuses are so powerful. In Vet 2, it's extra rate of fire. Or is it?
Or is it?
Oh, no, it's not.
You've got Vet 1 improved acceleration.
Mobility and grenades. Okay, maybe they changed it, but Vet 3 certainly is rate of fire. It does fire very quickly.
Yeah. Vet 3 is the beast mode.
The PPSH Pershing. I'm sure Blake would describe it as. Wow. They've actually a pack decrewed here on that road.
Sniper's still just eating away at Theodosius' forces. Pershing's back in the fight. 2 AT guns.
2 packs though. None of which have the veterancy, so they're both wiped by the looks of it. And building a Stuart. Not a bad choice. It doesn't have the wipe potential that a Sherman does against the infantry, especially against the packs.
Losing a sector.
I wonder if Devon will tech up now. Yeah, he has. Look, he's got Battle Phase 3, so he's going to be able to get a Panther out if he wants to. Have a nice strong front line against the Pershing.
Do you know what? I really like seeing that, because mobile defense is usually just one of those callous commanders that just constantly sticks to its core, and with a great shot from the Pershing there, gains its veterancy too. There goes the grenade as well. Throws the grenade out of the hash. It's so beautiful when you see that happen from the Pershing, honestly. It's so cheeky as well, you know, whilst they're driving. It's so accurate. How would you do that from the inside of a tank?
I've seen it get stuns before. The crew stunned. Pretty crazy. Okay, Pershing's going to be pressuring up against the pack. It's duking out on the spot. Second shot maybe doesn't have vision, I think, does DevM's pack. Meanwhile, at the bottom, we're going to have Stewart against this Command P4, almost Vet 2 now. Pigrins are following up with their tracks.
Be anything the Panda are going to do is can't deal with. Nice to get veterancy 2 on the Command Panzer 4 though. That's going to be pretty beneficial to him. If not already, his units were looking pretty strong. Theodosius is trying desperately not to get triple capped. Really has to focus on the VPs now, but this is usually where a lot of players become undone, is when they have to focus on the VPs. They have absolutely no choice, of course, if they're to stay alive in the game, but it really can pull him off of some of the strategies he wants to use to try and overcome DevM.
Building the tier 4 is DevM. Should be able to afford the Panther in terms of pop cap, but he hasn't reinforced his squads. Once he reinforces, he might run out. So I'm not sure if these Ostrupen were the best choice. The thing is with Ostrupen, they're not that pop cap efficient, but I suppose he wants them more just for capping and fausting, having a durable squad that won't get one shot by the Pershing. Whereas building Grens is late into the game, they can die very quickly, very easily.
Yeah, of course, and you know the other one is just when you're recurring, it's the kind of manpower you're losing is very minimal. Reinforcements so cheap as well, so fast. Get good mobilization off those Ostrupen.
Double Vet 3 mortar for the US. Making these packs a little bit difficult to use. I haven't seen any wipes though from the mortars. I don't think they've actually got any squad wipes. Just a lot of damaging models and picking off models.
Well, one of the Vet 3 mortars only has 2 kills.
Yeah,
So,
wow.
Clearly it's been doing a lot of kind of passive damage, but no actual real work done from that. It hasn't really paid for itself in that respect. Hopefully with Vet 3 it will be able to.
I suppose with only 75 VPs left, Theodosius doesn't want to take the time to tech up and go for a Sherman, which would obviously be better in the long run, but right now he wants to stop the momentum.
I mean,
He
really,
currently has a triple cap in his favour though.
how really did Theodosius get a triple cap here?
I don't know. This entire game has just been, wait, how does this person have a triple cap? And then 5 minutes later it's the reverse. Pigrins in the middle, gotta be careful about those mortars. Well, Stewart's going very aggressive against the packs, but there's 2 of them in position, and the Shreks as well. Can support not quite where it needs to be.
Will the Pershing follow up with this though? Stewards really need to work on taking the AT gun. Puma's coming around for a final kill. One of the Stewards goes down. Puma pops smoke. Command Panzer IV is trying to rip through as well. Now we have the Pershing in to provide support. Will the AT guns manage to get some kind of stunning shot off it? Pershing nearly manages to wipe the Puma. DevM
P4 has
needs to keep
arrived.
this alive.
Rear arm on the Stewart can kill that one very quickly. Pershing's getting repaired by the Echelon while firing at the pack. No Panther just yet for DevM, so he will lose both of these packs here. The Stewart was abandoned. There goes the Puma to the Rifleman grenade. That's a pretty big blow though, losing all of his AT. The Shreks did survive at least, so he still has that. But now the Pershing has a pretty good free reign here. The Stewart's actually working out very well for Theodosius.
Yeah, that was quite a nice push actually. The light vehicles did a really good job there of getting around everything. They kind of ignore the whole foul situation because they fire so fast and they're able to just deal with that kind of situation and allow the Pershing to just pop shot from the back. So it was a very good synergetic use of that. Nice! Look at that shot from the Pershing. Wipes the Grenadier squad. Things going downhill very, very quickly, fast for DevM right now. Oh, but equally, Theodosius just loses Rifleman on the top. Both players are trading so much right now.
He's getting bloody. The Stuart got hit by a Faust here. Panzerfort moving in. 21 kills so far. The Stuart will go down as well. Can the Pershing move in? It's trying to. It can crush the hedges, so the Panzerfort has to be a little bit careful here. But this will be a dead Stuart. As a captain there for a couple of Zooks, so this P4 is in a bit of trouble. Can use the smoke, and only just now building the Panther. The packs in the middle haven't been recrewed just yet. Ostrippen go down to the echelon, so it wipes left, right, and centre. At the south, those Ostrippen might get wiped as well by this Pershing.
This really has turned into a crazy, desperate game right now. DevM really should be more careful as he does have the VP lead. Grenadiers get crazy low on health, trying to retreat, bounce a little bit off the echelons. Will he get that final shot? Doesn't, and DevM is so lucky with those Grenadiers, man. Every single game I've seen the same thing. I've seen the same Grenadiers run away with minimal health, and I don't know how he does it.
In the middle, though, the mortars could get a wipe on the P-Grens. Look at the munitions here for DevM. He should be using the camera attack, but loses the P-Grens. That's a big deal, because they're the core of this anti-tank, which should get replaced by the Panther now. But look at DevM's squads. He's got a Gren, a Pio, and an MG. That's his entire infantry mix. He lost his Ostrippen at the south to the Pershing. He lost his P-Grens here. DevM has lost all his squads now, and he still has plenty of VPs left. So, having it a little bit too short-sighted here in his infantry preservation.
I mean, I would really like to see either some more bazookas or an AT gun or something. I don't think he's going to manage just by snaring the Panther and then doing that. And as we see, DevM's Panther actually coming on quite a long detour here to try and get some rear armor shots on the Pershing. This is going to be a really good engagement to watch, actually.
Once this Pershing gets Vet 3, it won't be a fair fight. The fully automatic Pershing rate of fire is going to be pretty powerful against this Panther, which doesn't quite fire very quickly. It's not known for its high rate of fire. It has a pretty slow fire on the move accuracy as well. 0.5, which is quite embarrassing as far as tank destroyers go.
I mean, it's nearly there as well. Nearly achieved its final veterancy. Really, really like the use of the Stuarts, by the way. There's such a good benefit. It's like using the T-70s for Soviets. When you can just hop out the vehicle and just cap the VP, which I just really, really love. You know, just being able to do that, being so flexible.
Ooh, the captain almost going down here. The VP's not ticking over for either of our players. Vehicle crew at the south could be capturing that one. And the Puma's being called into the fight. You can take out the Stuart. You're gonna have to go back in and pop the stun rounds. He pops the smoke preemptively. Because he burnt the stun rounds, I think. He's going back in, though. He will lose the Stuart here. Saves the crew, at least. He gets the cap on the south VP, but that's a nice little win there.
Oh, looks like we could see a austere AT gun steal. That is a very, very good pickup for Theodosius right now. He's going to be relying on that penetration from that AT gun to get through the front armor of the Panther. Very, very... I'd say it's a pretty bad loss. And again, it's one of these things, you know, I just don't know why these AT guns haven't been recrewed. We saw it earlier with Cruzy, where he actually blew up his own AT guns thinking he wouldn't need it. You know, now he does need it.
Pershing on the way here at south. Panther's a long way to get vetted. Takes a long time, especially if he's missing, if he's not penetrating this Panther very effectively. And the captain's forcing away the Panther with help of the Pershing, so this... Yeah, I just wish Panthers were better. The Wehrmacht Panther, at least. Considerably worse than the OKW Panther.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying it, actually, because the Panther is usually a good one-on-one combatant against the Pershing, but I think what's really nice is people are getting to see the real, true power of the Pershing when it does actually reach veterancy. And of course, veterancy in this game is something that means a hell of a lot. The benefits you get with veterancy can be quite huge sometimes. You know, it can really change how a unit is, and this Pershing is going to be very, very strong in a second.
I
mean,
just
bear
wanna
in mind,
see Dev-Em-
it doesn't have its advanced rate of fire and accuracy yet, and it's already accurately squad wiping.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's going to be really, really crazy from here on. I think Dev-Em is trying not to let that happen.
I just hope Dev-Em doesn't rush this out. He still has a lot of VPs left to his name. He needs to try and max out his pop cap, get a nice engagement where he takes out the Pershing, and then eventually get the VPs. He doesn't have to rush. There's a lot of players in this situation panic. Try and go for these closeouts with the VPs. Pershing going in very aggressively though. The Puma with a flank here. I think he fired a Faust, but it wasn't actually a damage engine just yet. Taking a fair bit of damage down on the Pershing, and man, it's firing so fast at Vet 3 now. Panther has arrived in the middle of the map. North VP is in the hands of Dev-Em with an MG locking that one down. Bottom and the middle are in the hands of Theodosius. Has 2 Ostrip in here and are fighting positions being built by Theodosius. What a mad dog here. Gonna have that suppression in the middle, maybe even the grenades from the rear echelon when they're inside of that.
I think the fighting position is actually a really, really great utilization of the resources that he has at the moment. You know, with the help of the Pershing, he's going to be able to hold that VP really, really hard now against Dev-Em. And look at the captain, look how much work that's done against the Panther. Constantly moving up with the bazookas, dealing so much, and it's letting the Pershing go right in to deal with the Puma. Take a look at the rate of fire here. Just the accuracy and everything, absolutely beautiful.
Chasing it down, he uses the smoke for now. All these tanks are low for the Axis. The Pershing, he's pretty much at full health right now.
Yeah,
Panther will have the buff of the Panzer IV. Actually, 2 pens come through. So maybe that Pershing has to back away. Doesn't quite have the munitions for the Hevap round to finish off one of those tanks. Oh, there go the Pyos. Oh dear, this Pershing is just so strong at Vet 3.
It is, but also, you know, the Panther, and bear in mind that Dev-Em has 200 VPs left at the moment to play with. Panther does gain Veterancy 1, and I think the Panther is one of those units that equally does benefit from a little bit of Veterancy as well. So hopefully constantly engaging the Pershing, if it does it in the correct way, if it does manage to survive, it's got the Command Panzer IV as well on its back, then, you know, maybe he'll find a way around this.
That's true. The Vet 2 Panther's pretty ridiculous. The armor that it gets with the bonus, it already has a lot of armor, and then when you get the armored skirts to benefit that, I think it's 40% extra armor, which is crazy. So even the Pershing might have trouble penning that reliably. The Pershing's penetration isn't amazing. It's more about the rate of fire and the AoE that makes it so powerful. But look at this. Dev-Em's splitting up, and he's actually going to get all 3 VPs. Maybe not the middle one because of the echelon and the fighting position. The south one, at least, will be neutralized.
I gotta say, I'm absolutely fed up with this cutscene of the Stuart coming onto the map. It must have done the same camera trick like 7 times for this unit.
But every time a VP is capped, it's always rolling a d20. Will the Pershing just one-shot my Gren squad? It's just so much RNG, or whether or not the 4-man squads get insta-gibbed by the Pershing. So all of the... Oh no, never mind. Only the P4. Only one's got a Pioneer. It's taking a long time to repair these tanks. Losing that second squad of Pyros was a really big blow to Dev-Em. Going to be slowing down his repairs. Actually, he's going for a second Panther, though. And that's great. 2 Panthers with the Command P4 buff should be able to zone away that Pershing pretty effectively. Well, he can't afford it yet. He'll be able to afford it now.
There we go, yeah, he is. Oh, what an interesting finals game it's been.
Yeah, this is great.
45 minutes as well already, and the game is far from over. I mean, Theodosius could probably go on from here, and it's going to take the game to the late hours of the night.
Yeah.
Or the early hours of the morning for you.
I see the sun. The sun's up now. Good morning, everyone. Rise and shine. But yeah, this game has been fantastic, and normally the Grand Finals, for whatever reason, the Grand Finals just don't seem to be that interesting, but this has been a fantastic series. Very, very tooth and nail, and... Tooth and neck? Tooth and neck. Yeah, I have a habit of saying these sayings just wrong. I've done it a few times now. Tooth and nail. And it's going to be trying to get the South VP here for DevM. Can't cap the points with his tanks alone though, but he's sending a squad of Ostrup in there. Has called that squad in again. So he's got 2 Panthers, and he still has a fair bit of VPs here, so he's not in a desperate rush that Theodosis is.
I mean, if he plays a sensible game, he's a very, very good chance. I actually think this constant building of Stuarts is really going to play against them.
Damn. Sorry. Never mind. Yeah, this is where you have to really think about. Do I go for top and bottom? Do I go for blob middle? But Pershing going in for this Panzer IV. Optimus disengaged. There's 1 Panther down here. The second Panther's on his way, maybe a little bit too late to this fight here. Stuart going in, looking for the stun rounds, I think. No, doesn't have the munitions for it. Combined arms is used. Great play by Theodos, having that buff. The Stuarts flank the Panther, but it will go down for now. And Panther's behind the Pershing.
There is so much going on right now. Another Stuart's coming in. This time, is he going to try and pop the stun? Gets a side blocker on. The Pershing's just trying to get to safety. Stuart may finish off with some rear armor shots here. AT gun hasn't quite turned correctly. Pershing's going to have to engage this Panther from the front, and Devon's going to be praying for some kind of penetration shots here. There we go. One of the Panthers goes down. Second one dangerously close, and I think that Theodosis is going to be comfortable to deal with this one here.
Oh, he bounced, but so does the Panther, going for the circle now. He's on the road, but no, the Pershing's ready to fire. It's just too much, and there are 2 dead Panthers on the battlefield now. The P4's crawling away with its damaged engine. Well, it's trying to at least. Stuart can even finish this one off.
Look at all those dropped weapons from Theodosis in the center.
There's a pack on the ground. There's craters everywhere. That was carnage, but it's carnage in the favor of Theodosis. But is it? Because it's going to be ticking the VPs down. Not for long, though, I think. Let's see if Ostrup can get wipes. And a Puma's being called in. Going after the Vet 3 Pershing probably wouldn't be very smart for the Puma, but the VPs have now been neutralized. It's stable. No one's ticking the VPs down.
That shot from the Puma penetrated. This could be, if he goes round for it.
Just needs 1 more, I think. He's going for the Stuart, which for some reason, I don't know where he's firing at. He gets the Stuart. Can he get the Pershing here? A risky play. No, the Pershing gets the kill on the Puma. And there's no fuel left for DevM. He can't call in another Puma.
Wow, I mean, that really was tense. There was a definite all or nothing there. I wonder if these Ostrup are going to make use of some of these dropped weapons whilst they go into this engagement. He doesn't. I think he should have picked up some of those weapons to go into this engagement. Instead, no.
Maybe he couldn't choose.
Maybe he couldn't choose.
Do I want bars? Do I want LMGs? Getting stressed out by so much opportunity. Ostrup are not used to having that much choices, and this fighting position is really paying off here. If it wasn't for that fighting position, the Grins would have neutralized that middle VP. DevM still hasn't used the counter-attack tactics that may have made a difference in some of these VP capping situations. He does get an LMG now on his Ostrup, and I think a bar as well by the looks of it.
Oh, that's
the pack's being built.
This has got to be GG here. I mean, there really is nothing that DevM has. It looks like he's going to hold it. What a crazy game this has been. I really don't expect DevM to do anything at this point. A second fighting position is now coming in for Theodosis. It's going to allow him to control multiple VPs for the remainder of this game. He should really push for the final VP as well on the third side, just to close the deal quickly. There's nothing really defending it either. MG's moved away. Looks like he's going to try and go for the mid, but as soon as that MG walks away from the VP, here comes Theodosis, our champion of the day, coming back from pure hell in this game.
Yeah, DevM did so well, I think, at having a really rough early game and mid game, but he actually turned that around very effectively. But ultimately, the Pershing got too much veterancy, and the Panther was very late because of how much DevM spent on Pumas, which they were essential, but he didn't lose a bit too many of them, mainly due to the Stuart stun rounds. So I think most players, pretty much all players, would have crumbled in that situation. They would have gone, no, I've lost too much. They would have gone on tilt. They would have struggled to get the map back, but somehow DevM kept getting the map. He kept getting the VPs. He pulled out enough of an army to withstand Theodosius' assaults, but eventually it all came down to the Pershing. He's got 42 kills, Vet 3. It's such a strong unit to have.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
wipes
and
infantry, it wipes tanks, just everything.
it really is a good demonstration of how important unit preservation is in this game, because veterancy is king. It absolutely changes engagements from what you're typically used to. Look at that thing go! You know, if you've earned it, this is what you get.
I'm just glad Theodosius was actually using combined arms, because no one uses his ability. It's so often neglected by players. They'll float up hundreds of munitions and just won't use it. But Theodosius, he actually used it multiple times. During that big fight he did, it gives a bonus to both tanks and infantry. Right now he used it. And yeah, why not? It's just a buff, and he has that much munitions. There's no reason not to use it anymore. It used to actually be a nerf to the Pershing's rate of fire when it vetted up because of the way that it worked, but they fixed it, which is why there was that huge bug, which was awful. But that's been fixed now, so it will buff the Pershing regardless.
First time in a long time we do see Theodosius climb into the lead on VPs. 20 VPs remaining for DevM right now. It has been a gruesome game, and also a pretty gruesome day, really. Some of the games we've seen have just been absolutely fantastic. First couple, not so great, but you know, once we started getting into those quarterfinals, wow, some of the games today have been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been a great day. It really has. Been some fantastic matchups, some great tense games. We've had a few of them which have been an absolute pleasure to cast. I think with a little bit surprising too, because with how many players didn't enter because they already qualified. You know, you think it's the best of the players that aren't entering, but no, we've had some insanely strong competitors today, giving us a brilliant show of their prowess. DevM being one of them, Theodosius being the other. List here, definitely looking strong contenders for the tournament, as we will jump into it next week and get underway with the real deal.
Yep, I'm definitely looking forward to that. I do think, whilst we get on the topic of... Oops, I think I maybe... No, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, on the topic of like DevM there, I don't understand this. I didn't really feel like there was a need for mobile defense there. I know he plays with it a lot out of habit, but I don't know. I think this whole mobile defense thing, it's always really grinded me, because it's so... I don't want to say gimmicky, but it just seems so random and unthoughtful. You know, having the kind of ability to tech and get like a Panzer IV, the games seem so much more stable. The Pumas, I mean, I don't think we saw it win today, did we?
Mobile defense. Well, we didn't see much Axis win, unfortunately. It's just Stewarts and T70s are just so good at denying Axis any map control and wiping all those squads. Yeah, mobile defense, it's not ideal, but you're forced into it, because you got to remember, you know, it's a pipe dream. Could you imagine having tier 3 as Wehrmachts? But when you're so far behind in that matchup, you know, can I spend 200 fuel on a Panzer IV or a Stug, or should I spend 80 fuel on a Puma? You just can't afford to wait that long with how much the allied tanks push you off the map and prevent you from capping. And you can't rely on packs, because you know they just get flanked and wiped very easily. So I agree. I definitely think if you over rely on Pumas in the late game, you just kind of fall off. You're not able to pen the heavy tanks very reliably. But at the same time, you know, if you try and go for the tech, it takes a long time to get. It pushes you back. So yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes it works great. Sometimes it doesn't, like anything else, I suppose. But I think the Command Panzer IV works really well with the buff. And this game, it got Vet 3, it got about 45 kills. It saved a few squads getting wiped on retreat by having that health buff. So I think it's actually it's a good commander. It's just it's a symptom of light vehicles just being so strong and just really preventing Axis from having any momentum in the mid game.
It was
That's my rant.
a really good game, and just
Yeah, that was great.
to the whole like just triple capping thing. The DevM can just triple cap like for no reason, you know. It's like, hey, I'm losing, and I'm pushed back to my base. Like 10 seconds later, he's like triple capped his opponent, and it's like, how are you doing it? Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you even find a way out of your base to do that?
Loses a Puma and then gets a triple cap. Like,
Yeah,
hang on,
precisely. But you know, for Devon's ability to do that, Theodosis has just proved today like how good a player he is to deal with that kind of thing. Giving Devem, I think, his only losses. I think it was. So, anyway,
yeah, I was impressed by how well the Stewards worked as well. I thought they were going to fall off, but they flanked the packs, which then catches. Even if the Stewards don't necessarily do much themselves, which they were, but it also means that if you go in with the Stewards and then the packs go, and they reface, and then the Pershing goes in, and then the packs aren't firing at the Pershing, so it just kind of messes up your opponent's AT lines.
yeah, just having a little browse through Moobot to see all the comments that have been banned.
I think there was a fair bit of them.
I-
Moobot was maybe a little bit oversensitive.
No. Reading the comments, Moobot's doing a pretty
really?
good
Okay.
job. Yeah, I'll send it to you so you can see it. Maybe I'll put a little thing of it on a forum so you can all see. It's quite funny though. Anyway, yes, that is the end of the second qualifiers. Thank you very much, everybody who's joined today. Hope you enjoyed the casting. That's going to be it from me, Stormless, and Callum, General's Gentleman over there. And say thank you to Blake as well. It was really nice to cast with Blake earlier. So enjoy the rest of your day. Obviously, it's just morning there for you, isn't it? So
yeah, I'm going to crash though. I'm going to get up in a few hours. Got a family thing, which will not be pleasant.
Go
the
have a quick power nap. I think is a good idea.
Power nap. I will. But yeah, I'll be posting those videos on my YouTube for sure. So if you want to watch them again, if you missed some of them, then as always, do follow us on YouTube, youtube.com/generalsgentlemen. And while we're at it, you should definitely follow us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter so you can keep up with our content, with our streams, all that good stuff. So I will post these in the chat as well, facebook.com/generalsgentlemen. But yeah, big thanks to everyone who's tuned in. It's been a blast. I've had a great time. I'm looking forward to next week. And I'm looking forward to seeing how the players shape up, how our invitees, how they compare to our qualifiers.
It's going to be super. And because there's such a big cash prize, you know that everybody's going to be like fighting their best for this. So
yeah. I expect mass penals, AT partisans, and T70s and demos. That's going to happen a lot.
Well, fingers crossed. And guys, keep your eyes out for the VODs that are coming out from this as well on GG's channel. But anyway, I'm going to hand you guys over to the wonderful soundtrack of Company of Heroes 1. And you can sit there and have a bit of a nostalgia rush. Thanks for watching, and see you guys next week.
See ya.